the pride. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
The esports pundits usually regard day number 3 to be the day of comebacks, and we for sure pretty much have our fingers crossed that we get to see a lot of them tonight. Welcome folks, you are watching the iQOO BMPS. We are in the semis. It is day number 3. I'll be your host Fixes. I'm joined along with Salty. And today we are looking for all those teams that have been struggling to stage that comeback, Salty. Do you think they can make it?
See, I've always been a believer, and I believe that there are going to be opportunities. You just have to seize them, right? And I believe there are going to be a lot of those contenders who will try and capture them, especially the ones who are reeling at the bottom. Because just like you said, if it doesn't happen today, then tomorrow the pressure is going to be way too high for them.
The pressure is definitely going to surmount because we've got so many of those big names in contentions, especially when you talk about teams like Sarkar Gaming, teams like Bliss that we were talking about, that redemption story to happen. That hasn't though.
To be honest, the redemption story has not happened just because of the fact that they are facing the jitters of the semi-finals. We know, as a matter of fact, that the semi-finals has had massive changes in terms of the pace of the game. Every team is taking second thoughts in every decision that they want to take. And I believe that will happen, but Team Sarkar, they just have to beat the Blues out of it. There's no other way to fight it.
It's a battle for Kochi. And along with that, it is also a battle for that massive prize pool of 2 crore rupees. And out of which, the lion's share, that is what we've been talking about, 75 lakh rupees for the champions of the iQOO BMPS 24 this time. That is on the line along with this beautiful trophy and the bragging rights to be the best team in the country. Moving on ahead, we've also got prizes for our runners-up, 30 lakhs over there. Second runners-up get 20 lakhs. But we've got a lot of those individual accolades.
Absolutely. Talking about the individual accolades, the biggest one of them so far is going to be the iQOO MVP of the tournament. 4 lakh rupees for that, which has been a considerable amount. And imagine this, Fixes. I mean, there are contenders in the form of Jonathan and Edmino vying for it, but there's also some young guns. For example, Dragon OP, who is inside of the top 5 iQOO MVP contenders list, so they can also make a mark. Apart from that, we do have the in-game leader, the emerging star, and the fan favorite player award as well. And we have been talking about how beautiful it would actually be if iQOO MVP and the rising star are the same players, of course. But moving on, we also have our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme, who have graciously awarded the Hero Xtreme 160R 4V for the MVP of the finals and the Hero Xtreme 125R for the survivor of the finals. 2 amazing bikes.
And it would be such a delight to see one player take both of them, and that would be amazing. It would be a wholesome tournament for that individual, but how do they get there? They have to secure all those juicy points. And we've been talking about the points distribution. It has been pretty much been there for quite some time. For the chicken dinner, you get those 10 points, and it keeps on descending down. And what is really special about this point standings is that for every single finish, you get awarded with that 1 point. And let's move on ahead to today's matches. We've got again Group A, Group B, Group C coming in. Everybody gets 4 of their matches, and we've got a lot of Erangels today, Salt.
Exactly right, because everybody is going to be happy, especially the athletes right now, because they know, as a matter of fact, Erangel is going to be their home turf and they want to play that map to stage that comeback. And what a lovely way to incorporate 4 Erangels in a day when we know that this is the 3rd day, when we know that there are teams who are struggling. The only way you can actually go about is you play your natural game, trust yourselves, and try and go aggressive as quickly as you can. Because if you get those early finishes, it boosts so much of your confidence. We have seen that happen, be it Hero Xtreme, Godlike, be it Team Orangutan. Those whoever came out from a slump, that only happened because they took that one good fight and they never really stopped.
Alright, now it's time, Salty, that we need to start channelizing our friendship, our bonds with the players. You've been spending a lot of times with these players, and we've got 3 storylines building up here. One, we've got the upper echelon that have almost crossed over that 70 marker. We've got 4 teams over there. What do you think the mentality is going to be for the likes of TWOB, Limra, Reckoning, Newman Forever?
honestly, Fixes, I believe history has had evidence that you can't really feel yourself too safe inside of the competition so far. We've seen teams managing lot of the points, majority of the points in the first couple of games, but then still crash out. And I believe that these 4 teams, they will have to be wary. Sure, they're going to be feeling a little more comfortable, but I believe they still have to push forward for those chickens, for those finishes. And talking about those 4 teams, who are going to be those 4 teams? Of course, on the overall standings, you can see TWOB on 84 points, Team Newman on 76, and then you've got Reckoning Esports as well, 72 points for them, and Team Limra, 71 points. These 4, they've kind of made a completely separate tier for them, and I believe that these teams, they will consider themselves with the 1 foot inside of Kochi right now, but like I said, you cannot feel extremely safe in the competition.
Indeed, and it's a battle for Kochi, the LAN that we've been talking about, the biggest LAN in the country. As we move on ahead, there is that second order also, the middle pecking order, where you've got the likes of Team X, Spark, Medal, Phoenix, Orangutan, and a lot that follow. And this is where the storyline also comes in, sometimes too close, yet so far. For all these teams, I'm really hoping that they collect enough points so that they sort of lift off the pressure. Even for the likes of Versatile, you've got WindGod, you've got Ignite Gaming, for the likes of Hero Xtreme, Godlike, MOGO. Considering these teams, I really feel like they have to push very hard.
Exactly right. I mean, you talk of the middle pack, and this is where majority of the changes on the overall standings will happen.
Yes.
And I believe these are the teams, especially the ones from the 9th to the 16th position, they will consider themselves in that danger zone, because you never really know the points difference. As soon as we flip the pages, you'll realize that it's extremely low. Look at that. I mean, for RTGxIND, even they have got 20 points. One good game, and they will be inside the top 10.
And when was the last time we saw 8-bit struggling in the bottom order? This it has to be a story for the making, because round 1, round 2, round 3, it was such a smooth sail for them. And come at the semi-finals, that is where we're seeing those problems arise. They've been facing a lot of those issues, getting inside the circles, those early fights that have proven to be such a big hindrance, even for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. Having such a good round 1, 2, 3, they are also starting to mess up. Even Carpediem, as an instance, blind, we know they have been coveted to make such big comebacks. I hope that happens today as well.
I hope that happens today as well. Carpediem, they've been my prediction for quite a long time, and I believe that this team does have that potential. But talking about potential Fixes, we have to talk about these players, because they have the potential to become the iQOO MVP of iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, you'd see 2 players from the same team leading the charts. You've got Admino and Jonathan in that top 5. But then you also have those young guns in the form of Dragon OP. And I'm very excited to actually see this player perform 66 finishes out of the 34 matches that he has played. And look at that finish contribution, Fixes. 43%, the highest out of every single one of these players.
He's been doing so much for the team, especially that one game of Miramar where we saw him get a lot of finishes for his team, I think around 6. And he's been ever so consistent throughout, even in the semi-finals. But from the 5, we had 3 players who have been the usual suspects. It's a good thing that Jonathan, he's also on a redemption arc of his own, but even Legit cannot rule him out. But when you talk about the LAN, it is going to be exciting, it is going to be fun, and because of which, and you're wondering why, because we've got iQOO 12 as our smartphone partners. Yes, folks, all the BGMI athletes, in fact, the top 16 teams, they will be playing on this device. It is a flagship device, houses the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, and the best part, Salty, do you know? We have a giveaway also in the making.
Oh, do we?
All that you gotta do is head over to Google, search for iQOO 12 and participate in a competition. If you're lucky, you might get your hands on one of these baddies.
Absolutely. And of course, we know, as a matter of fact, since it's a flagship device, you are going to have no heating issues, no lags whatsoever in your esports journey as well. Who knows, potentially you might be the one contending for the iQOO MVP contenders in the next rendition of the BMPS as well. But coming back to the conversation, we have talked about the individual players, we have talked about the teams who have done well so far, Fixes. I still want to talk a little about the ones who have a little bleak of an opening right now. I'm specifically talking about Sarkar Gaming. Yes, for them, the journey is going to be extremely tough, just 8 points on board, but I believe that if they actually make it through 2 good games, if Sarkar Gaming can actually manage out of today, I believe they again will resurrect back on the overall standings and come back shooting fires.
Yeah, they're literally playing with fire at this point, like you said. But before we head on, a little bit of a look on the caster prediction. So, Salty, you and I, we're brothers, and we believe Hero Xtreme Godlike is going to stage a comeback along with Spear and Ocean as well. So, majority lies with Hero Xtreme Godlike. The onus is on them. They have to deliver. But I'm loving what Johnny and Ankybot have gone for, or rather who they are supporting this time. It is going to be Carpediem and then Sarkar Gaming. So for Carpediem and Sarkar Gaming, it's such a steep climb. Now, considering we again need to manifest our bond with the players, if we are in such scenario, what would you advise them to do?
Honestly, I know Pukar as a matter of fact. Now, me and Johnny has had a very lovely conversation about Carpediem and what exactly have their problems been so far. I mean, getting picked off individually in multiple fights, not being able to reach the final circle, and heck, not even getting a chicken dinner so far in the semi-finals can actually be extremely taxing for your mentality. And I believe that is one of the reasons why Pukar has been deviating from his strategy of blitzkrieging opposition. I really want this man to back himself because we know what he's doing. He certainly is doing right according to the points distribution.
We saw this earlier also. We've got Group A and Group C battling it out in the first game, and few outliers that we pointed out. Team Blind Esports, of course, eyes will be on the likes of Inferno Squad and Bliss also. But when you talk about Group A, yes, Carpediem, they're going to be kicking things off, and I personally feel like they're running out of options. We saw them round 1, round 2, round 3, just by the virtue of those big games, those big finish points that they got for themselves. They were doing good. But then again, when you come down to the semi-finals, all the other teams are filtered out. When you've got the best 24 teams in the country, that is where I think that strategy of always engaging in those fights and emerging out as the victors is clearly not working.
It definitely is not working, and we know as a matter of fact that this strategy is always going to be a double-edged sword. But I believe that it's not something alien to these players as well. Even Pukar knows it, that this is going to be a double-edged sword. It can come hit back at us, and right now it is. But again, deviating from your strategy, I believe, will not work out, because we've seen time and time again fixes. If Carpediem have the center of the circle, if they have nobody to push across, they feel themselves uncomfortable. They feel that blood rush, and I believe that is what has been affecting them so far.
It indeed has, and especially for Carpediem, we know that Pukar is a tried and tested IGL. He's got what it takes. We go back to the BGS 23, where he secured that third spot for his team. But enough said, it is time for them to prove, because right now, it is showtime, it is game time. We head over to Erangel.
Talking about showtime fixes, it is the start of day 3, and what a lovely afternoon do we have, not just in Hyderabad but also in the map of Erangel. The flight, of course, in front of us, the big bird is back up in the skies, and this time we're flying from Quarry to Stauber. A lovely little flight path which does dissect the map in 2 equal halves. Now, majority of the players will be able to glide across to their lovely territories, even towards military base should not really be a big problem. But until and unless you want to move towards Zarki and Milta Power, I believe you're not going to have any trouble whatsoever. But like we always say, there is always going to be trouble in Paradise, and Paradise currently being in Erangel, we will have to watch out for those drop collisions. Fixes. We had a conversation of certain teams being at the top of the overall standings, namely TWOB, Numinex Forever. And my concept of Numinex Forever currently is that they have shifted their play style from being position-oriented to being finish-oriented right now. Now, with the 1 foot inside of the finals, I believe this team can actually cause problems for the ones who are lying low at the bottom.
For sure they can, especially with how they began their journey inside of the semis. If you take a look at their previous tournaments and how they've played, it was always about those final day jitters, and seems like they've had their lessons and they've had enough. And this time they decided, we're not going to have that tag of being one of those passive teams. We're going to be right at your face. We're going to take those fights and we are going to take you down. So for Numin Forever, TWOB, the options are endless. They can decide to either play for the chicken dinners, or they can just decide to hunt down the others and eliminate the competition.
Now, talking about one interesting aspect, Team A-Bit, of course, you've always mentioned this team knows how to manage that consistency, especially in levels like semi-finals, right? They always make it to the finals, is what we always presume. But now they have had a difference in strategy. Initially, they always used to fight for that query region against Team Limra. But considering this particular lobby has that Gutka region open, they've taken a huge split drop. And I believe this can actually benefit them perfectly, having so much of that Everest control as well. Pushing up north should not really be a problem, but we actually move much northern and now towards the Georgopol region. We currently find two teams, Blind and Team Dragons. And time again, Fixes, we have seen Team Blind, a couple of their players being caught off guard in early one of these fights. Nova 21 once again, completely isolated. And it seems like Team Dragons have an idea that they have the outlier, so why not just go after him?
And mind you, both these teams are struggling.
Yeah.
And at this point, either of them cannot afford those casualties to happen. We've seen Blind Esports, formerly known as Galaxy Esports. It's the same lineup that had been picked up by this organization. And it has some rich past, especially when you talk about Team Blind, the winners of the previous BMPS. So they've got a lot on their shoulders. And we've seen them stage those epic comebacks. But when you talk about Team Dragons, their opposition right now, this is a rather new name. We haven't seen those players quite often. This time, given the opportunity, they did shine in the previous rounds. But this time, something has been missing.
And what has been missing is going to be their spark. Of course, Night King, he's still there in the contenders list. He's individually gotten his team 49 frags in the entire tournament. But it seems like he has lacked in terms of support. A lot will be in the shoulders of Rana as well, who has been his contemporary. But now looking at Team Orangutan, this is a team that I believe has gone through leaps and bounds to be exactly where they are right now. Fixes, this is, I believe, a legacy lineup who has competed in every official tournament but has failed to actually make a mark this time, I believe. It's not just a day of redemption for them. This was the tournament of redemption, and what a comeback they staged, especially in that round 3 occasion.
It took them a couple of new faces to maybe break the curse. And in fact, 3 of them, ever since Aru graced this roster, questions mark were there that is he going to do it? And seems like he's almost on the verge of pulling it off. But for now, I mean, when you talk about OG and how their performance has been so far, it's always been about going aggressive this time around. Look at them, 40 finish points already with just 17 position points. But seems like there's a fight going on. It has finally come down to the wire. Drogon does manage to get down 2 players all by his lonesome. Receiving some support from the backlines also. And Night King, he started to deliver. But for Team Blind Salty, now they're in a whole world of trouble.
This is bad news for Team Blind Fixes. I'm not really sure how did they plan to execute this fight, but the way the cavalry entered, it exactly was not what they required. But however, Nova 21 is still standing. I believe that there was that window where he could have actually potentially gone in, taken down a couple of players from Team Dragons while they were busy with the other 2, but that was not the case. Even Evil, I believe, will be forced to make a comeback and will be forced to actually fall back from this fight. Because there's no way from being 2 men down in such open terrains that Team Blind are going to recover DP and Sora from this fight.
It's going to be such a tough recovery. I'm pretty sure DP and Saurav are pretty much done for. And Nova 21, I'm presuming he's not given his position away. Just prone down, waiting for the players of Team Dragons to make a mistake. And this is a lost fight already for Team Blind. And there you have DP. He's been exterminated. And for Saurav, he's also taking his final breath. And for Blind Esports to really find an answer to this, I do not know at this point what it could be. It's all about letting the players of Team Dragons pass by. And then maybe pull off something like Carpediem did on day number 1, the first game of Erangel, where Fierce, all by his lonesome, did manage to get 4 or 5 points. But that is where the debate again arises. Can Blind afford that? Those 4 or 5 points per game?
I don't believe they have another option Fixes, at least in this game itself. They don't have their firing lines. They don't have 2 of their players. In fact, their firepower has been cut by 50%. And I believe the Team Dragons, even they are not going to leave this position, letting Nova 21 leave unscathed. Look at this. His position has been left unmarked, but it should not be a very long time before Team Dragons do realize that Nova 21 is in the same building as 4 of their players. Yes, there can be certain off picks. There can be certain picks going in favor of Blind Esports, but being completely silent, I don't believe that will eliminate his presence. Team Dragons, they can still sense that, and I believe Rana is going to be extremely close to Nova 21.
For Team Dragons, they have to move in tandem with each other, especially when you are going after those individual players. Sometimes they can really eat you up. That is something that he has to be careful about, because when you look at their journey inside of the semis, they have been struggling quite a lot. Yes, they did get a chicken dinner, but that did not come with a lot of those finishes. And hence, sitting at that 21st position, for Team Dragons, they really need to find some nice recovery. It's still the second phase. It has just begun. And if Team Dragons have a really good start from here, and they march on, get around 10 to 12 points. But this is it. Nova 21 finally spotting out one player. He whips. And he whips bad. Gives his position away. But I have no clue on what is happening right now.
Honestly, neither do I. Team Blind just completely stuck in that location. Once again, Team Dragons, now at least they have an idea that Nova 21 has been caught in the mix of things. Rana, he will kind of heal himself up. No real trouble whatsoever. But now look at this. 4 players are going to start to fly into this fight and try and take down Nova 21. It will be insanely hard for him. And now look at this. Rana will be knocked out, but instant trade comes in from him. Night King, once again, the man. And with this frag, I believe, he has completed his 50 finishes inside of iQOO BMPS 2024.
Congratulations to this young lad. In fact, the prodigies that we are searching out for, the emerging star. But for that to happen, he needs to make it inside of Kochi. We've got those individual accolades that you did talk about, and now Blind are down to their last man. It is going to be Evil. And we've seen this particular team, Evil has been one of those players that delivered when it mattered. But being out of any sorts of options, being out of enough playing area, I do not know how he's really going to perform. But when we take a look at the circle, Salty, this is a circle that we've also seen in the past. And there could be 2 iterations. It could go around that ruins area, or also it could go somewhere around the southern side of where Xtreme are, especially those hilly sides, that junction point around that eastern Georgie. And a few of those teams are well aware. Good thing for Team Dragons is that they do not have to move much.
Yes, for sure, but it seems like there is an informer in our ears ourselves. The messenger says that it seems like the match will be restarted, rehosted once again, certain technical difficulties, but we are going to cruise through it. But at least one good thing for Team Blind, they will come back in this game once again and will have an opportunity to restart their journey. I really wanted this team to actually make a comeback, and again, it seems like the gods are in favor of them.
At least this time around, they can be prepared for the inevitable. They can be prepared for that attack coming in from Team Dragon, and could maybe respond back in a better fashion. But for what it was a really good circle. I wanted to see the end of it, but it's all right. We get to see something very awkward next time. Maybe a flight path trajectory cutting through that Susnovka Island and then the circle going north. That would be a perfect start, especially just throwing all those teams for a toss. But enough time for us to talk about the others. When we talk about Team Bliss, as a matter of fact. Maisie has gone for Team Bliss as a custom prediction. And for Team Bliss, I think the redemption story, the redemption arc was still on for Eggy, Turbo, AJ. We've seen them perform from various different rosters, bigger names. And this time also, it was a very nice comeback that they set up. But round number, in fact, in the semi-finals, this is where they are finding the true challenge.
They certainly are. I mean, 18 points is what they have managed so far inside of the semi-finals. Now, 2 days are already gone by. Even Necro has been supporting this team quite a lot. And I believe that the playing style, it deserves a lot of praise. It does attract affection from their fans as well. But the problem has been that Turbo, there is a lot of responsibility on this man's shoulders. I believe if Eggy can come up, step up in his own game as well individually, they can actually do much better. I love the fact that Bliss, they know how to differentiate between good fights and bad fights. It's just that they have been taking those bad fights which you don't expect them to take, right? Misjudgments in between their fights. But one team who has never really misjudged any single fight so far, any single team, TWOB. What do you have to say about them?
They have been nothing short of a phenom inside of this lobby. They have been all over the place, winning most of the games, round 1, round 3. Everything has been consistent, everything the way they wanted it to be. And I think we're going to take a look at a few of their figures of how they've really performed, especially inside the semis. Day number 1 and day number 2, this is how good TWOB have been, right? 26 finishes on the first day, 25 in the second, a lot of damage being dished out. Yes, day number 1 was really good in comparison to day number 2, but does not matter as long as you're flying high in terms of the overall standings, right at the top of the hill.
Absolutely right. I mean, the biggest, or rather the best stat for TWOB across the 2 days fixes will be their average survival time. Now imagine this. They've played 4 games each day in total of 8 matches. If you have an average survival time of, let's say, 24 minutes inside of the game, of course you are going to get those finishes. Of course you will get good numbers on the board just as a byproduct of your positioning. And it seems like TWOB and their rotations have been flawless, but credit has to be given to Prince OG for the way he has resurrected back this lineup, because currently it seems like this team is unstoppable. If it's Prince OG, it will be legit, or if it is not him, then it will be someone else. TWOB, they've had that one player standing up for them strong in every single game, and I love this consistency so far.
You know, I love crunching numbers. And one thing that I noticed that TWOB just have 1 chicken dinner. But when you look at their position points, they've got 33. And 23 points out of the other 7 games. That is quite a good feat. And especially when you also talk about the individual players. Yes, of course, Legit has been phenomenal. We've also seen him in the top 5 of the iQOO MVP contenders. But then again, there is this young prodigy that has not been talked about much. It's going to be Cyrex. Now, Cyrex has been one of those latest entrants into the scene. We saw him play from Big Brothers, in fact, in the previous BGIS, where he really did not work out. But ever since he's joined hands with TWOB, he's also been firing on all cylinders.
In fact, I believe Cyrex has been the one who actually gives the opening in majority of the fights, right? Finding those crucial knocks. And this is one of the reasons why I say, right, TWOB, they are a well-oiled machine right now. And like I said, when I say individual performances, I actually mean individual performances. One fresh memory which will always stay in my head will be that solo chicken dinner which Prince OG took all by himself, right? Not just gaining that chicken dinner, but also garnering finish points along the way. I believe that TWOB, they have their algorithm set in them and they are playing exactly to it every single match. It's working out perfectly, and why change a machine if it's working perfectly?
Exactly. And now when you talk about Cyrex, of course you have to also talk about his teammate Sarvit. Now, Sarvit used to belong from Big Brothers Esports, and we've seen how good their run was in the previous BGS 23. And, you know, that is where so much hype was built around this roster. But ever since BGS 23, they made a lot of changes. They got in Kyoya, they got in Cyrex, and nothing seemed to work around. And eventually what we saw was that lineup split apart, and it feels like it's just Sarvit that has made it inside of the semi-finals. So again, when we talk about those comeback storylines for Sarvit, and I am also, you know, really happy that how he's also improved as an individual. But when you talk about TWOB, cannot leave Newman forever behind, because you've got Ash and Oves who have been cursed. They make it inside the semi-finals, sometimes crash out of round 3, but this time, like you said, already 1 foot inside of the Grand Finals.
Absolutely. Newman X forever. This team has definitely turned a lot of necks out there with the way they have performed. Now look at this, right? This team was known for their position points. In fact, inside of round 3, I still remember this was the only team in the overall standings who had more position points rather than finish points inside of the top 5. So it is absolutely crazy how they have transitioned from being a position-oriented outfit to actually being an aggressive outfit inside of the semi-finals. Now look at those stats, right? 21 finishes out of the 4 game matches that they played inside of day 1. 26 finishes in day 2 as well. So they are moving from strength to strength. 22.29 minutes of average survival time in day 1 to 24 minutes. They are just going higher fixes. And it seems like with every passing day, this team is unlocking a new power amongst themselves. Now, a lot of questions were asked in terms of how well Ash will be able to perform, considering he has not been able to enter the finals in 3 back-to-back officials. I believe that he has answered his critiques in style. Still, fingers crossed, we do not know if Newman X Forever are going to be finally qualifying. But like I said, 1 foot inside already, and I believe this Ash and Oa's partnership has been so fruitful. And then Mafia, of course. I love this player. I love this Salter.
On a safer side, the moment they cross that 80 marker, we can presume that they have made it inside of Kochi, because we have seen them already starting to celebrate. They feel like they've done it. You could see all those social media posts out there coming in from them. But interesting conversations around Newman Forever the moment you mentioned that they've switched gears inside of the semis, because when I was taking a look at the numbers, we could witness that barring TWOB, who've got the highest number of finishes, it is going to be Newman Forever who've got the second highest. And when was the last time we saw that happen? And that has also happened when you've got the likes of Oasis playing instead of Ninju, who's such a promising assaulter, and then you've got Mafia and Omega, who have been having the form of their lives, and everybody is starting to look like a cohesive unit, everything well oiled, and this is the Newman Forever that can go a long way. I might jump the gun. If they keep on playing like this, they also might win the trophy.
Oh my god, Fixes. I was waiting for that. I knew it. It is ricocheting even now. That is a very hard prediction, to be honest. But Newman X Forever, they certainly have got the potential. Now, one of the reasons why I believe Ash himself is performing so brilliantly, because if you look at his individual statistics, this man has also been fragging alongside the likes of Omega and Mafia, is because I believe that majority of his idolship responsibilities has been shared between him and Owe. So right now, he has found himself considerable amount of support to make those mid-fight decisions and to make those rotational decisions as well. And I believe that lets Ash play a little more freely, and I believe one of the reasons why Team Newman have actually done so much better inside of the tournament is because now 3 players are actually shooting at the top of their, at the peak of their levels.
So you feel like Ash has found that sweet spot where receiving a little bit of that extra assistance from Oasis and all of them performing together really well has really enabled him to develop as a fragger?
Absolutely, because I personally believe that there are multiple examples, Fixes. You look at WSB, right? As soon as Zeref was taken off those idolship responsibilities, his aggressive powers improved drastically. In a recently concluded third-party tournament, MOGO Esports, when Robin came in, I believe Destro improved his performance brilliantly. I believe this is the setup which can actually be very prevalent. But enough of theory crafting, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, it seems like the map is getting dolled up. Once again, we are going to kick things off. And this time, there are going to be no pauses. The map of Erangel is going to be coming onto your screens right about now.
Maybe last time we had some fuel issues in the aircraft, but this time everything looks sunny. And we wanted something different. The gods of BGMI have given us something different. Yes, folks, the flight path trajectory all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Yasnaya Polyana. And this time, Salty, we cannot say that this dissects the maps into 2 halves.
Exactly.
A lot of those teams heading on towards those western areas, they are going to have a lot of trouble.
Oh, this is exactly what I love, right? Majority of those drop collisions, players dropping down, trying to go for those isolated vehicle spawns. And we've seen exactly what happens. Especially, we get to see those comic affairs of 1 player being surrounded by 4 in terms of an entire team. So I really want to see those. But as of now, there are certain changes in the drop location. Once again, look at this. MOGO Esports, it seems like they are going to find some company. Medley Esports going to their usual location of Noborupnoy, but Newman X Forever, will they be able to reach the likes of Query and the Pancake region will definitely be a big question. Orangutan themselves, they will move towards Milta Power without any troubles whatsoever. But Team 8-Bit, for them reaching Gatka would be dire impossible. Possibly they are going to take a pit stop somewhere near Puchinki where they find their vehicle spawn. And I am excited because that is where Carpediem also land and the fights are going to happen, Fixes.
I'm really excited because when you look at Novoripnoi, you've got 2 teams dropping down. This time, Team Dragons decided to drop in on Medley Esports. And Medley Esports, this has also been their comeback story, and they've scripted it perfectly, but they still aren't really that close. And for Medley Esports to ensure qualification inside the Grand Finals, they have to deliver today. But look at this. fights happening around Yasnaya Polyana, where Team Blind, again going back to their old shenanigans, this time trying to pick a bone against the players of Team X-Park. One player already down and out.
Of course, Team X-Park, they're not going to let you take the drop location with ease, right? Team Blind Esports, they will be made to work really hard. And as of now, the first pick has been taken down. Nova 21 also quietly on HP. And now look at this. Team X-Park, as soon as they land, they go on the offense. And this is what I love about this team. But it comes with the con, and that is going to be Joker falling down in terms of getting knocked out. So Team X-Park also will have to recollect themselves, have to be extremely cautious that they don't get overheated up, because they already have a lead in this fight, Fixes.
And they never really seem to care, especially with how Team X-Park have been playing. And the performance yesterday, they were all over the place. And this is a team that does not shy away from taking those fights. And let me remind you, Salty, round number 1, we saw some bloodbath between these two teams. A little bit of that bad blood there. And Team X-Park definitely out on the hunt. Seems like Sarang has a slight idea of where Nova was. And Team X-Park, as anticipated, they're going in for the chase. For Team Blind to really come out victorious from this fight, they're making the right choice, heading back towards the God building. You've got a lot of those angles to play around. But this is also another drop clash that we were talking about. Medal taking on Team Dragon.
Talk about Medal taking on Team Dragon. Top Talker, one of their stalwarts, has been taken down. The aggressive lines, look at this. It is Encore who is leading the charts. Confirms the first finish for himself. Now Medal Esports are on the offense, but Encore has no support whatsoever, and I really feel like he needs the company of his friend Sahil, who's there. The need has been cooked up. Team Medal Esports looking for the second confirmation. The shot from that Ironside Connect. Once again, the AKM sings the songs of death, and here comes Sahil OP himself as well. Finds his knock, and here I believe Team Dragons, they are going to start biting the dust. Not really going well. The fight against Blind was perfect. Oh, that hurt. That was such salt in the wounds.
Yeah, he literally threw that dagger and it pierced through his heart. That was there for sure. A strong message sent by Medal Esports as they thwart off Team Dragons out of their territory, as Rana, the only man to come out of that alive, as Team Limra, they have also engaged themselves in a battle. And there's fights left, right and center. It is a fight against Inferno Squad. We've seen a little bit of a comeback from Inferno Squad yesterday, but still far from saying that they've secured their spot inside the Grand Finals. But for Team Limra, they can go off to their merry ways. They can literally go on a hunt at this point. They have done majority of that hard work and seems like they're on the chase.
Of course, we anticipated this, right? The flight path made it impossible for every single one of those teams to be extremely safe. And that is one of the reasons why we even saw Team Dragons changing their drop location. An idea which was completely thwarted, even Team Blind. But thankfully for Team Blind, I believe they have made that grand escape. But knowing Team X-Park, I believe they would actually go in right behind the chase. Team X-Park only have 13 position points out of the 50+ points that they have acquired inside of the semi-finals so far. So they do not really care. They are playing like champions and they are playing for those gunfights. Really want Team X-Park to actually take them. But as of now, it seems like there will be that standstill, barring Fixes that that eastern cluster that we have in front of us. Team Limra, Silly Esports, Orangutan, Inferno Squad. They're extremely venturing close to each other right now.
I'm completely in for that rivalry that Team Blind had sparked off in the initial rounds of the iQOO BMPS. The moment they decided to ban one of the players of X-Park, and now X-Park, they've got the driver's seat, Salty. Even in this particular fight that happened a couple of moments ago, they have one of the players of Team Blind down and out. But when you take a look at the circle, it's quite a complex one. Kind of reminds you of the previous one, but this time more on towards that rose oxide. It's a hybrid circle, so as to speak, because this circle has a lot of those iterations. And at this point, it's very difficult to figure out where does it rotate next. As Team Blaze, look at this. Early rotation, they want to play around the center of the circle. Got Sam chasing down, but Carpediem, quite an important game for them as well.
And once again, I'm not really sure if Carpediem are going to be comfortable, because they found Pochinki completely open. And not just Pochinki, right? Even the surrounding territories are completely devoid of any single team out there. So for Carpediem to actually find their groove, to find their footing, I believe they need to actually take those drop clashes. For now, they certainly are going to be on that southern territory of that circle. Silly Esports also finding themselves a comfortable spot, but still, my eyes just do not go away from that eastern cluster as of now. And it seems like Team Orangutan are doing something extremely interesting. On the other side, Team TWOB, they've also started to make a move for themselves. But this time, they're doing something interesting. What exactly are they doing? 2 vehicles being set up. Are they planning for a bridge camp fixes?
That could be the case. And for TWOB, I think it could also be the right choice. If they do not want Metal Esports to be qualifying, they can certainly do that. Especially heading on inside the Grand Finals, and you know that Metal Esports is also playing along with you. They can pose a threat. So why not eliminate it early on?
And talking about eliminating them early on, I believe, like Team TWOB, usually when they drop down onto the southern side of things, they love to do this, right? They love to hold the area of that petrol pump and that 3-storied compound, and they just hold the bridges outside. So for Metal Esports to actually cross on over, it might seem like there is no actual bridge camp, but if they do manage to cross on over, that is when the firing lines start. And I believe that TWOB, they are not going to miss those shots. Have to be extremely careful, have to scout out that area of the bridge. But we move on to another team, and we do have Phoenix Esports in front of our screens. One of the dark horses in the tournament so far, I believe that this team, they want to be in the Grand Finals because of the kind of gameplay that they have shown fixes. I have been loving them so far. They hit like a flash and they will destroy you like an asteroid. Of course, Phoenix Esports, their main strength is that blitzkrieg with which they hit all 4 vehicles, all of a sudden finish the fight in a flash and exit that situation once again extremely quick. But I believe that in terms of consistency, Phoenix Esports, they've kind of slowed down, especially when the semi-finals approach them.
They've been quite consistent throughout this tournament, and I feel like their strength lies in those third parties.
Yeah.
We have seen them kind of indulge themselves in a lot of them, and they have emerged out victorious. And that is not just about it. We've also seen Phoenix Esports get those chicken dinners. We have seen those individual players, the likes of Cheyenne, the likes of Goku, step up. So that's a really good thing because they look prepared for the Grand Finals. But when you look at those points, I think today is such a crucial day for them. They need those 20 to 25 points, at least bare minimum, to ensure that they do not have to sweat it out tomorrow, as this is the circle shift. Finally, we get an idea that this could be that junction circle that we talk about. And Bliss Esports, when you take a look at them, they've got a very good entry inside that central spot, especially those few compounds, or they can also decide to play it from the hills.
Now, one problem for Bliss can potentially be that they've laid their eggs on one basket itself, that is the Northern Island fixes. And if the circle does come up with a curveball, because now look at this. This has been a concentric shift. But if we get those hard shift towards the south, possibly towards Everest, which we have seen in the past, Team Bliss can actually have a lot of difficulties, especially from the George Bull Bridge territory. Now you've got Team God's Reign finding themselves that northwestern quadrant of the circle. But apart from that, it seems like it's just Team X-Spark and Team Bliss who are holding the lines. Team 8-Bit will be the late entrants. But I'm still surprised that Metal Esports haven't actually made a move. Possibly still wondering if TWOB are holding the bridge.
I feel like all these teams, the likes of MOGO, Metal Esports, Newman Forever. Let's put Newman Forever out of this list. Majority of them, like Team Limra also, they're all prepping up for a healing battle. And we've seen MOGO Esports, their true strength lies especially in them approaching from the edges of the circle. And I'm astonished to see Sahil OP getting taken down courtesy to the play zone, especially after they really pushed back the players of Team Dragons. Starting to wonder what really went off.
This is stage 2 fixes.
Yeah, exactly. And are they not finding enough meds over here? What could be the case? Because he still has 2 first aids to work around with. Maybe he was a little too overconfident. He wanted to get his health depleted to max so that then he triggers the first aid and gets the most out of it. And a little miscalculation, whatever. It's fine. They're not in the harm's way. They can really go for getting inside the circle.
Now, talking about the circle itself, right, once again, majority of the teams, They've found their entry so far. You've got Phoenix Esports, the likes of Silly Esports as well, who want to capture the central parts of the circle, but my eyes are still going to be on Carpediem because this team, like I said, will be looking for those early fights. MOGO Esports whatsoever, I don't really believe today is going to be the day they go extremely aggressive fixes. 37 points is where they stand currently. Yesterday we saw them get one big game, but barring that and not really much. Delta has been doing pretty well, but I still want S-Power to come back to his prime, something he was inside of round 1.
The only good game so far we've seen from MOGO Esports yesterday was the game of Miramar, where they secured 12 finishes to their names. And that was one of those games where they also approached the circle right from the edges. And we have always encouraged MOGO Esports to play like that, because every single time they've gotten the center, we know they meet their demise, and that hasn't really aged down well for them. Because right now, a lot of these teams, the likes of Silly, Orangutan, they're banking upon the fact that the circle goes towards the southern side. So if it goes towards the northern areas, then we're going to see a lot of action on our way.
And boy, do we want action, right? I mean, look at this right now. You've got Team Numinix forever completely out in the open, but they are exploiting that western part of the map, which is completely alienated, courtesy to that flight path which is taking onto the other side. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, one important thing, if you also want to start your esports journey, do consider the official smartphone partner iQOO 12 5G. It is the flagship device, and every single one of these teams who actually proceed to Kochi, they are going to be playing the Grand Finals in this device itself. So you know, as a matter of fact, that this is an extremely capable of device that knows how to handle different situations inside of the game without any lags, without any overheating whatsoever.
And I have been personally using this device for the past 3 months, and my experience has been quite phenomenal, especially the battery backup on this. You've got 5000 mAh battery, and the best part is that 120 watts worth flash charge that you have. 0 to 50% in just 10 minutes. You get it, and a couple of more games instantly. You can also charge it while playing, and your device does not heat up. But coming back to business, now all these teams are finally hunkering themselves down to their favorite places, where they really want to be. Eyes out on the likes of Team 8-Bit, Carpediem. We're all eyeing out for that epic comeback. Because if not today, then I do not think that's going to happen tomorrow.
Now, Fixer, I believe this is going to be my territory to Theorycraft, because with that circle still being on that hybrid location, right, you've got that river flowing right in between the circle itself. There are going to be multiple teams who want to try and get control of the shorelines, which is extremely vulnerable once again. So I believe that there are going to be multiple fights in the next iteration of the circle itself. We've had that little bit of a slow start, but right now it seems like we are back in the game once again. Team X-Spark seems to be in the midst of that action. They've spotted the likes of Team Inferno squad, and the firing lines are open. SprayGod once again trying to take down the first vehicle that has been driven by Owen OG, but fails in that occasion. Once again, Sarang and Joker, they're going to take their position and fall back. But Team X-Spark, I love their position already. Holding down the back line, seems like they will be playing in from the edges of the blue circle. The circle taking a hardship does make a massive impact for majority of the teams out there, Fixes.
What I'm really liking about Team X-Spark is this time they're exercising some caution. They're not heading headfirst inside of those fights. They realize that if they do so, Inferno Squad is not one of those teams to be trifled with. They are going to answer back. So ensuring that they've got those best positions while engaging in, and of course, the circle shift did have a big role to play in that. Considering now we've got a vivid picture that the circle goes up north. Team Bliss still at the midst of things. Blind Esports this time around, just that one casualty. Even God's Reign, they changed their drop location from Yasnaya. They went over towards those northern belts, and now they will inject themselves from that northern area. This is also a team that can make it inside of the Grand Finals, but give it the fact that they also crossed that 70 marker by the end of today's matches.
Talking about the 70 marker, I believe that will be that magic number for majority of the teams. For everyone who is beyond that 30-point mark, look at Team 8-Bit, 34 points on them. I believe even this team is looking for that solid comeback, and this match can actually be one for them. I love their rotation already. They are playing it along the circumference of the circle. something which has been popularly known as the pendulum rotation these days. They are doing exactly that. Will try and inject themselves from the northern part of the circle. But now look at this. Inferno squad. They have spotted the likes of Team Orangutan, and straight up their focus is going to be on AKOP, the stalwart from Team Orangutan. So far, performances have not come by from this athlete. Everyone looks up to him as that MVP material. But in that iQOO MVP contenders list fixes, he has been found to be nowhere. And do you criticize him for that?
Not really. When you've got the likes of WindGod stepping up for your team, because he's there in that list and he's been doing quite well. Already past those 40 finishes, and as long as Orangutan make it inside the Grand Finals, they really do not care about those individual accolades. But as the circle shift, you can notice Xtreme, they've gotten this max center to themselves. Team Blind also positioned quite well, but this injection coming in from Team 8-Bit, the big ask is that are Xtreme prepared for it? Because the moment that fighter really pans out, you've got a lot of those outliers that might also decide to dive themselves inside of that fight.
Did you spot out the likes of Newman, MOGO and Team Limra also in the vicinity? Now, the interesting part would be is when these teams try and inject themselves inside the circle, there's going to be majority of those fights happening. But talking about injecting yourself, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a smooth sail in your city rides as well, all you've got to do is pick up that Hero Xtreme 125R. The looks, the aesthetics, and of course the feel and comfort of the ride is insane. But once again, Blind Esports, having lost Saurav already, they found themselves a lovely position inside the circle. They are 2/3 inside, but what I want to see them is to try and block out the rotation of other teams, because once they get those firing lines open, I believe Blind Esports can make a massive impact.
It looks like to be an open circle, and to excel in circles like this, you need to ensure that you've got better vehicles, all in optimum health, and then if you are lucky, you can find a concrete cover, a compound for yourself. And Blind Esports, they have both of them. And if the circle pans in on them, this could also embark the comeback story, something that we also witnessed in round number 3. But MOGO Esports still playing around the edges. This time, they want to head in through that northern route and have decided to change vehicles. Did they run out of gas? Whatever the case is, now they're moving in together.
And I want to see MOGO Esports actually taking those fights, right? Enough of that edge of the circle gameplay. They know, as a matter of fact, that they are extremely successful when they leave S-Power to his own free roll, right? Let him move freely around the circle itself. Just try and get those openings, because you've got enough players in terms of capabilities, like Delta, Justin, individually capable of destroying teams out there, all by their own free will. I just want MOGO Esports to feel themselves once again inside of the game. But now look at this, extremely close towards Newman, and once again the circle deviating puts Orangutan in the prime spot, but also Team 8-Bit, I believe for them this can be an opportunity fixes.
For Orangutan, they can hold on to these compounds, but not for long. I'm pretty sure the circle is going to shift away from them, and Team X-Park not really being quite careful there. Eventually, a couple of their players already taken down. And now, of course, those revivals will do come in. But for MOGO Esports, look at them already playing with fire, just trying to drive around with their vehicles. A fight against Silly Esports as Hydra and Delta, both of them already down on their feet. As Akshu from the backlines, he gets a couple of those trades. And look at this, Blind Esports out of nowhere. They also decide to charge in headfirst inside this fight.
Come at the time, come at the man once again. Team Blind Esports looking to third party this fight. But look at that, Team God's Reign. They're here as well. Evil still looking to scramble across those finishers, but Blind Esports, having collected 2, I think should have been extremely satisfied. MOGO Esports once again falling due to that late rotation once again. And I don't understand why MOGO Esports do not get back to their old ways of playing, but enough of them. We will see them in the next match. But as of now, Team Orangutan, they're also suffering the brunt of Newman X Forever. It seems like Newman Forever went from the northwestern part of the circle to the northeastern part, and now they are colliding against the top dogs. But talking about the top dogs, Team X-Park, they've taken down another squad in the likes of Team Inferno squad.
This time at the cost of Spray God though. But for MOGO Esports, that situation was quite unwarranted. They could do nothing about the fact that a lot of those teams were lurking around, and whilst they were rotating, they had to lock heads against the players of Silly Esports. And this is what the other teams were also eyeing out for. An opportunity to dive down, and that is what they did. Blind Esports, Godstrain, everybody meddled their toes. And as a result, a lot of those teams got eliminated. But for Carpediem, Look at them. They are playing in uncharted waters. This is not what we have seen from their side. So far, not even a single finish to their name. And they are desperate for a big one.
Look at that, even their IGL has been taken down. But now, once again, the army swarms up. Phoenixes, they spot the likes of Team Blind once again. Blind open their firing lines as of now. The shots were taken, but Honey instantly decides to actually fall back. Now, for Phoenix Esports, they haven't really found any fighting stance so far in this battle so far, right? No covers whatsoever. The only piece that they can actually utilize is going to be their vehicles. But so far, it will be way too early to sacrifice these vehicles because too much to rotate and too much of the circle is yet to be captured. From the backlines, they also have to be careful about Team Limra and their presence as well, Fixes. And if does Blind decide to converge upon them, they will be in that massive sandwich situation between Limra, God's Reign and Blind.
So much migration is going to happen from that western side. So many of those teams are going to get themselves in. But look at Phoenix Esports. This time, they've spotted out the players of Team Limra. And this is a fight. They want to see it till the very end. Gokul is aware of Cheyenne's position. And this grenade does dish out certain amount of damage, but not enough to put him down on the ground. But Phoenix Esports, at the very same time, Salty, they have to make a big decision. Do they really get out of here, get inside the circle? Because if they do, they're going to get backstabbed.
It will be extremely risky for Phoenix Esports to leave this fight and leapfrog inside the circle because on the course of doing that, I believe, a couple of their players can potentially get taken down. But now look at this. Beautiful stuff from Dragon OP once again. A long distance knock has been confirmed and Team Limra go in head first. Team TWOB, will they be given the time to actually come back in this game is going to be the question. Of course, Goku, look at the way he's charging in. The vehicle needs to be parked. A couple of bits of information over there. It's a 1v1, but from the backlines, he has been shot down. It's Cyrax who found the knock. Hesperos does find the trade. Team Limra, they are falling, but still, they are keeping their hopes alive. The beacon of hope, Dragon OP and Hesperos, they're still standing on their feet.
Still quite alienated were the players of TWOB, as a result of which Cyrex could not really get in due time to provide that cover fire. But Team Limra, putting everything, every chips they had were on stake and somehow have managed to survive the onslaught. Over here right now, God's Reign taking on the players of Team Blind as Altu, he goes down on his knees. Evil from the backlines, he's going to be there to provide that cover fire. But Phantom and Fury still alive. I still fancy God Reign's chances.
Absolutely. Talk about Phantom though. It seems like he has decided to fall back from that fight, sacrificing the Altu and Venom who is down under. Talk about Numinex forever. They are going hot and heavy currently. Even Carpediem has been eliminated by the likes of Metal Esports. But talk about God's Reign, they are not stopping. The first man has been found. Mafia, I believe his finish might just get confirmed with this airstrike once again. Lovely stuff coming in from God's Reign. Not taking a step back, but taking the fight to Newman. This is the approach that we want. But Numinex forever, they're actually fighting someone else. And that is going to be Team Orangutan. AKOP once again has fallen, and the rest of the three players, it will be extremely important for them to fight a comeback, but they have been sized in that small pocket of space. Fixes. What can they do?
So many of those heat-seeking missiles being deployed at the players of Orangutan as Omega. He found yet another opening there. And as of now, WindGod on the backlines. He's engulfed himself in that murky smoke, but for how long? That is the big question. As Atanki decides to back off, decides to get that revive injected. But for now, 8-bit also from the nearby fray, they decide to take down a couple of players of OG. A very important game for Team 8-bit. A very important one for the likes of Team Bliss. But who comes out as the victor? Still, we have no idea what is going to happen next.
My eyes were pinned down on Evil. We wanted Team Blind to make that comeback. They had 8 elimination points, but it seems like they have been taken down. Numinex forever once again, just chiming in and showing what they've got in store. And once again, it's that lovely duo, Ash and Omega. They've got both the best from the both worlds as of now. Ash in terms of positioning. You've got Omega who can also shoot down players. Team Bliss themselves have had 7 finishes in their arsenal, and they have that lovely position inside the circle. Fixes. All of their 4 players are alive. 1 player in the backline to try and guard down any outliers. Possibly can be Metal Esports. But the fight between Numinex forever and Orangutan, it's still everlasting. It seems like it's never going to end. But can potentially end right now if Atanki gets ambushed by Oish and Ash.
He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. And he knows that it's just mere seconds before he meets his demise. And there you have it. One good grenade coming in from Juicy. But look at this. Ash out of nowhere decides to also bounce inside that particular situation. And for 8-bit, a few more finishes coming their way. They've got those lower grounds to play along with and have a lot of grenades to actually work this out.
This is heritage from Team 8-bit once again, always showing their class in the first game of the day and just leading the charge from the front lines. Look at this, they're trying to push back Numinex forever from that little space, and out of nowhere, Team 8-bit, they've actually built a lot of space for themselves. Now they can eventually move out a little bit in the freedom lines, but talking about Bliss Esports, I believe they want to counteract both Newman and 8-bit. Look at this, Newman, they are being pressured. It's just Ash who is still surviving, and this nade might just actually finish entirety of Newman Gaming.
But look at Omega, he still decides to fight back over there as AJ gets taken down. Turbo, he is putting his life on the line, decides to just drive by, spots out Omega and Ash's position, and has all that information relayed. As Eggy, he has also been taken down in that situation, which gives Team 8-bit that golden window of opportunity to strike inside this fight.
They certainly will strike, right? And of course, the first striking line is going to be Juicy. With the buggy, he does dash in, the nades do come in. Newman have been pinned down so far. They cannot move. The explosions, will they cause some problem is going to be the question. Bliss from the backlines, I love the way they have been taking control of this fight, and they can actually hit 8-bit exactly where it hurts. And I believe Team 8-bit realized that, and that is one of the reasons why they've tasked Juicy to keep Team Bliss in check.
I love how Team Bliss disengaged in that particular situation. They realized that 8-bit, they're advancing towards the likes of Newman Forever, and now with Omega already taken down, Ash, he's the lonesome survivor for his team. Juicy, he gets that confirmation over there. As now Team Bliss and Team 8-bit, both of them desperate for those points, and now the final two remain.
It does begin with that one dash, right? It's a 4v3, but for Team Bliss, I believe it is going to be the biggest problem in the name of Juicy right now. 3 players, they do not have any piece of cover, but I believe Turbo on his buggy can provide so much information to the rest of the players. But what are they going to do? Age is going to fall. Team 8-bit, they slowly are proceeding for the chicken dinner once again. It's going to be Juicy in the front lines, but he gets knocked down by Sam once again. Look at that, Team 8-bit slowly and steadily, they are certainly falling. And Team Bliss, they desperately want the chicken dinner in their back fixes.
Sam is having his hero moment right now. Taking down already 2 players of Team 8-bit, and now Mac and Mighty, they have to piece this one together as Mighty also falls. Sam on the cusp of proving and excelling in this particular fight in a 1v1 against Mac, and he's got on really low HP, but it is eventually, there you have it, Team Bliss. He's decided to do it, a 1v4 towards the end, and he pulls it off in style for Team Bliss, especially when the situation really arose. He stepped up to the situation and got this one home.
Team Bliss always had the better of the circle right from the start, right? But credit has to be given to where it's due. Team 8-bit, the amount of space they created from absolutely nothing, I believe Juicy will extremely be proud of himself and the rest of the boys as well. The utility usage was fantastic. Juicy himself kept guard on Team Bliss while they were striking down Numinex Forever. For a brief period of time, I thought that Newman might actually snatch away the win, but it was such a good display with the utility from 8-bit, right? It was so brilliant.
It was brilliant till the point they met Sam. And that is where you can also say that, yes, 8-bit made a lot of those unwanted errors in that particular fight, especially committing Juicy out there, and then for even Mac to get taken down like that, Mighty out in the open, Aditya not being in the lines of providing that cover fire. It was all set up. And in that 1v1 situation, it all was down to the instincts really kicking in for Sam. He was hungry, he was desperate, and he became a madman incarnate to clutch it out, to take the entirety of 8-bit all by his lonesome. This is special for Team Bliss, considering how much they were struggling in the first phase of the semis. And this was a good chicken dinner with a lot of those finishes to their names. Team Bliss finally on the right path once again.
Absolutely. 14 finishes on the board right now and 10 points from the chicken in a 24 point. They started the day off with 18 points. Now at 24, where do they land? Beyond the 40 point mark. Now I told you, Fixes, every single one of these teams, they had that opportunity. One good game, they will be in the fighting lines once again. Welcome Team Bliss to iQOO BMPS 2024.
I really hope this might be that one game that really gives them that path set up. especially to make it inside of the Grand Finals. But look at this fight, all right? Everything is not going right for Team Blaze unless and until this moment happened. Juicy, he gets taken down, and then you could see Aditya also falling down as well. And then Mac and Mighty, they were out in the open and they realized it's just that one play that they have to deal with. And look at how Sam really repositioned in that particular situation. And for Mac to really get out of the tree's cover, I do not know what he was thinking. Maybe he was of the opinion that Sam was on real low HP, but eventually it came down to the fact that the last shot from that DBS connected, and does not matter. Even if you're at that full HP with that shotgun, anything can change. Tables were flipped, and that is how Bliss managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely. Now, look at this, right? Sam only had one finish at the start of that fight. It was a 3v4 against 8-Bit. Now, 8-Bit, they're touted to be that team who always start their day with a chicken dinner, and Team Bliss had to mount a very massive comeback. And in that storyline, the player who had the least amount of finishes for his team steps up, goes in for a 1v4, and I believe it has been a dream run for Sam, especially in that particular map. But imagine the confidence from Team Bliss right now. Every single one of their players has chimed in terms of their individual contributions, and I believe with confidence soaring high, the rest of the comeback is going to be extremely easy. Team Bliss might potentially push up even further, potentially towards the high 60s till the end of the day. It's going to be a long shot for me, but I believe that can happen.
I think they might have already crossed over that 50 marker for sure. And even for 8-Bit, still quite a decent game considering they got that second position. Yes, it would be a little gutting the fact that they missed out on the chicken dinner, but 12 points, still A-okay considering they also had a good start. I have no idea that Medal Esports would come out second considering those 10 finishes they also got for themselves. But 24 points coming in from Team Blaze, added along with 27. Yes, they've crossed that 50 mark. But for Newman Forever, 11 points, nothing to worry about. Blind though, 8 points. Do you think it is enough considering where they are at?
Absolutely not. Honestly speaking, Blind Esports, yes, it does mean like the start of something, but to be honest, for Blind Esports, they needed this performance to be an absolute blockbuster. Currently, they are going to be sitting at that 35-point mark, so we'll still have to find out if they've got enough fuel, enough gas in their tank. But in the second page, I believe there are going to be certain disappointments. Carpediem, once again, things are not going right for them. Pokar was still the first man to actually get taken down. The rest of the three players could not do anything. As we move on forward towards the match summary, it seems like there has been a lot of those smokes utilized. 175, the number being quite high. 5 grenade finishes that we get to see. Majority of them, I believe, came in from the likes of 8-Bit, if I'm not mistaken. 6 vehicle finishes. And I believe this is going to be an interesting number.
Yeah, 6 vehicle finishes. We saw a lot of those drive-bys happening today, especially that first fight when we had MOGO Esports going after Phoenix, and then Blind out of nowhere, they also decide to chime in. It was chaos, anarchy all over the place. And it was so difficult for us to really catch up with so much action breaking out, because the first phase, we saw a couple of those fights, and then it was a complete lull towards those mid phases, because everybody was worried about that hard shift. Once that happens, that is where they decided to make their move. But regardless, for Team 8-Bit and for Team Bliss, work in the right direction. They need more of this.
They certainly need more of this. But as of now, I believe there are a couple of teams who are still going to be making charts. Team Orangutan, Numinex Forever, they had, I believe, a good game for them in the stores. And for Numinex Forever, I wanted them to go a little more aggressive, try and cause a little more problems. But hopefully, after this very short break, when we come back, they will do so.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Every load, they go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई। अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Today is going to be the day of comebacks is what we predicted at the start of the show. And once again, Necro, it seems like Team Bliss, they have made it happen. Even Team 8-Bit, as a matter of fact, for them, the game was pretty stellar. What are your thoughts about that?
It is the day of comebacks, but I would say it's the last day to make a comeback. Because on tomorrow, it's going to be way too late. And you pretty much know tomorrow is going to be the day where a lot of these no-names will be eliminated. Pretty much 50% of the teams will be cut off. And then only 50% can move on forward, right? And that's a big chunk getting eliminated from this entire tournament. Only 16 teams move on to the Grand Finals. And yeah, speaking about the previous game, Bliss pulling off a game that they desperately needed. And this is the exact momentum Bliss was looking for. And with this one single game now, they're going to propel themselves in a pretty good spot.
Absolutely. And especially that 1v4 pulled off by Sam against 8-Bit. It certainly was brilliant. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you also want to put on some stellar display on your esports games and your scrims as well, you need to consider yourself a flagship device that is capable of tackling the game as well. And of course, who better than our lovely partners, iQOO 12, of course. And let me tell you, majority, in fact, every single one of our athletes who actually move on towards Kochi, they're going to play the most flagship esports tournament inside of India on this most flagship device, which is going to be iQOO 12. Power pack with features, Necro.
Of course.
But also, do you want to tell them about a giveaway that we are doing right now? 4 devices.
All you need to do is head on towards Google and search for the iQOO 12, and you might just stand a chance to win one of these devices. And 4 of them are being given away right now. So move on towards Google and do it. But let's move on with the conversation, right? Day of comebacks, it is supposed to be the day 3 itself. Now, still a lot of these known names are pretty much on the struggling side of things, right? Carpediem is one of those names.
Absolutely. For Carpediem, it seems like the same story is repeating once again. Pokar getting taken down in the early stages. Once again, they're trying to go in some abrupt fights, and they are being stopped dead in their tracks. Let's have a look at the overall standings once again. Newman X Forever, they will channelize themselves and try and catapult towards that #1 position. 87 points for them. TWOB slowly climbing down the ranks, 85 points. Team Limra, this team has done certainly well, 77 points for them. No changes over there, but Medal Esports, it seems like this team also did pretty well, Necro, in that last game.
Listen, I mean, at this point, you can pretty much say the top 5, they've easily qualified, right? The cutoff is they've already reached it. You've got Team X Park as well with 62 points. OG there with 60 as well. Phoenix Esports, newer face on the block, but still the kids are doing quite nice, and I'm proud of them. But as you flip the page of the overall standings, this is where a few problems will be noticed. Teams like WindGod Esports, Team 8-Bit, still a few problems have been noticed in their gameplay. Yes, the previous one was quite nice, so nothing taken away from that. But now Team Bliss, as they make the comeback, this is going to be quite a formidable one. Because for Team Bliss, especially in the semifinals itself, they have been pretty inconsistent.
Absolutely. Now, the problem with Team Bliss is going to be the fact that now Godlike and the rest of the teams from Group B, they're going to play that one extra game, and once again they will be pushed out of that top 16, right? Team Bliss, they need another good performance before they solidify their position inside of the top 16. But now look at this, majority of the teams in this list who have played 9 matches, I believe, are going to be in struggling shoes, Necro. Look at that, Carpediem, Inferno Squad, even Godlike. As a matter of fact, this game was not really the ideal Godlike gameplay that I expected. Once again, having so much of the circle control, they had no finishes to actually show off for it.
Yeah, for some reason, Godlike is also overthinking a lot of that stuff, right? The semifinal jitters, if you'd like to call it. But knowing the fact that these are pretty much going to be the final few moments to make the comeback and solidify your slot in the top 16. For Godlike, there's a lot on the line. Because it's one of those teams that was the grand finalist as well of the BJAS 2024. So that's a legacy that they need to live up with. Of course, in the past, known as a different name. Cheminix Venom, it was their name in the past. So now it's known as Scots Reen. They've got much more of a known banner out there representing, and there's so much on the line. But as you've got the matchup of the upcoming game on the screen, it will be Group A first on the screen. MOGO Esports, for them as well, comeback is necessary.
Comeback is necessary, and just like I've been screaming to death, MOGO Esports need to go back to their old ways, Necro. S-Power needs to come back in the firing lines of things, and he needs to lead the charge and inspire Delta and Justin to actually move on forward. But Group B is going to be our recent addition. You've got the likes of Godlike as well. I believe a lot of us actually predicted Hero Xtreme Godlike to mount a comeback, because yesterday we saw them experiment a lot of things and we saw glimpses of the performance that can come today. Admino and Jonathan, they are shooting out of their minds right now. They are in the top 5 of the iQOO MVP contenders list. I don't really believe it's going to be a very hard job for Punk to actually catapult Godlike back in the top 5.
They easily can, man. All it takes is one solid game, and Bliss has pretty much proved that, right? If you get one solid game in your hands with 10 elimination points and 20 points in total in the overall board, you can instantly bring yourself back in the race in the top 16, and that's all Godlike needs. But once again, getting that one single good game has been a big challenge for a lot of these names, and Godlike as well, they're now starting to face the jitters of the semifinals, and that's the problem, right? We all pretty much knew Godlike was always about testing the waters.
Yeah.
Now in the round 3, they pretty much look pretty formidable, but then you move on forward towards the semifinals. Of course, the teams are going to change their strategies.
Yeah.
And once again, for Godlike, they needed to rewrite their strategy book according to the lobby.
Talking about rewriting their strategy, they will also have to rewrite their current performances in this game of Miramar.
As their plane flight path begins all the way from El Pozo towards the right-hand side of the map, which is going to be truck stop. Once again, this plane flight path, it seems pretty balanced, unless if you want to move down south towards Partona, or maybe even Minas del Sur, then that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch.
Absolutely, but apart from that, Necro, I really love this current flight path. Does give that equal contention to majority of the teams who want to drop down and find an ideal housing for themselves. But look at El Pozo itself, right? I still will be looking towards that versatile Carpediem duo that always happens, if not in the early game, potentially once the first and the second circle jitters are down and out. I still believe Versatile and Carpediem can actually meet their ways once again, but majority of our eyesights will be on the likes of the comebacks, will be on the likes of RTGxIND, will be on the likes of Hero Xtreme Godlike as well. And even WindGod, as a matter of fact, they themselves have done phenomenally well inside of the semi-finals, coming out of their early tournament jitters, but 48 points is where they stand. I don't believe the job is already done for them. WindGod, they still need to keep up that consistency.
Everyone needs to keep up that consistency, man, unless if you're not there in the top 5. Consistency is going to be needed. And if you're there in the top 5, then it's all good in the hood. You've pretty much qualified. You've got the amount of points that you need to make it through. But looking at the drop collisions for now, it's going to be a clash between Carpediem and VXT. Both these teams right next to each other. And once again, keep this thing in mind. For Carpediem, recently they have been overthinking a lot of that stuff. Now it's time to straight up head on, move inside of a battle, come out on top, because they need these type of elimination points. And for Carpediem, Pokar is way too far away for some reason.
Exactly. Once again, just starting this fight right from a disadvantage, right? Pokar completely alienated from the rest of his teammates. It seems like the problems of communication have come back once again, but inside of El Pozo, I'm not really sure if the fight is going to happen, but inside of this fight, MOGO Esports, are they going to find the lead is going to be the question. Yes, they do. Drogon has been taking down Team Dragons on the back foot, but S-Power being taken down, I believe this is where Team Dragons can certainly strike MOGO Esports. They're still trying to hold the ground. Delta is going to come back and trade his contemporary, but S-Power being revived, I believe Team Dragons will be given that little bit of space for themselves.
Yeah, pretty much they do. But for MOGO Esports, it's a way to kick things off right. S-Power was knocked out. That could have been a little bit problematic. And now for Team Dragons, just down to a 2-man squad. The fallen man cannot be revived anymore. For MOGO Esports, they've got the upper hand inside of the duel too. Night King, pinned down on the upper floor for now. He can hear so many footsteps approach him. Before Team Dragons are trying to hold down this fortress, it seems next to impossible. The players, they've got a bit of that separation going on.
There is no trade potential whatsoever, Necro, and it seems like all 4 players are going to chime in. The first 2 players have been taken down. Night King, what a beautiful spray down that was. Trying to go in for the 3rd. He goes in for the 4th as well. 2 frags being shared between Frost and Night King. What a beautiful extermination it was. MOGO Esports have been taken out of the lobby, have been kicked out of the lobby.
MOGO Esports making rookie mistakes, approaching the fight that way, and still getting absolutely mowed down. I'm not even sure what's going to be something that can make the players of MOGO Esports realize these type of mistakes. They do have the firepower, but now the same intention they were showcasing in the previous rounds, it's not working out in the semifinals anymore. They're getting countered pretty hard. MOGO Esports, they need to figure out a strategy as soon as possible. Time's running out. And for Team Dragons now, even it feels like their lifeline's going to be running away soon enough. But they're going to set up a nice crossfire to play this. Phoenix Esports, they do want to find the breaching point inside of the house. 2 players still up and standing, and even for Phoenix Esports, it's just 2 players around the vicinity. The cavalry as well that arrives on the opposite side of the streets. But still, it's not going to be an easy wall to crack through.
They still need something stellar. Team Dragons I'm talking about, they need something extremely clean, something like Carnival Gaming actually pulled off inside of round 3, if I'm not mistaken, once again. Talking about Team Dragons, the crossfire setup has been laid. They still want to mark the choke points of the staircase. But this time around, I believe Phoenix Esports, they will be prepared, especially in their 2-2 split in which they are operating. There certainly is going to be an opportunity for Team Dragons to capitalize this. Snowjod has been wonderful in terms of his form. In fact, every single one of these players, Cheyenne in that contenders list as well. Phoenix Esports, they know how to finish fights extremely quick, Necro. But it seems like with this one, they're trying to delay the things.
They indeed are. With the way Phoenix Esports as well, they have been playing so far, they've been quite incredible. Can't take away that. And for Team Dragons, unfortunate blow. A punch in the gut they could not recover from as they take an exit from the lobby itself. Still, there's that one single man alive on the upper floor. Or 2 players, pretty much. The fact that this fight really hasn't came into fruition is now just rising up my anxiety levels. Both the players just on the upper floor as you transition towards another part of the map, and it's going to be Carpediem getting beat down by the players of Team Versatile.
This is disappointing, man, Necro. I have no clue what is Carpediem up to once again. Team Versatile catching just one player off guard. Carpediem just in disarray so far. All their players have dispersed in different parts of the map. Pucar is on his own. Max and Fierce are on their own as well. But this fight, coming back to the one which has been shooting up your anxiety levels. Night King still holding the ground as of now. He has been taken down to almost 50% of his HP. But still from the outside of the compound, I believe Phoenix Esports have nailed this one thing right? While Honey and Snowjod provide that pressure from that staircase, the utility usage, I believe, is going to make Team Dragons a really second think their steps once again.
And indeed will. But the players, they have set up a nice crossfire to play with. And yes, Salty, we are seeing the elimination feed too. And the teams that were on the struggling side of things, once again, it feels like they are going to continue their struggles even in this game itself. First, it was MOGO Esports, now it's Carpediem. Even Team Dragons on the receiving end of things. For Team Dragons, just 2 players left standing, and still this stalemate. It's burning through a lot of that time, not just for Phoenix Esports, but even for Team Dragons.
It's completely fine. Especially inside of Impala, they are in the smack center of the circle. Majority of the teams have recently started their rotation right now, be it for TWOB, be it for Team Hyderabad Hydras as well. They're trying to make their way in, and everyone has that one single destination in mind, and that will be Impala. And like you said, I believe that no matter if the fight does get stretched or if it doesn't, the teams who will be in Impala already, they will be in the midst of attraction. Center of attraction, basically.
They pretty much will be. TWOB on the screen for now, and it's one of those teams, once again, they've already met the qualification marker. And for TWOB, if they want, they can move on forward and try and spoil a few dreams, just like Phoenix Esports over here, as they wipe out the floor with the names of Team Dragons. And Team Dragons, yes, they did beat down quite a known name inside of the lobby too in the name of MOGO Esports. And MOGO Esports getting 43 points so far. It's not that bad of a marker. But still, for Phoenix Esports, these 2 points, that will be the confidence booster they need, even though they don't, considering they've already got so many points to begin with. But still, for Phoenix Esports, it's something they can work on.
They certainly do, and honestly speaking, I believe Phoenix Esports, with the way they are moving around the circle, with the way they play the map of Virangal as well, should not be an extensively difficult task for them to wipe out the rest of the competition. get themselves a good game. But the replay, ladies and gentlemen, this was the fight where MOGO Esports started things off with a bang. They had such a lead, but then this 2v4, I didn't really understand what Team MOGO Esports were thinking. From the backlines, look at that Frost OP from such a distance. That was impeccable, right?
Yeah, it just went for that constant spam and the players just walk into that fire. And then later on, Phoenix Esports came in and just mopped the floor. And honestly, Phoenix Esports has been one of those teams too, man. Quite the newer faces. We did see this team perform in the past as well in the BGS 2024 with a different name, but still, these players, they do not really have that much experience, but still in the official tournament, they're in the semifinals, doing so good, on the verge of qualifying as well. And they do deserve a big round of applause.
Absolutely. One thing which I like about Phoenix Esports is they've mastered one art inside of the game, and that is the art of third-partying, Necro. They know exactly when to hit, and they know exactly when to exit from a particular fight. They've mastered it time and time again, and every single time they come into a fight, they know they are going to sure shot getting those points on board as well. Once again, Phoenix Esports, they get themselves the 2 points, and they exit from that location instantly. There's still that space in between Cheyenne and Honey and Snowjot. It seems like they are deploying that 2-2 formation once again. But as long as the circle, I believe, favors the shorelines for Phoenix Esports, there will be nothing to worry about. But talk about things to worry about. There's going to be an enormous fan base cheering for the likes of these 4 players. Hero, Xtreme, Godlike. Pressure of the banner. Pressure of the expectations that you have set in the tournament already. And now you're supposed to perform.
Indeed. But hey, look at the iQOO MVP of that previous game, right? Nova 21 from Blind Esports. 6 finishes and 628 damage dished out. Doing pretty nice. And even the survival time of 22:41. Especially for Blind Esports too. They desperately needed to establish a comeback. It can be a great way to start things off as well. But man, knowing the fact that it's Blind Esports and they have been pretty inconsistent time and time in the past as well. So nothing much can be said, man. It's one of those banners these days that you cannot really rely on.
And honestly speaking, I believe that Blind Esports, for them, the 8 points, they needed much more than that. But the 8 points are going to mean the world to them. Now look at this. Godlike. They know they were close to another squad. Did hear the rumming of the vehicles as well. Phoenix Esports did mark the likes of Simp as well, but not taking in shots, not giving away their positioning already. Cheyenne knows exactly where Team Hero, Xtreme, Godlike are going to be in. And Phoenix Esports, it seems like they have their eyes on their target.
They indeed do. But look at the spray that just came through. Jonathan's knocked out. And even the confirmation follows up. Phoenix Esports doing pretty nice. But yeah, for Godlike, it's such a bad way to start things off. Just blows. One of the main playmakers for them. Pretty much knocked out, on the verge of being confirmed as well. He's brought back on his feet, but for how long can Godlike keep on defending himself? Maybe not yet. They're going for that revival on the fallen player. Cheyenne pushed on up a little bit too deep, but then realized he's in deep troubles. That's why he just whacked away. And here comes a proper push from Phoenix Esports to surrounding the entirety of Godlike as he once again fights the re-knock, but Goku gets knocked out in instants.
The flank has been neutralized, Necro, and it seems like Team Phoenix Esports can actually be in a world of trouble right now. At least for Godlike, they have all their players in close proximities. The trade potential is still going on. All their 4 players are still on their feet. But now look at this. Simp in a huge world of trouble right now. The nade will be lobbed in, but it seems like Punk is still going to survive. Hero, Xtreme, Godlike, they are in a whole world of trouble. Phoenix Esports, they cannot keep up the pressure so far. 2 players have fallen already, while the 4, they are still struggling. But it seems like Godlike putting teamwork up for display. They've done a phenomenal job isolating these players and exterminating them one by one.
They indeed have still one more man to go in the name of Snowjot, but even he will be wrapped up. And that's set from Godlike. Man, what a way to deliver the blows against the players of Phoenix Esports and still getting the fallen man back upon his feet. For Godlike, this is going to be a path they exactly want to catch, and now they just need to keep on walking throughout it.
The biggest mistake which I believe Phoenix Esports made was the fact that they went for that wide flank.
Yeah.
Goku went for the wide flank. He instantly gets neutralized, and I believe that is the point on where the House of Cards started crumbling. Talking about WindGod Esports, they have recently approached Team Godlike. They could hear all the commotion from the distance. Right now, Savitar, with the 6x, will be able to spot down every single one of those players. But do WindGod decide to engage is definitely going to be a question. They just read it on that finish feed that all 4 players are still surviving for this team, while the other 4 have been eliminated. So for Savitar, I believe it will be a monumental task. Possibly he's here for a scouting mission. He's going to take his exit extremely soon.
He indeed is. But honestly speaking, man, with the way the fight was converted, you got to give it to Punk. Striking down 2 players, carrying his team on the back in a pretty great fashion. Hero Xtreme Godlike. I did not think they're going to be the one to come out on top in that duel, but they still did. And keep this thing in mind, it's also going to be a big confidence booster, considering they just struck down a team like Phoenix Esports. That's going to help him out so much in the upcoming run. But hey, something that's going to help you in your runs inside of the game, and that's going to be our official smartphone partner, which is the iQOO 12, a flagship device with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, and even you can play the game on extreme settings without any problems. Smooth gaming experience the entire time. But looking at the replay and how the knock was found, man, that spray was so good. Few shots taken, Jonathan was instantly knocked out. All those shots connected on his dome.
This is the partnership where I really felt Jonathan and Sim just lived up to their hype once again. Sim finding that long distance knock, and of course, the player who is so good in close range, he'll always deliver. But now look at this team, WindGod. They actually do decide to collide, and all 3 players are starting to chime in. Bong, the only player who is still surviving, is also going to fall, and WindGod, they leave this territory completely unscathed. The 4th player from Team Hero Xtreme Godlike is not going to be there, but what a surgical strike it was from this team.
It indeed was, man. And for WindGod now, considering with the way this fight just kicked off for them, they've got the bigger hand. And now for Godlike, they can't even do anything to try and retaliate. The players are still way too vulnerable. You can't pretty much say Godlike is taken down to just that one player, but even Reckoning Esports, now they step inside of the playing field as Death Blow has been handed out to Sim, and now Godlike is down to just that one single man as expected. But look at the amount of shots that are being taken from Reckoning Esports too. Constantly spamming away, Hunters. He just wants to catch a few connections. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case.
I love this systematic assassination from WindGod, right? Savitar came in. He found all that information from every single one of the 4 players. And then, of course, called for a comeback, right? Called for the cavalry. All 3 players, in fact, all 4 players coming in together, causing that overload on top of Hero Xtreme Godlike. And there was absolutely nothing that this team could do, right? They could not sense this fight from miles away, but still could not stop it. But at least for Hero Xtreme Godlike, and to their credit, Admino is still surviving. And I believe that this man can actually take this team potentially inside the top 5. But needs to be extremely cautious of his presence and needs to try and keep himself as anonymous as possible. But so far the circle does take a drastic shift. Majority of the teams are still inside, but it's just Team Limra who wants to take a slower stance. In fact, Necro, they're still way outside the play zone.
They indeed are. But it's Limra we're speaking of, right? This is pretty much the way they have been playing. And for Team Limra, once again, making that late game rotation, I'm not really surprised. Maybe they're just test driving this bike that's on the screen. Hero Xtreme 160R4 Wii. They're having such a great time that they do not even want to enter inside of the war zone.
In fact, if Team Limra can actually make it inside Kochi, Dragon OP is quite close to actually winning this bike.
Yeah, on the leaders list, right?
Yep.
iQOO contenders. There's definitely a high chance, but keep this thing in mind. To claim this bike, you need to be on that list in the Grand Finals, not in the tournament. He needs to perform well in the Grand Finals itself. That's the only chance when he can get his hands on this bike. But hey, moving on with the conversation, Hyderabad Hydras too, with only 29 points on the board. Even they are on the struggling side of things. For Godlike, this could have been the game which they were looking out for. But still, they've got 45 points, right, Salty?
Yeah.
They can easily bounce back. It's not a problem. Still pretty close to that qualification marker. Doing okay.
Slight change in that statement. They certainly can bounce back, but I'm not really sure if easily is going to be the term, to be honest, because for Godlike, inside of the semi-finals, they have had the better side of the fights multiple times, but it seems like more often than not, finding consistency is going to be a problem. But now look at this team, Reckoning Esports, a team that has actually found consistency after a massive debacle inside of round 3. They are bouncing back once again. 2 early finishes against WindGod. They are inside of the blue, but it doesn't really seem like to be a major problem for them. They're extremely close to the circle, have to traverse just 250 meters, and they will be inside the play zone once again.
The next zone shift's going to be there on the screen, and it's going to shift right in the smack center. So much of that open field to play with. You would need to try and make something out of nothing if you're someone breaching in late, and Team Limra can be one of those. Unless if they're going to go for straight-up collisions, then that's a different thing. But looking at VXT, and there's another team right next to him. That is actually going to be the remaining players of Team Limra. There was a high chance they could have collided. Yeah, considering the zone shifted out in the open, there's not a lot of that playing field, or maybe you can say the cover field left over. A lot of these open areas can be problematic.
But Necro, one thing has always been constant, no matter where the zone is. If it is the map of Miramar, you will always find Team TWOB finding that right compound inside the circle every single time. I'm not really sure how they have been managing to do that, but either they have been extremely lucky in their rotations, or they found that magic trick on how to guess where the circle is going to be. Because Team TWOB, this is enormous amount of consistency. Not just in their gunfights, but also in their positioning once again. But on the eastern front, you've got a battle that is growing up. Team Hyderabad, the Hydras, barely inside the circle, looking to gatekeep the likes of Reckoning Esports. Now this is going to be an interesting battle. If Reckoning Esports do manage to collide, there are going to be the open arms of Insidious and his partner in crime. And I also love the 2-2 split setup coming in from Hyderabad. Hydras, Necro can hit them from both the sides.
It indeed can. But once again, we're speaking of Hyderabad Hydras here, man. And with the way they were taking shots as well against Reckoning Esports. As Reckoning Esports, they look to reposition. All the players moving from the outskirts as they are looking to breach inside of the safety lines. And it's going to be quite the open grounds. As I mentioned, there's not a lot of that cover in this playing field. It's time to make something out of nothing. For Reckoning Esports, there's a high chance they can be in the big pinch as well. They need to be super careful. There's RTGxIND right next to him. And all the 4 players, they can be quite the problematic bunch. But Reckoning Esports, they found themselves a nice little ditch to play with. But this area can be filled up with a lot of that problem soon.
Especially if RTGxIND actually land their nades right. But at least for Reckoning Esports and their perspective, this is a much more favorable fight as compared to Hyderabad Hydras. Not as strong on paper, not as strong in terms of the statistics, but now look at this. It seems like Godlike and Team Limra are going to collide. Dragon OP and Venom have been individually traded. Phantom, he will get traded down from the backlines as well as Poco WNL just goes berserk. This man has single-handedly taking down the likes of 2 players from God's Reign. So far, Fury in the backlines will try and confirm Hesperos, but the rest of the players from Team Limra are looking to escape. But will God's Reign let them escape is definitely going to be the question.
Once again, the same problem strikes. But luckily enough, Altu finds a beautiful knockout. As the man instantly gets struck down before Altu, still there's a lot of those problems in the front. And unfortunately for Team Limra, they do make some rash decisions and get eliminated from the game.
Talking about God's Reign, they also have suffered 2 players in the process, and now look at this, Ignite Gaming, they look to be the ones to actually third party this fight. It's 2 players, Aizen and Hulk, and we know how beautiful these 2 players have been, especially on that leaderboard. Both Hulk and Aizen have shown us wonderful signs of clutches as well as high fragging numbers, but now look at this, with that 1 nade, Alto is going to blow Hulk off the territories as well. Aizen needs to heal himself up, but I believe a clutch is going to be way too much to ask for. A 1v2 situation asked off of him. But where are the rest of the players of Ignite Gaming is my question. Even Aizen is going to fall courtesy to that Molotov. And now Sarkar, way too late in this fight. I believe it will be extremely hard for him to actually get back in this fight.
Oh no, that's a big problem. But Ignite Gaming, as Aizen even falls down, and as pretty much a lot of those players are just hitting the deck for Ignite Gaming. I'm not even sure what the call is going to be at this point in time, but Aizen can be brought back on his feet, and that's exactly what they're doing. But even for Godsreen, the two players are looking pretty strong. Fury on up, as he's going to patch himself up once again, but the floor's lava, and Sarkar's catching a lot of that damage. Hulk tossing in this nade, it can be the game changer, as that's going to find the re-knock on Altu.
It's time for payback from Hulk. The first nade connects, destroys that door open as well. It's a 1v2 for Fury, and of course he knows exactly that nades are being cooked up. Does have that S12K to actually work with, but will this shotgun sing the songs of death is going to be the question. Repositions himself onto the upper floor, and he knows exactly that the nades are going to come flying in. Needs to do something ecstatic with those movements, but so far he's still looking to find that revive. Two nades staring dead at him, and it seems like he's still going to survive that collision, but now finally, of course, with the shotgun staring dead at him in the face, Hulk is still going to prevail.
He could have actually went for the revival if he wanted to. He could have gotten the fallen man back on his feet, but Fury, maybe the man was a little bit too greedy. Another fight brewing up between the players of Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, but there's another fight happening at the same time as 8-Bit. They make the push against the players of Sarkar Gaming, and even Anonymous hits the deck, and even TWOB now, they come in with the third party.
TWOB, they come in flying, and what a Bollywood entry it has been. But of course, Cyrax being extremely pressured. He did get one knock for himself, but now it's time for the rest of the players to come in and try and go for the revive. TWOB, they certainly are trying extremely hard to keep themselves alive. They found that little pocket of space, Necro, but from the backlines, if Sarkar Gaming and the rest of the crew, they try and come in for the third party, TWOB can also get taken down. They're extremely close to the circle. They know that the nades need to be extremely pristine if they want to survive. They're doing so. On the other side, even Reckoning Esports are struggling to keep their feet up as of now, because RTGxIND, a fight that we predicted would happen way before, is starting to take place right now.
All the players back on their feet as Reckoning Esports. They're constantly taking shots in the front. 5 finishes so far accumulated from this team. And for Reckoning Esports, already crossing that 78-point marker. They're looking pretty formidable. For RTGxIND, every single step they take, it has to be to perfection. They cannot lose this game anymore. They're way too close to winning.
Talking about winning so far, it's just one elimination that RTGxIND have been able to put up on board. Still 6 teams remain and 18 players are inside of the lobby. So for RTGxIND, I believe for them, it is going to be extremely difficult, especially to protect their space. And for that, they want to eliminate the likes of Reckoning Esports. At least their stalwart is down. Viper, another nade follows up. He wants to get another knock for himself. Finishes off one player, but Lobster will get knocked out. Instead, gets straight off as well.
Immortal. A beautiful spam came through as he got that confirmation as well. And for Reckoning Esports, once again, they're constantly looking to hurt the players of RTGxIND. The evil plans of Reckoning, they've got nothing to lose, but they definitely do want to make the players of RTGxIND suffer.
And talk about suffer, it seems like Arib and Ralphie, they're still trying to hold their ground. Radon inside of the blue as well. Not really finding themselves a pocket of space. Reckoning Esports, they're not stopping their offense as the nades do come flying in. The backlines, of course, do have a look at the finish feed as well. WindGod, they are going big. But Reckoning Esports, they have been eliminated with that one nade coming in from Arib. RTGxIND, they do manage to survive a scare. But for how long will they be able to hold this position is going to be the question. Look at WindGod charging at them, Necro. And it seems like the wind has definitely struck their sails.
It indeed has. Cyrax inside of the smoke. Prone down as he's tossing those utilities constantly against VXD. A nade return back towards Cyrax, but even that's not going to matter as the man hits the decks, and that's going to be it from TWOB. But looking at the players of Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Admino with just 2 eliminations on the board. This is going to be a bit problematic. He needs to traverse through the opening grounds to make it inside of the safety lines, and once again, it will be next to impossible to do so because he does not have any vehicle to play with.
But at least this man managed to bring his team inside of the top 5, right? Playing in for the placement points. He lost the rest of his teammates when there were 14 teams still alive, and now look at him. The prime man on the iQOO MVP contenders list. Another mod does sail in. He's still looking to actually put up the offense against Versatile Gaming. And Versatile, with 2 players surviving, I don't really believe they have much of the circle. Instead, it's going to be WindGod, but from the backlines, RTGxIND, they're going to take it Mino out of his miseries.
They indeed are. It just blows for Godlike, but still in the top 4 with decent amount of elimination points. That's going to give them okay points in the point standing. WindGod, they've got a lot of that trouble approaching them, and it's going to be in the name of RTGxIND as 2 of the players get struck down. But still, Avi, he's going to find that random spam through the smoke, and he will put the nail in the coffin against them.
It's a 2v2 between WindGod and Versatile Necro, and it seems like Versatile, they are going to be looking to fancy their chances. Raiden finds the first knock as well, and now it's all down to Rest, the shotgun. S12K versus the pump action. Rex does march in, but it seems like the pump action is going to be enough. Team Versatile, they've done a phenomenal job so far in this match, and once again, Somraj shows his class.
He indeed does. 7 finishes on the board and 17 points in total. What a game from VXT that was. And we had to talk about Carpediem and VXT having that drop collision. But once again, unfortunately for Carpediem, they were not able to win that fight. One of the men got taken down way too early, considering he was caught in a big pinch. And then later on for Carpediem, once again, the troubles. They kept on hitting the Paradise. You can say the same thing for MOGO Esports too, man. The problems are just constantly brewing up for these guys.
Honestly, I'm not even sure what is going wrong in Carpediem and their camps, even for MOGO Esports. Now, for MOGO, you can understand that they are choking in terms of their gunfights, but for Carpediem, it seems like the entire team is in disarray right now. Necro, you saw how Pokar was completely dropping away from the rest of his teammates, and Gamla Boy got picked up completely by his own lonesome. So, they have to fix a lot of things if they want to come back at their very best, but this is not the Carpediem that I know, of course. Absolutely not.
Absolutely, man. I mean, with the way Carpediem was able to start things off as well, right? As you mentioned, one of the men was way too far away. But if you noticed in the mid-game itself, where one of the men was picked off from Carpediem, once again, we saw that little bit of a split between the teammates itself. And I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, man. Because for Carpediem, the team synergy, especially inside of the 4v4 fights, was incredible.
Well. Now talk about this RTGxIND. They did try a lot in terms of holding the ground against WindGod Esports. WindGod themselves were absolutely brilliant in this map of Miramar. They had the better on the circle, but I'm not really sure how did they lose this ultimate battle, but some way or the other, WindGod, it seems like they found at least some sort of consistency. They are managing to get their 4 players inside the final circle, and it seems like they have improved quite a lot. This performance can push them beyond that 50-point marker, and now all of a sudden it seems like it's going to be all good in the hood for WindGod.
Hands down, man. For WindGod, it's been all about consistency, right? Try and compare the performance inside of the round 1 as well, in the round 2 as well, and even inside of the round 3. They have been pretty good. Yeah, in the semifinals, we did witness a bit of those problems, but then later on, once again, they're able to catch that pace. And I'm just a big fan of WindGod Esports, especially inside of this iQOO BMPS 2024. Compare this performance to the previous official tournament, which was the PJAS 2024. They were not even close to what they're performing right now.
Absolutely. And this is what we've been talking about, right? It seems like improvements were targeted at them by their fans, and Rex and Avi, they both have actually worked together. Even Savitar, in fact, as a matter of fact, that fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike brings a lot of fond memories, because this was exactly the approach that Avi used to take, especially when he used to play under the banner of Newman. But now he is putting up that same aggressive display once again. Savitar coming in, getting all the information, and then, of course, the surgical striking is Godlike. It was so good.
Yeah, exactly, man. Especially moving on towards that previous game as well. Team Limra, they went for quite that late breach inside of the zone too, right? But then later on, the way they took that fight was quite unorthodox, I'm not going to lie. They did not even feel like they were communicating properly. Yes, they were getting those knockouts here and there, but still, man, it was all about that individual prowess. And with the way they were taking that fight, it just felt so rash. They did not care what the outcome was going to be, because they've already pretty much made it towards the upcoming stage.
They certainly have pretty much made it, but as of now, we are still going to hold our horses, Necro. Let's have a look at the point standings. 17 total points for Versatile. Once again, a good game coming in from them. Talk about WindGod Esports, 14 total points from them. RTGxIND, this performance was needed, and their fans were screaming for some sort of a comeback. 11 points, still not going to be enough, but I believe at least something is going to be better than nothing.
8-Bit with just 1 point from that previous game. Even Hyderabad Hydras, the struggles, they continue. Carpediem too, just getting 0 points. Even for Hyderabad Hydras now, they should be part of the conversation too, right? Yeah. Because with the way Hyderabad Hydras started their journey in the iQOO BMPS 2024, it felt like it's going to be one of the most strongest forces inside of the entire tournament. But now the transition towards the semifinals, it's not been that fluid.
Absolutely not fluid, but Ladies and gentlemen, of course, something which has been fluid, it will be the grenade number of finishes, right? Look at that, 7 eliminations from grenades itself, 5 vehicle finishes, something which we don't really get to see on the map of Miramar, and then, of course, a total of 126 smokes used. I was expecting this number to actually shoot up to 200, considering we got to see such an open circle, but we also got to see some sort of a comeback coming in from RTGxIND, and this is where I believe that the conversation comes into play. Bliss making the comeback in the first game, RTGxIND making that comeback in the first game. Now Sarkar Gaming is the only one who is still remaining. Nectar, do you still believe that Sarkar Gaming have any chance?
Oh, it's too much to ask for, I'm not going to lie, because Sarkar Gaming is one of those teams that's going to back away from the fights. And at this point in time, you need to take those fights. And here's the problem with Sarkar Gaming. I've been saying this thing over and over again. Yes, to make it to the semifinals with a complete defensive-oriented playstyle makes a lot of sense. But even Newman Forever changed their playstyle in the semifinals itself. They were going for the elimination points. So this should be a call made by the players of Sarkar Gaming themselves that, yes, now we need to put on the aggressive mode and go for a little bit of those elimination points. But what's going to happen? Only the opposite side of the break can answer that. So let's move on to it for now.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
All right, 2 games done and dusted, 4 more to go, and this is where all these teams from the bottom order, they're starting to step up. Versatile, they have an amazing chicken dinner. RTGxIND, a nice comeback from their side as well. Welcome once again, folks. You're watching the iQOO BMPS. We're in the semi-finals, and it is getting so exciting. And this time we've got Johnny with us. And Johnny, you've been watching the matches on the sidelines. Today we saw Team Bliss, that epic 1v4, and now Versatile, RTGxIND, they're also catching pace. What do you think about them?
I think it is going to get, it will make the story a little bit more interesting moving forward, because as you mentioned, first of all, let's talk about RTGxIND, right? The start of their journey, in fact, yesterday, the first 2 days of the semifinals not really going their way. Today, we are seeing those signs of recovery from RTGxIND, but then again, I mean, they have to be a little bit more consistent, because otherwise, what is happening right now to MOGO Esports is going to happen to you. If you are not consistent enough, if you're going to just stay in between that 13 to the 16 position bracket, there's a very high chance that you might get kicked out. So RTGxIND, the momentum that is starting to build, they have to hold on to it till the end of the day and just make sure that at least by the end of the day, they try to breach inside of the top 10 one way or the other.
But if you want to win all your competitions, every single battle of BGMI, do check out this device. Nothing really beats it. The iQOO 12 5G, our official smartphone partner for this BMPS round. And we have been talking about those features, houses the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, and so much more. And the best part is that we are also giving away 4 of these baddies out there. All you're going to do is go and head over to its Google, search for iQOO 12, and if you are lucky, then you might have your hands set on one of these phones. But moving on ahead, since the second half has begun of the semi-finals, we've seen a couple of teams really stepping up. But then there are a few that are nowhere to be found. I am talking about Carpediem. What do you think, Johnny, has gone wrong for them?
I have no idea. I think the switch in playstyle has just caught themselves off guard. I know it does not make sense, but that is what is happening to them. It's their own readjustments that are not really working out in their favor, and it's the plan of theirs, it's backfiring upon them. And Carpediem, I think it is just a matter of time, because we do see the aggression again and again inside of their matches. And I think they need that one big game where they drop at least 10 to 15 elimination that pushes them inside of the top 16, because that is what they're hoping for. But once we have a look at the overall ranking, it seems like TWOB, they will do whatever it takes to stick around on that first position.
TWOB, no stopping them from breaking through inside of the Grand Finals. Seems like they have secured their berth. They have been given the golden ticket, and same goes for Newman forever. 87 points to their names. Even for the likes of Reckoning, 80 points for them. But this is where the competition is at its peak. I'm talking about 8-bit. They also staged a comeback today. Then MOGO Esports, they are struggling slightly. But when you look at the likes of even God's Reign, now this is one of those teams, Johnny, we anticipated they should be having a smooth sail considering how good they were in those previous rounds.
Yeah.
But seems like they're also having quite a little bit of a struggle of their own.
Yeah, they're in the same position as MOGO Esports, right? And of course, you and Necro, I mean, have been firm believers that Team Bliss will showcase big performances, and Team Bliss, they're very close to the top 16 position, so there's an opportunity for them to break inside as well. RTGxIND, we were just talking about them climbing up to that 28th position. Now, 11 points away from Team Bliss, just a few more away from breaking into the top 16, and I think they can pull it off. Carpediem, as we were talking about them, this is what I wanted to focus on. 20 finishes secured, and yet it's just 6 placement points that they have to show for it. I think if they want to make sure that they climb closer to the top 16, they have to bring more aggression into their matches. It's not just about winning one team fight anymore. It's about winning multiple team fights, or not even going for squad elimination. Just making sure that you have an aggregate of 8 to 9 points every single game, or 7 to 8 points every single game.
I feel like they're overthinking a lot, because even when you see them playing those matches today, all they were doing is focusing on the center of the circle, and that is not what they have done throughout those previous rounds of iQOO BMPS that we've seen, and that is indeed weird. We know this is a team that can also break past that 20 finishes marker, get a chicken dinner, but that has been missing. That extra punch that they carry on, that is nowhere to be found. But for now, let's take a look at the matchup of this match. This time we've got Group B taking on Group C. It is again going to be in the maps of Erangel. So we've got Versatile. I think they're doing really good, especially considering they got a chicken dinner. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, at Minnow and his individual heroics, taking his team up to the top 4 position in terms of survival, that was worth commending as well.
Yeah, it was indeed. And of course, I mean, if you talk about Admino, he is being backed up by Punk and Jonathan right now. The team looks in an incredible form, and the unit of Hero Xtreme Godlike, it is putting up a heroic performance in a very extreme manner. But this is where the real challenge arises for them, right? Because when we talk about the finals, when we talk about the legends that will take the stage of the finale, X-Pac is one of those names that you can't really ignore. And for a team like Hero Xtreme Godlike that has a lot to prove in this iQOO BMPS 2024, I think just making sure that you're consistently outperforming a team like X-Pac on every single map that you play is definitely going to be good practice before they head to the finals.
See, that is the thing. I do not still feel like X-Pac are completely out of the woods yet. I still feel like they're over that 50 to 60 marker. But then, when you look at teams like Team Bliss, RTGxIND, everybody staging their comeback, and if Team X-Pac, that complacency hits, who knows? We have seen bigger upsets than this. So, yes, there are the chances. They need to find some consolidation. But in this next game of Erangel, I'm really interested to see who X-Pac really goes after. Because they've been doing one thing, always taking those fights.
Yeah, I hope they spare a team that is struggling, at least in this match. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. Are the sparks going to fly, or will the gods reign in this matchup? Well, it is time, and finally the match is here. The map is here in front of us. Erangel. Another Erangel. Of course, there are a lot of these Erangels today, and of course the teams are excited to take on each other in the default map inside of the matchup. This time the flight path as well, a little bit interesting, leaning towards the eastern side as far as the southern half of the map is considered. Once you start heading up north, it does stabilize towards the central zone, so you are going to be allowed to head towards that northern Georgia city. Even Ruins is going to be accessible to these teams. But as I was saying, Xpark, we need to keep our eyes on them to see if they go for an early drop clash. And talking about Hero Xtreme Godlike, I mean, their reign inside of the top 16, that is what they are trying to hold on to. And this time we see them start off their map from the military base. Now, this is something that I am absolutely in love with about Hero Xtreme Godlike in the semifinals itself. Very adaptive with how they have been beginning their games. Very adaptive with their drops.
So far, they've taken 3 different drops in Erangel. We've seen them head towards those Rozhok school areas. Then this time it's the military base. We've also seen them go as far as Severny as well if the situation arises. And these dynamics do set Godlike apart from the other teams. But at the same time, this is also a team that is under threat. And for them to somehow feel secure, they also need to break past that 70 points marker by the end of the evening. Because as things are, for Medal Esports, they've dropped down at Novoripnoi. We've seen them have a really good time in the first game of Erangel, where they got a lot of finishes to themselves. But here we go. Once again, Team Xpark taking on Team Blind.
Oh, and this is an intense fight for the early control of Yasnaya. A very rare situation occurring in front of us right now. Because usually, whenever there is the Yasnaya drop clash that happens between these two sides, it's always a division of the city that takes place between the two teams dropping in Yasnaya Poliana. Not this time though. Blind Esports and Xpark, they've decided to drop towards those big apartments, and it is going to be Sarang who kicked things off by knocking down one of the players from the side of Blind. The nade is definitely going to find another one as Joker takes down Osho, and Blind Esports in a world of trouble right now. Sort of, he's still there along with Nova, but can they take on this challenge as Sarang is looking to make that push? Joker knocked out, so there's a soft little reset available for the players of Blind.
Joker getting a little bit greedy over there, Johnny, and that has costed him a lot. But for Team Blind, they have no time to rest at this very point because Team Xpark are marching their way. You could see Nova 21 being taken down by the likes of Shadow over here as Shadow instantly turns, and there you have it. Blind Esports getting blindsided and Xpark showing no mercy. Again takes you back to that rivalry that built up in those initial rounds. You remember? That pan, Team Xpark repaying that in kind.
Hey man, they are going to repay every single debt that they owe to any of these teams that have given them any trouble in the past. And of course, Xpark, phenomenal in this fight. Small little mistakes being made by the players of Blind. A little bit of overcommitment over there as the player ran into the 1v2 close to the window on the outside. And Xpark did take advantage of that. And of course, the last player was isolated. So it did not matter if Xpark, one of the lads from their side, got knocked out. But still, they're going to be happy with this one. Look at that. The circle also towards the eastern half of the map. And Xpark, if they have a start with 4 eliminations on the board, they know that the mid-game stages, they can readjust, just drop down the pace of the match, and just stay in Yasnaya for as long as possible, once they find those vehicles, of course.
Yeah, for Xpark, I don't think that should be an issue, especially how the circle is really built up. This could be a perfect one for them, but this is how the entire fight erupted. Evil, he was completely clueless, and this is Joker's brilliance. He gets that first knock, but then that little bit of that overextension, and he gets traded out. And this is how Nova 21 gets the trade on him. And then, well, he was out in the open. The best part about what I loved from Team Xpark's side was they were relaying those informations to each other. The moment they got knocked, it was those minimal calls, and all these players acting in quick succession that really help Team Xpark to win that particular fight. But talking about the circle, Johnny, this is another circle, a defaulty one in Erangel. We have seen Reckoning take over the central lines, and really excited to see how they perform in this one.
Oh, Reckoning Esports, I mean, looking to stabilize, as you call it, looking to consolidate themselves on that overall leaderboard and stay within the top 5 for as long as possible. If they can manage to stick inside of the top 5 today, I think that pretty much does it already. They have 80 points on the leaderboard, so there's no way they're going to be outside of the top 16. But Reckoning Esports, they are in a position from where they can actually ruin the journey for a lot of these teams. But here we have it. The man was using emotes mid-game in the midst of team fights yesterday. AKOP on our screens right now. Just a little bit of cardio happening.
That's fine.
There's no one there in Milta Power. It's always just Orangutan.
But I think for Orangutan, what is going to be really crucial is how quickly they can get inside a good position inside the circle. We've seen them. We've seen a lot of variations coming in from OG. We've seen them playing from the edges. We've seen them take over those central areas. And there have been those big games. But when you look at the figures this time around, position points is where they have struggled. They've got a lot of finishes, don't get me wrong though. They've just been too good. And sitting at 60 points right now, barely on the verge of qualification, they have enough time. But knowing Aru, that he wants to lift that curse, today is the day. If OG break through that 70 marker, I think that is going to soothe their nerves.
Oh, of course. And I think it should not be too difficult for them to actually pull it off, considering right now they are sitting at 60 points in the overall leaderboard. Then again, it's OG, right? I mean, you always, in the past, the previous iteration of the team, we always saw that tacticality be the one thing they prioritized in every single game that they played, and now they've switched up to an aggressive front. I'm loving the aggression. It's working out for them as well, quite nicely, to be honest.
Now for OG, what has worked out is that hunger being there once again. It's not about them caring about any sort of curse. Yes, we are a superstitious bunch. Ever since Aru has taken command of this team, he's such a formidable foe to be messed with. We've seen OG take down such big titans. Takes you down to the Grand Finals of BGIS 24, where Global Esports, they were on the verge of winning the entire trophy. And then comes Aru and his heroics and denies them that berth. So, yes, Orangutan have been so confident lately. That has been working out in their favor. But Johnny, this match is about those middle order teams. I'm talking about Team Bliss. They've staged their comeback and are right now at a very good position inside the circle.
Bliss and RTGxIND, I have to say, fixes.
Yes.
Because even after that previous game, RTGxIND, I think they also stand a chance of breaking into the top 16. But we do have the iQOO MVP of the previous match on our screens. WindGod Esports, they found a lot of points from that previous game, climbing up and making a big leap on that overall leaderboard. A safer position has been attained by WindGod Esports, at least for today. But Reckoning Esports, we were just talking about them a few moments ago. It seems like a fight has broken out between them and the players of Orangutan. But the engagement was a one taken at
AK.
Quite a distance.
Yeah.
So there is going to be a possibility that Orangutan can't really retaliate to this. And Reckoning Esports, they have free reins of backing off. Just climbing up this hill. As you mentioned, AKOP was the man who went down from the side of OG.
So this is what I was talking about. For Orangutan, timing was of the absolute essence, and for AKOP, he meant no harm. He was just going his merry ways, trying to figure out a good spot for his team. And
you're not asking the real question, Fixes.
What is
Was he still on that bike?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he was just reuniting with his teammates. What OG did not see coming was Reckoning getting down to their old drop.
Yeah.
Because if you notice, in the previous games of Urangle, we've seen Reckoning go off towards those western shorelines of around Gatka. But this time, they're back to their old ways. They dropped down at that shelter area and quickly rotated and took that King of the Hill situation around those lumberjack hills. So that is something that AKOP did not anticipate, and he fell prey.
And losing out on AKOP this early inside of the game is definitely a big hit for a team like Orangutan. He's been in incredible form in this particular tournament. Definitely one of the players who's been securing those finishes for his team. But Hyderabad Hydras now, another team that has been having a very shaky journey in the semi-finals. And it is quite surprising to see Hyderabad Hydras struggle for the first time in this entire tournament.
We haven't seen a lot out of AK, to be honest. Because when you look at the numbers, I think it has been WindGod who's been doing majority of the hitting. And knowing that, he plays on one of those flexible roles of being a support player for his team and still come out as one of the contenders, even for the iQOO MVP, that's what makes him special. But, if you are Orangutan and if you are their IGL, Aru himself, you would not care about who's got the better finish, who is the better player. As long as your team is performing well, as long as you're seeing the day of the Grand Finals, that should suffice.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that is definitely the most important thing for Orangutan right now, just making sure that they secure a spot on the stage of the LAN finale which is not too far away, by the way, the city of Kochi. I can hear it calling us fixes.
And that is going to be such a different atmosphere out there. It's going to be hot, it's going to be humid, your hands are going to shake, you're going to feel sweaty, and all these players, I feel like most of them are not really conditioned to play around those situations, and that is going to be a huge table turner as this fight Inferno squad against Silly Esports as Inferno. He's trying to get a little cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, that drive-by along those houses, we all know what that means. Positions have been marked as to where the players of Inferno squad are, and Silly Esports, what can they do with all of this information? Quite an interesting move. One of the players from the side of Silly Esports has been sent back to the northern shoreline over here. So 3 players stinking around in those buildings. Inferno squad as well. Jatin OG on the flank can actually dissect this split from the side of Silly Esports and completely nullify any playmaking opportunity that they might be looking to create. But it all depends on whether Jatin finds that opening frag. I wonder what's that second weapon on him. We see that shotgun. Hopefully an AR equipped with at least a 6x scope, but Silly Esports, they are looking to back off. Another interesting move. So every single team that was being aggressive at the start of the tournament in round 1, round 2, round 3, as soon as the semi-finals rolled around, all of them have completely dropped the aggression. The pace has completely gone away.
Look at Silly Esports though. Now they escaped out of a certain situation. Now they might have to lock heads against the likes of Team Bliss. But like you said, I think Jatin, he just gave away his cover over there.
Yeah.
Because the moment he retreated, he saw the players of Silly backing off. Yes, the information was relayed. But that flank angle he was trying to develop for his team, that really got compromised. And as a result of which, I think Inferno squad had to not really engage themselves in the fight. But a huge shout out once again to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12 5G. And a gentle reminder to all our viewers that the Grand Finals, which are going to be held in Kochi, will be played on these devices by the top BGMI athletes of the country.
It's going to be interesting to see how, again, all of these changes impact these players. As you were talking about it, right? Like, a lot of things that you are not used to happen on LAN. You talked about the weather, you talked about being in that arena, all those stage lights in your face. I think if any of these teams actually make it to that LAN finale, they need to have a word with the players of Team Limra. They have experienced that in the past, and Team Limra is such a strong lineup. I love these players, right? But we saw them in BGIS 2024, had an opportunity to have a conversation with them. They were struggling for the first 2 days of that finale, and it was the same question that everyone was asking them. What is going wrong? And as soon as you spoke to them, you could realize how nervous they were to be there. It was their first time setting foot on that stage, and they felt the pressure instantly. The last day, they were too far away from having any chance of lifting the trophy, and the last day was also the reason why they performed their best. They played like they were playing again in the league stages because they had nothing to lose. But I think Team Limra, they've learned that lesson. They've learned how to stay focused on the matches, to stay focused on the action, and just keep your eyes on the prize. Adapting on LAN, it's going to be a big challenge. But hey, these lads from Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're used to it. We see that straight line formation as the vehicles roll out, finally moving out of that military isle and moving towards the main island. But a late rotation coming in from the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike, and I don't know, feels a little different from how they were playing yesterday.
For Hero Xtreme Godlike, Johnny, every single game is a different approach.
Yeah.
Because of the very fact that they tend to change their drop locations. So this time, dropping down at the military base means that the late rotation that MOGO execute, that is the way to go. And we know this team is quite prolific in terms of their gun game.
Yeah.
We've seen Admino, Punk, and Jonathan having their times of their lives. Yesterday, even Simp stepped up to that occasion in that game of Vikendi. Almost pulled off a clutch against Versatile Esports and had really not meddled in that fight. Things could have been quite different. So, Godlike, they're looking quite dandy, they're looking quite good. But yes, I agree that the LAN surroundings are completely different. This is where I feel like the veterans who've graced the LAN, they've got that upper edge. But for a team like Team Limra to play like that in that final day certainly has given hopes to a lot of those new teams that are going to be playing their first Grand Finals. It would be fun to watch, for sure.
I mean, let's be honest about it. At this level of play, I mean, we're already in the semi-finals, right? So this is the top echelon of BGMI competitive circuit in this country right now. Best 24 teams you can find in the circuit, right? And at this level, mechanically, all the players are very evenly matched. It's all about the mentality, and it's sometimes about your luck, your stars as well. Because for some reason, the circle takes an extreme hard shift towards the northern side. Again, the ravine smack in the center of the play zone. And it's going to be Sarkar Gaming, who I feel have a prime spot to actually secure a lot of points from this match. But then again, fixes Sarkar Gaming have also been struggling throughout their journey in the semi-finals till now.
You could see their handshake while them engaging in those battles. We've seen multiple situations where Sarkar Gaming, they completely gas out. There's that brain fog going on, and they've been facing those issues. But yes, like you said, they're in a very promising position, and if they have to stage their comeback, this has to be it. And this does not mean that you need to get a chicken dinner with, what, 2 or 3 points of finishes. You have to go big. At least 25 points. At least do something like Team Bliss did. And even Team Bliss, at this given moment, are in a really good position. Yesterday, we saw a circle ending at around this particular city. But I hope this time, it's not the case.
3 teams already in Yasnaya. X-Park, they've been waiting for someone to show up. But RTGxIND, it seems like a little too close to the players of WindGod. And Arib, he needs to be careful. Armed with the S12K, he's going to take a lot of damage from the nade. Manages to actually outmaneuver the move from Rex. Tries to shoot him in the back, fails to connect those shots, but WindGod Esports, they still lose out on one of their players. Avi is going to be knocked and finished off. RTGxIND, opportunistic play, but look at the radar fixes their numbers as split. 2 players focusing on keeping WindGod at bay. 2 players constantly checking the players of X-Park.
This is also an important game for Team WindGod. Currently sitting at 63 points, and we've also seen them in the past. They've struggled, especially in those final days.
Yeah, true.
So they also will be eyeing out for maybe breaking past that 70 to 75 points barrier. And already off to a quite rough start. This does not look at, and their trouble continues as they are getting picked off one after the other by Team Reckoning Esports. And they have been so good, especially Reckoning, of how they were struggling in those initial phases. And now, for them to be back to their old ways, really makes me elated.
Yeah, I mean, OG down to 2 players. It's not going to be an easy fight. And this is, I believe, some sort of a rivalry developing, at least for this match itself.
Wow.
Because it was Reckoning who took down AK in the early stages. Aru also finished off by them just now. But Atanki, picking off Viper, can be an important frag, actually, in this matchup. If he finds one more, then maybe Orangutan are going to have a chance to convert. But no, says the player Hunters from Reckoning Esports as he find an important knock onto Atanki. Now, Reckoning Esports, they have the numbers working in their favor. But, as you mentioned, it is the best performing player from the side of Orangutan they have to go up against. And WindGod, oh my goodness, what?
It felt like all they needed was those grenades to take OG out of this map. And for Reckoning to have survived that onslaught, getting those 3 finishes by Hunter. But look at this, the fights keep on continuing as Team X-Park this time, they had to meet the players of RTGxIND, and RTGxIND are in the mood for quite some smacking there.
Yeah, the nades come in. It is going to be an artillery strike upon the players of RTGxIND. 2 players knocked out. X-Park also down to the last man, and it is Joker. He's been a key player for this team throughout this tournament, and even now looking to go for a revive onto the IGL Shadow 7. Can they make it happen? X-Park, it does not matter if they win this game. They're all about those finish points now. But for RTGxIND, this could be one of the most important team fights that they've ever run in. As we talked about it before the match began, RTGxIND, after that previous match, had enough points to get themselves into a fighting position for qualification into the top 16. And if they win this one as well, fixes, especially considering the circle still has a decent edge of Yasnaya Poliana in it, it sets RTGxIND up for success in the later stages of this game.
Every single time I see Joker still alive, I really cannot rule out Team X-Park and their chances. Look at him. Gets the rest back on his Captain Shadow. And now RTGxIND still want to continue with the barrage. But Medal Esports out of nowhere, they decide to take down RTGxIND. One of their players being picked off. I'm pretty sure X-Park, they know that RTGxIND at this point, they're wounded.
They are wounded, but they're not completely dead yet. And that is going to be the objective of the players of Medal Esports. Look at that Paradox from the distance as well, lobbing those nades. I'm actually quite surprised that X-Spark isn't bothering them right now, but Metal Esports, as I say that, they also realize that, alright, there's threat from above on the 4th floor of that building, so they also look to back off. Oh, intense. Trying to stab the players of RTGxIND in the back. Lobster knocked out. Radion has to deal with the entirety of Metal Esports all alone. And all of those nades that are going to be lobbed towards him are definitely going to burn him to smithereens. There it is. He's going to get knocked out. Top Dog put down on his knees as well. But Metal Esports still have the numbers in their favor as Zareeb shows up out of nowhere. And he's going to secure that frag for his team. Metal Esports down to 3 players, but Reckoning Esports, the Wolves, have heard the prey in the distance, and the hunt is on. Now, who goes out, who stays alive in these compounds? That is going to be settled. Immortal knocked out. Paradox finding an important frag. Reckoning Esports also under pressure in this fight, but RTGxIND, they call for backup, and Ralphie shows up to try and protect his teammates. Areeb, he's hiding in the corner. Reckoning Esports looking for those frags as well. They just found 3 in this match, and Metal Esports on go. What was he doing? Standing in a corner over there. Just gets taken out without even any confrontation. Paradox, he might be the last player surviving for the side of Metal Esports because Sahil OP has also been knocked out. But here they show up, the players from the side of X-Spark. They're taking damage from the players indoors as well. And RTGxIND, this is extremely smart from them fixes. They avoid this conflict on the lower floors. Ralphie and Areeb just climb up to the top floors of this building. And now they're like, guys, you just settle your differences. We're going to wait for whoever's surviving till the very end.
4 teams are fighting in that one compound. Reckoning taking on Metal, and then you still have 2 players of RTGxIND surviving. And Team X-Spark decided to come in uninvited over there, and suddenly Shadow is also out of the picture. But Paradox, he is picking up on those pieces. 3 finishes secured, but it is a heavy casualty going in for Metal. They came in with a whole squad, and so many of those teams charging in, especially Reckoning, threw a spanner to the works of Metal Esports as Paradox. He's so far been the best performing player for his team. The IGL stepping up when it matters. Can he do this once again? Can he replicate a similar performance as he tosses a low toss grenade over there? And Viper knows that he is in troubled waters. But Paradox, what a clutch comes away from his side. 4 finishes, and Metal Esports, they are still breathing.
Now that is what you call game sense right there. He waited for that preemptive fire around the corner from Viper, and as soon as he realized that the trigger was pulled, he instantly peeked the corner and went for that shot. Metal Esports still alive, and also kudos to Joker from the side of Team X-Spark, who backed off right in the nick of time and is now playing for survival. But here we have it, the players of Team Versatile going up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. It is a complete 4v4 between these 2 teams, but both of them have just about 50 seconds left to settle their differences, because the blue zone is going to come calling, and along with that, look at the radar. The players of Hero Xtreme Godlike also show up.
Godlike out of nowhere, they've also decided to enter inside this fight. But for Hyderabad, the Hydras, this is going to be quite an important one, especially with Versatile winning the previous chicken dinner. They are brimming with confidence. Infinity trying to get towards his fallen teammate Raiden, but he does not make it in time, but still has enough time maybe to pick off Crypto, who is barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Aquinox also from the backlines as the IGL. Somraj himself, he shows up, but Termi, he shows no mercy, instantly taking Somraj down. And now Versatile are also in 2 minds for picking up this fight, but Crypto completely unaware of Aquinox's position as Termi also steps out of cover. Aquinox does hit that first shot, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to suffice to eliminate and exterminate the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras, as Aquinox refuses to give up? But Termi, this man is Terminator incarnate himself, again saving Hyderabad Hydras from the cusp of getting extinct.
Yeah, the Hydras still rule over this compound, and they still have managed to protect at least a few players from their side. Insidious is there, Crypto is there, both players knocked out. I hope they have enough time to go for those revives. But Fixes, you have to admit, Aquinox, it felt, you could see it, he was quite hesitant in pulling that trigger. Crypto was unaware, as you mentioned, and yet Aquinox, he waited for at least a good 2-3 seconds before he took that first shot. That could have been the difference maker in that entire situation. But Newman forever right now on our screens, and they're taking on their counterparts in the form of WindGod Esports. Numbers are almost equalized from either side. Rex This is not a good idea. Shows his back to the opposing player inside of that Wizard Tower. And now he sees Mafia running towards him. What is going on in this fight? Swatting fly mid-air. Rex find that frag. And Newman Forever, they're going to be forced into an early exit. But Newman Forever, to be honest, they're doing already quite well on the overall leaderboard.
And Rex is having a ball, especially considering the previous game. He was the MVP for his team. And this time again, saving them from the clutches of getting eliminated. He's been playing phenomenally. But even then, you take a look at Joker. He's been the hero for Team Xpark, still surviving. Did take down Ash in the process. But now, as the dust settles, we just have 8 teams surviving, Johnny. And anybody could be the victors. But Ignite Gaming find themselves in a really promising position for the likes of Team Bliss, who started this day off with a chicken dinner. Sam pulled off something quite exemplar.
Yeah.
But he has to do that once again. AJ, a little bit cut off from his squad. And Inferno squad, they also decide to answer back towards the players of Team Bliss.
There's a problem for Team Bliss right now. As you mentioned, yes, they did have the momentum at the start of the day after that amazing clutch in the first game of the day. But now, look at their position. As you mentioned, AJ is cut off, and also Inferno Squad and Sarkar Gaming are in a position to sandwich. But hey, a 3-pointer! AJ, or do we call him Steph Curry now? That was impressive. Inferno Squad all of a sudden are just burning in their own flames, and it's just down to Owen, and AJ knows exactly where this last man is outside of the smoke in that vehicle. Does he find that final pick as well? And do we call this a 4K? An impressive performance coming in from Team Bliss yet again, but AJ is going to have to settle for those 3 frags because he's going to be instantly knocked out. And now Ignite Gaming, this is a team that I wanted to talk about for a long time. Yesterday they were in an amazing position in the overall leaderboard, but yesterday was not their day as well. It was, the match is not really going for them and they took a massive fall. But today, from this map of Wrangle, everything can change. 7 finishes already on the board. They are in the top 4 as well. They have complete vision of the circle right in front. All Ignite has to do is just avoid getting taken out by the players of Team Bliss.
Look at this for Team Bliss, another top 4 finish, and they are soaring high with confidence, especially with what AJ just pulled off, those individual heroics as Joker down to his final 8 first aids. And yes, he's been still surviving. Look at the number of finishes he has secured for his team, 5, and Team Xpark 9 finishes already. But currently, as things stand, Johnny, WindGod, they've got the best position inside the circle. In fact, the only team that have themselves stationed inside the zone. But look at this beauty coming in from AJ. Those 3 players picked off courtesy to that 1 grenade. And Team Bliss, boy oh boy, are they showing up.
Oh man, I mean, Team Bliss, they have been impressive. I feel so happy for Eggy right now. I mean, doing so well. His team is performing as well, but Ignite Gaming, Aizen, he's been knocked out. Hulk moves into the line of fire of the players of WindGod Esports. Some damage traded out. It's not going to be enough now. All Ignite can hope for is that the players of WindGod Esports actually end up taking down a few individuals from the side of Team Bliss. Otherwise, we are going to see Team Bliss convert another match, put their name all over it, and that is exactly how I feel Fixes this is gonna go. Because Turbo, he finds that knock. One of the players from the side of WindGod knocked out. Savitar, not a lot of HP remaining. And Ignite Gaming are going to try and finish him off as well. The nade is going to be lobbed in his direction, and there it is. Things wrapped up. WindGod, well, wind in their sails, and they just sail out back to the lobby. Ignite Gaming, 2 players knocked out. It's a 2v2 against the players of Team Bliss. Chicken dinner, it is important for both these teams. Aurora has been spotted out, I believe, or maybe just took a few shots upon himself through that smoke. Team Bliss, can they get Sam back in? Or the question is, do they even need to get Sam back in? Since now, Aurora has been knocked out, and Ignite Gaming, the circle's entry, the access has been denied to them. They're down to their last surviving player. It's down to Hulk, and if he does manage to destroy the competition in front of him right now, he's going to have to avenge his teammates. The haystack is all that is left for some decent cover. He's trying to take out the players from side Team Bliss with that utility. It is going to be extremely close. Sam put on his knees again, but Eggy and Turbo still standing, and it is Turbo who might be the finisher of this match. Has the information, the nade is perfect, and there you have it. Team Bliss closing out the game in an impressive manner. A big chicken dinner again for the second time.
And this time this comes with 9 finishes to their names, an impossible one at that. When we really did not expect Team Bliss to win this, they do not give up. When they had their backs against the wall, they did not lose their composure, especially considering for the fact that when they took that fight against WindGod, their finishes got stolen by the players of Ignite Gaming, but they still were relentless. They still went after Ignite, took 2 of their players down, even down on the numbers, and that is how they scripted this epic comeback. Team Bliss, talk about how they are bringing their heat back inside the lobby. Second phase, it feels like a completely different Team Bliss altogether.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I got to apologize to Necro first and foremost because he has been a firm believer in this team since like round 2. And they were struggling in those early rounds of the tournament. And I was like, all right, what are you talking about? I mean, they are constantly just at the bottom of the leaderboard. They barely managed to qualify moving forward. Yes, we did see those middle pack performances, but we never really saw them competing for the top spot. But hey, I think I was extremely wrong. This team is amazing. But this win, a lot of it also came down to that one play from AJ, a man who was not even there to close out that match. Had that nade not gotten those 3 knocks, had it been just 1 knock, Inferno Squad would have finished him first and then adjusted their focus and refocused on the other players of Team Bliss, and that would have been a different scenario. Then Ignite Gaming would have had a lot more breathing room to work with. This could have been their game in that alternate universe. But AJ, man, that nade was something else. It was extraordinary. It was out of this world.
It certainly was. And I think we need to relive that moment once again as we take a look at the winner chicken dinner. And we had so many. And we had so many of those moments coming in for us, especially Joker, how good he was, and that entire slaughterhouse. We saw so many of those teams, 4 and 5 in fact, being out there. But towards the end, this is what I was talking about, right? Ignite Gaming, the way they were going after the players of WindGod once they were fallen down. And Eggy, he's such an underrated star inside of that fight. Gave so many of those pivotal openings. Yes, his finish numbers do not justify that. And it all began with how good Sam was. I think he ignited that spark inside of Team Bliss. Yes, we can make it happen. And now the rest are also following up. He certainly has been one of those heroes. And for Team Bliss to be so good, I am getting excited. I really hope this team makes it to Kochi.
Yeah, exactly. I think they might actually. I think they are already headed in the right direction with 2 games converted, 2 out of 2 angles, right? As far as today is considered, their win rate on an angle is 100% if you think about it. So if they keep working just like they are right now, I think we are definitely going to see them in Kochi. And as you were talking about Eggy, as I said, I mean, this man has a lot of experience under his belt. And if you combine that, if you put him in a team with new players, we know what new players struggle with, right? In times of intense heat, in times when you lose out on composure, you need that one experienced player to just make sure who gives out one call out, guys, remain calm. What's the game plan? Make sure he reminds everyone in his team what they set out to do, what was the initial objective, and just make sure they refocus on that objective instead of panicking. That could have happened unless that one AJ moment did not happen. I mean, that nade connecting on the players of Inferno Squad, they could have just panicked and just completely thrown this game, and there was a very high probability of them not winning. But hey, I mean, what are we talking about? Bliss, it seems like they're unbeatable today.
Oh, Team Bliss, they look nigh unstoppable, and there's no second thoughts about it, because that is well reflected in terms of the point standing as well. 19 points for this team. And then you take a look at Ignite Gaming, 14 points secured. Aizen is back, and this team has started performing once again. And for the sheer heroics coming in from Joker and Team X-Pac, look at them, which could have been a huge debacle. They walk out with 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, X-Pac, they have to... Again, all of this is owed to Joker as well, because he was the one who was playing for survival points. Otherwise, he could have also been taken out in that Yasnaya fiasco where RTGxIND were, where the players of Metal Esports were. And of course, I mean, Joker, he's a phenomenal player. We keep talking about it again and again, how big this edition has been for X-Pac. But hey, Fixes, I look at Hero Xtreme Godlike and it breaks my heart, man. The momentum has completely been taken away from them. And now if the struggles continue, I think, yeah, a spot in the top 16 might be up for grabs.
You know, somebody has to step up once again for Hero Xtreme Godlike, to be honest, because at this very situation, I think things aren't really looking sunny for them. This game, they initiated quite a late rotation, and I do not know when they really got picked off. So many fights were happening left, right and center. So I think one of the biggest fights was where RTGxIND and Team Xpac were fighting. That is where Team Medal out of nowhere, they decided to third party. And then you also had Reckoning bouncing back in. So there were around 5 teams. And then suddenly Team Xpac, who had a little bit of a time to recuperate, they also decided to dive in once again. Lost out Shadow, but still Joker surviving, the only survivor out of that entire fiasco. He made it out alive, got 13 points for his team. But looking at matters at hand, Team Bliss, they've staged the comeback. But Sarkar Gaming, again, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and this was a match that was set up for Sarkar Gaming as well. We talked about that hardship towards that ravine, and Sarkar Gaming, they had control of that western edge, and yet even that slight movement towards those compound, it seems like they were struggling with it. And there was a moment where Team Bliss was actually sandwiched between Inferno Squad and the players of Sarkar Gaming. I thought Sarkar Gaming could convert a few extra finishes off of that, but hey, even that is not going to happen, I guess.
Yeah, that is not going to happen, and we really hope that Sarkar Gaming, I don't know, the curtains are starting to fall on them because the matches, the numbers are in single digits right now, and we begun with 16 matches and they barely have any more to play. But that is going to be so exciting to see what happens to them and what fate awaits to the others. But before all of that, before we get into the next matchup, here's a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Maybe the esports pundits were right. Day number 3, usually regarded as the day of comeback, that has turned true. Because with the way Team Bliss have been playing, they've won everybody's heart. 2 chicken dinners in the game of Erangel Salty. Talk about it.
I mean, to be honest, I can draw parallels between Team Cosmic and Team Bliss already. The trademark comeback that we were expecting, Team Bliss, coming out of slumber, most importantly, this team was not performing out of their minds in the rounds previously, right? They were still performing okay, they were consistent, but to actually mount a comeback like this, it needs enormous mental capacity, and it seems like these players have that completely in them. And of course, what follows, we'll find out.
We will certainly find out, but before that, something that you do not need to find out is this beautiful smartphone in front of you, the iQOO 12 5G. And we have already told you about this. All the top BGM athletes are going to be playing their LAN event in Kochi on this device. And we've also talked about the features, houses the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, everything top notch and the best in the business so far. But there's also a giveaway that we have, and that is 4 phones are up there for grabs. All you got to do is head over to Google, search for iQOO 12, partake in the competition, and if you're lucky, you're going to walk home with one of these. But now, coming back to business, we've got Group A going up against Group B. This is where certain few other teams are going to be making a comeback, and this is where eyes once again will be on team RTGxIND, because RTGxIND and that entire debacle going around that one compound inside of Yasnaya Polyana, 5 teams Salty were fighting it out, and only Team X-Park managed to survive.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that it is Team X-Park who actually know the compounds of Yasnaya the best, because it has been their home for quite a long time. In fact, for the longest of times, Team X-Park have been holding there, dropping there, looting every single compound. So obviously they'll know the nooks and crannies, every single thing. It's no surprise that they came out on top. But talking about the overall standings, where does Team X-Park stand? Beyond that 70-point marker. Can consider them safe fixes, at least for now. But look at that, Team TWOB once again will reclaim their throne at the top. It seems like it's almost impossible for Team TWOB to kind of miss that #1 spot and move towards the bottom 2.
Yeah, I think for TWOB, there's nobody stopping them. They have secured their berth, and there's no special prize for being first in the semi-finals. In fact, there's been a curse going on. We'll talk about that, but really happy to see WindGod Esports play so well now inside the top 8. Even for Ignite Gaming, they're inching in ever so close. And with all these teams actually making a comeback, now we were really of the assumption that the cutoff is somewhere around 70 to 75 points. But seems like the way these teams are playing, it is going to be pushed a little afar. So for Team Blaze and such 2 good games that they've had, now they're sitting at 61 points. Now this team, by the start of the evening, they were languishing at the very bottom. Yeah. And they were having just 18 points.
Exactly.
Talk about a comeback story.
I mean, these boys have actually written it down by their sheer hard work and their willpower. Nothing taken away from them. But Fixes, coming back to that conversation of the cutoff, now you see on that 17th position, you've got MOGO Esports, 43 points. Not really a lot of points for them to enter into the top 16, but considerable amount of points required for MOGO if they want to solidify that position for Kochi, for the Grand Finals, of course. Even the same goes for the likes of Team Blind, for RTGxIND. We know, we've talked about it, the problems have been going on. For Hyderabad, the Hydras, and for Carpediem, I feel like the clock has struck. 6 more games remaining to go, and if you don't perform in the 6 games, I believe it's going to be lights out for both of these.
No margin for error for all these teams at the very bottom at this point. But when you take a look at the iQOO MVP contenders, look at this. Finally, Dragon OP dethroning Admino, Spray God, and he takes that first spot. And I really hope this goes on, because we have always been looking out for those new players to step up. Now, he has been one of the finds of the BGIS 24, but for him to elevate, to evolve as the tournament proceeds in the BMPS 24 this time, I think fills my heart with joy, considering, you know, I personally know these lads. These are such great human beings, barring them being such great esports athletes, and credit where credit is due. He has earned it for himself. But now, Salty, yes, we've seen the iQOO MVP contenders. We have seen that comeback story happen. We've seen Team Bliss. We've seen Versatile WindGod playing really well. Let's talk about another team that hasn't really been in the midst of things. I'm talking about Carpediem.
You're talking about Carpediem, I was in my mind thinking about MOGO Esports, and honestly speaking, both of these two teams have had their fair share of struggles. Now, if we try and break down exactly what problems Carpediem has been facing, it seems like #1, lack of communication altogether. Time and time again, we've been seeing these players dropping elsewhere from where their teammates are, and it doesn't really make sense, honestly. Pukar dropping in the map of Miramar, way apart from the rest of his 3 players, did not really make sense. Gamla Boy drifting apart from the rest of his teammates did not really make sense. For MOGO Esports, it seems like the problems are a little more complicated, because all of a sudden, once again, Destro seems to be falling back on his old strat of playing in from the edges of the circle, and this attitude does not suit the rest of the 3 athletes, Delta, Justin and Espow. They want to be given that free role. They want to be given the front lines to try and go in and get those eliminations. I believe that has been the bottleneck for MOGO Esports so far.
I think one of the reasons why MOGO Esports haven't really performed well is because of their timings of rotations being absolutely wrong.
Yep.
You've seen multiple times, not just once or twice. Every single time they want to enter inside the circle, they've got a couple of teams to deal with. And that is where it comes down to their decision making. And more often than not, they always engage in those fights. And we have seen them, they come out on top of that, but instantly somehow make themselves vulnerable to a third party. That is something that happened in the previous game. The first game of Wrangle, you could see, right? They won that fight, but the next very moment they get third party. So they really have to be picky with which fight they're really picking up, because if they do not wake up at this point, I don't think they're going to head to Kochi.
Not thanks to them. I mean, they are going to be thanking their luck, because the next map will be the map of Sandhawk, right? And I believe that this is going to be at least that one map where Destro will feel like, alright, fine, I can actually release a leash on the rest of the 3 players, let them go and let them try and get those eliminations. Because for MOGO Esports, what really matters is to find that momentum. Hopefully, on the map of Sandhawk, they will find it.
A very crucial game for a lot of those teams, and now they have to start delivering, especially when it comes down to the likes of Team MOGO, Carpediem, all inside the picture. That history has also been a testament of the fact that if the circle really does not form on them around Paradise Resort, MOGO Esports have really dropped the ball over there. Flight path trajectory headed towards Nakam, but what we are waiting for, Salty, is that circle to form up, and Phoenix Esports seems like they're heading towards bootcamp.
And why not, of course? If they actually move towards bootcamp, they will go towards one of the extreme hot drop locations, which can provide them a lot of that early advantage. But who are they going to be fighting against will be that question. But currently, Phoenix Esports and their stance in those parachutes seems like they are drifting away from that bootcamp territory, moving towards a white split towards Painan and the scrambled compound south of bootcamp. But once again, a traditional circle on the map of Sandhawk, but this time it favors majority of that Camp Alpha Island. We call it the Northwest Island. Godstrain, they've got complete control over it, but Carpediem, they really need to do something in this game, because now the game is set up fixes. If they do not make a comeback this one round, I believe it will be extremely hard for them.
I hope they start losing their minds and play as if there's no tomorrow, because for Carpediem, if they do not get a chicken dinner, and a big one at that, I'm pretty sure there is nothing to fight for when they come into play tomorrow. And this is a circle that has been built up for them. They really need to capitalize. For that to happen, Salty, they have to deal against the likes of Sarkar Gaming. And this is a fight that Carpediem should be confident in taking, because they have been struggling quite a lot. I do not know what has gone wrong. Is it something about getting the pressure into their heads? Whatever the case is, I think this team has been quite struggling.
Talking about struggling, even Hyderabad Hydras are not completely out of the waters yet. Somewhat managing to find a couple of picks, a couple of points throughout the day so far. I still believe that Hyderabad Hydras, for them, it will be extremely crucial to find that rhythm, to find that flair, which was in their gunfights, in their 4v4 fights. Talking about 4v4 fights, I mean, still that brilliance of Carpediem remains in my eyes. And I kind of miss them so far, Fixes, because you see, Gamla Boy is in that contenders list once again. He's approaching his 50th finish. Fierce has been performing out of his mind, getting multiple clutches. But I believe in this tournament specifically, in the iQOO BMPS, Max and Pukar have massively underperformed in my opinion.
I don't think it's about those individuals really underperforming. I feel like it's about them failing as a team. Because which was the biggest problem for Carpediem? That hasn't been addressed to. Them failing to get those position points. And when they actually try harder to get those position points, they really forgot their natural style of play. And that has been a huge deterring factor. And we've seen that Carpediem, they've lost their way completely. Have no clue how to pull themselves back inside this tournament. Currently sitting at 26 points. And for them to have a fighting chance tomorrow, they need to get at least past 50.
I just think that if Carpediem manage to find that 1-4v4 fight in their bag, they will be back in their fighting grooves. But talking about fighting grooves, you've got Reckoning Esports getting that early pick against Phoenix Esports. Not really sure what the player was doing out in the open, but Reckoning were extremely quick to capitalize on the trigger. But now it seems like Carpediem, they are looking to take up a fight, and this is going to be against Sarkar Gaming so far. Fierce instantly gets taken down, will get shut down as well. Gamla Boy on the flank. Is he going to be successful? Not even them. Sarkar is going to find that knock. Carpediem, they are being systematically dismantled once again. Fixes the problems that we were talking about. Individually, everyone in either sides of the fight has failed.
On the other side, look at Sarkar Gaming. They are also deciding to fight back a team that has been struggling quite a lot. But Max, that final survivor, we could see, we could rather hear his cry. And there you have it, Sarkar Gaming successfully annihilating Carpediem over here. It was a King of the Hills battle. Sarkar Gaming were holding on to this position. And Carpediem felt like 4 individual players were performing. You could not see them working together as a team. And I do not know if they keep on playing like this, if they even are going to witness the Grand Finals anymore.
Now it brings me to believe that were we delusional once again? Were we delusional to believe that a hit-and-run approach or a hit-and-miss approach that Carpediem were taking, was it really going to be successful long-term? And of course, all of these questions potentially will be answered if Carpediem do not in fact manage to qualify for Kochi. But so far, I'm still going to be keeping my hopes up. But as of now, Phoenix Esports, it seems like they found the opening against Reckoning. And Dionysus from the backlines will be picked off. Goku did find the flank angle, but also have to be very wary of TWOB and their presence. Their third party has been extremely lethal so far, Fixes.
All these teams are actually trying to get towards that Western Island. And hence you could see that collision happen as Cheyenne tosses up that grenade. But it's going to Hunters who gets that opening pick over there. As now, you still have Snowjord surviving, but he's a little far from the pack. But look at Goku. What is he doing swimming in those waters? Is he trying to create that flank angle? Whatever the case is, Hunters, he snuffs him out.
Snuffs him out for sure. Did try to go in for the spray, but it seems like it's going to miss. But the nade, I believe the splash damage is going to be enough. It actually is quite accurate in terms of finding that connection. No real damage on towards Goku, but at least he has been spotted. And Hunters, of course, look at the confidence on this man. Finding that first couple of shots. Connection has been found, and so far the knockout has been found as well. But it seems like it is not going to be Reckoning. It will be TWOB and their knock, but Reckoning's Hunters is going to confirm that finish. But now the third-party presence has been confirmed, Fixes.
Look at this. I'm pretty sure TWOB at this point would be enraged, especially after their knock gets stolen there. And there you have it, Sarvit. He's had enough of Hunters. So far, Hunters, he's been flying high. But TWOB have got such a good high ground position to play with. As now legit, one with the nature sneaking in through, all coiled up, ready to bite. At this point, Hunters, his finish gets secured, and Immortal, he's going to go down as well. One good thing about Reckoning that you've noticed is they've gotten in Dionysus and Immortal to play at the same time. So Reckoning, pretty much sure that they've already made their way inside of the Grand Finals. Now they want to experiment.
I mean, they can certainly experiment, but the experiment is not giving them the results that they expected, right? And talking about TWOB, I love this double fang approach, right? Prince OG from the back lines, holding the fort, holding the ship, while legit being so close to nature, trying to crawl his way close to enemy lines. So that when those knocks are inflicted, there is absolutely no time. But now look at this. Knocks have actually been found on the other side as well. Team TWOB are in the midst of battle against Team Limra. All of a sudden, there's been a massive collision so far. Poco WNL has been knocked down, even Cyrax as a matter of fact. But Sarvit is still holding the front lines as of now. Both the sides cooking up their individual nades. Gokul going in for the explosion, but it seems like it's not going to find the connection. In fact, it's going to be Sarvit who knocks him down. Team Limra slowly and steadily, they are limping. Hesperos has been spotted as of yet once again. The smokes are really going to be the last form of measure, but the explosions fixes. It seems like it's too much for Hesperos to handle.
This is what happens when two titans collide. You are going to have a lot of casualties from both these sides, as Hesperos managing to tuck his tails and run. Still not out of the woods yet. Still not out of harm's way. Still finding some cover. Just playing around with it. But TWOB, they are quite adamant. They want to see the end of this. Now Sarvit is spraying through the smokes. And look at this. The chase has also begun.
And of course, why not? For Team TWOB, they've always been absolutely ruthless in their fights. They got such a massive advantage, but now it's all about the cat and mouse chase. Just try and sniff out where the opposition is. And I believe there's absolutely nothing that Hesperos can actually do over here. I mean, with two players who are playing in tandem with each other, you can't even isolate those frags. And if you get spotted out, you know that the S12K is actually staring dead at you. A single bit of pixel. Hesperos trying to go in for the first knock. Will he find the second connection? He almost was about to, but the nade from the backlines legit was so successful in finding the money. And there you go, Team TWOB finding 6 finishes right from the get-go fixes.
Exactly. This is just stage number 2 and 6 finishes already secured for TWOB. Good stuff. Sublime is what we can say for TWOB, especially considering the fact that they've taken down Team Limra, one of the best teams so far inside of the semi-finals. But look at this huge cluster building up slowly. You've got Hyderabad, the Hydras around those open warehouses. Then you've got Sarkar Gaming holding on the shrine position. Then you have 8-bit. I think we need to talk about 8-bit a little bit, because this is a team we saw in the first game of Erangel. They were quite good just before they messed things up against Sam. But regardless, 8-bit has had a decent day in the office.
But a decent day is really not going to make the cut fixes. I mean,
Yes.
unless and until Team 8-bit really want to have RTX till the end of the semi-finals to be completely unsure whether they are actually moving towards Kochi or no, Team 8-bit really need to build up on those good performances, double down on them. And so far, they've actually failed to do that. And I believe that majority of that inspiration comes in from Juicy, comes in from Aditya. Both of these two players has been leading the charge for Team 8-bit for such a long time. But I really want Mighty and Mac to actually step up as well, because these two players, in my opinion, has been lacking quite a bit. But Team 8-bit, it's not their individual worries that has been problematic for them. Like you said, MOGO Esports, even 8-bit has been extremely unlucky with their rotations.
Yeah, that also has been the case with 8-bit, and no second thoughts about that. But today, really missing out on that chicken dinner. That is going to be such a huge setback for them as Ignite Gaming. The previous game really going their way, but look at this. TWOB, their hunt does not stop. As this time, they're trying to find out that final surviving member of Reckoning. Dionysus strikes back, gets that one. But he fails to get the better out of Prince as he survives. And TWOB, look at them. They are the demolishing train. 7 finishes secured already.
Now, the best part for TWOB is going to be the fact that they have control over this Delta region. Now, they know, as a matter of fact, majority of the teams who are going to come in and rotate from the southern and from their right-hand side will eventually have to pass through their deadlock. And that means TWOB can certainly strike when the iron is hot. The circle has completely shifted away. We are moving towards the northwest island where majority of the teams have found their positioning. Even Sarkar Gaming, as a matter of fact, eliminating Carpediem in that fight has enabled them to find so much position and take control of the alpha hills that we always talk about. And ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to be the alpha inside of your game as well, you need to check out our official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12. And Fixes, you personally have this device and you have been telling me to get one as well. It's just that I have been waiting for that giveaway that iQOO 12 have arranged for all of our viewers.
You better save money then and get this for yourself. No way on chance you're going to win it. I want somebody from the English broadcast to win this one. And for them to be really thankful. But at this point, Sarkar Gaming, I think that fight against Carpediem should instill them with a little bit of that confidence. Something that they have been severely lacking. And we know this team, they have the potential to make a comeback, but it all has to start somewhere. They all need a 15 finishes chicken dinner. Maybe latch on to something tomorrow. Because if that does not happen, look at them, 19 points. But this is where the cavalry of MOGO arrives, and Rex already isolated from his team, and still he manages to come out swinging. Dream, he comes in due time, but for MOGO Esports, they really need to get their heads back together.
Absolutely. Their striking force has been cut down by half so far. S-Power will heal himself up, but Destro is going to fall in return. S-Power with his nades needs to cook up something brilliant over here. He is being challenged by the likes of Dreams. Should be an easy one, but from the backlines it's also Avi. And this time around, S-Power is going to get overpowered. And WindGod Esports, once again, they kind of get the better out of Team MOGO Esports. 2 revivals should be quite comfortable. And MOGO Esports, I just don't know what is going wrong.
They had no information on the whereabouts of the players of WindGod Esports, and MOGO still decided to charge in. All they saw was one player. I'm pretty sure the call was, let's go and push. Yeah, of course, taking a fight against Rex, who's been having such a good day in the office so far. And that is where one of the players gets taken down. I think it was Justin who gets picked off early on. And then suddenly Destro, the frenzy, the panic sets in. And then you have Dreams also coming back. You have other players of WindGod reuniting. And then they did not even have to break a sweat. S-Power, one of the most deadliest fragger inside the lobby. He also falls as now RTGxIND. A little bit of a pickle over here because Godlike seems like it is an artillery strike.
It is not a little bit of a pickle, honestly, Fixes. It seems like it is an extremely difficult situation that RTGxIND will have to battle so far. A 1v2 overload quite comfortably. Godlike finding another knock for themselves and potentially the final player in the board. RTGxIND once again will be kicked out of the lobby, but look at this, Godlike. Once again, a performance that was needed out of them. They're languishing towards that bottom half of the charts. And with this fight hopefully in their bags, maybe their mojo is going to be coming back, Fixes.
Just give them that northern side control. But now look at the circle shift away from them. Again towards that shrine area. Exactly where the players of TWOB are. Sarkar Gaming also quite happy about their position. But also take a look at the players of Team 8-Bit. Still have their numbers up. But Team Dragons, they're also one of those teams that have been quite unexpected. Quite erratic, to be honest. And who knows if they might come out as the victors in this game. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, head-to-head, right beside the players of Phoenix, especially Snowjord. Seems like he's the only surviving member. And if Hero Xtreme Godlike lose track of what's happening in front of them, Versatile Esports from the backlines could really go in for a stab.
Hero Xtreme Godlike are currently being the Coast Guards, but we'll talk about that a little later because currently it seems like Delta PG is going to get absolutely overloaded. It was a 1v1 in fact. WindGod was broken down to their knees. In fact, 3 of their players are going to be on their knees. 5 eliminations for WindGod already, and the best part about them is going to be the fact that all these players are going to be coming back on their feet yet again. WindGod, yes, they are certainly struggling in the fights, but they are managing to actually make them extremely clean by the end. And by the end of it.
And for a moment, sorry to cut you off there, Salty. For a moment, it really felt like Delta could have secured that clutch. Especially had he not lost track of his time. But right now, you've got the likes of Versatile taking on Hero Xtreme Godlike. This is something that we anticipated. Because the moment Punk took down Snowjord, he gave his position away and Versatile knew exactly who their opponent is. And this is how they want to take this fight against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Punk already down and out. Now Versatile fighting against the circle, fighting against Hero Xtreme Godlike. Would love to see how they carve their path inside the circle.
Look at the Coast Guards, right? Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have such a lovely position of the circle. And for Versatile, I believe the problems are going to be mounting on top of them because this is stage 4. And the damage, it's not going to be negligible so far. So every second that they spend trying to think how to actually take this fight in their arsenal, I believe they are also going to be inflicting damage on themselves. So that is one of the reasons why they've fallen back, trying to go in for a longer rotation. But this time around, Sarkar Gaming, they potentially will have to go in for a longer rotation themselves because it's God's Reign who's inflicted death and destruction on them. So far, not really finding that connection, but it seems like they certainly have dethroned them. Look at what KSR is doing. I mean, he had a lovely position in the backlines of this team, but so far he's trying to climb down and I'm not sure why.
Look at these acrobatics. Fury! Oh my goodness. That was a fall and a half. And God's Reign getting a little ahead of themselves. Eventually falling prey to their own hands. Or legs, you may say, quite literally. That plunge of death, it is going to hurt Fury right to his very gut. But at this point, I think for Sarkar, I understood why he had to find that corner. Because he was completely out of the options that were available for him. He was alienated from his squad and 4 players of God's Reign were pushing on at his direction. What is God's Reign up to?
A lot of crashes and a lot of jumps out from the top. Venom, oh my god, this man! He was trying something completely out of the box, trying to use the buggy to come down, but KSR is going to shut him down. This is something interesting. Now KSR is going to use this buggy and going to come down to safety. This is such a comedy of errors fixes. I don't understand. God's reign. What were you even thinking? That's just one finish point. Let him go.
This is hilarious for what we just witnessed, but look at this. Ignite Gaming up against the foes. Team 8-Bit in the picture, and seems like 8-Bit's numbers are starting to diminish. It's all down to Aditya and Mac. 4 players of Ignite Gaming. Aizen, he already knows where Mac is hiding at. Already starting to toss and cook that grenade up. Throws it in perfection. Will connect. As Aditya, the lone wolf from this squad, what can he conjure?
Not much fixes, it seems like, because with the way Ignite Gaming are moving, especially with their formation coming in from multiple directions, and in fact Aditya himself was not moving at all, ladies and gentlemen. So 8-Bit, they have been eliminated once again. Their struggles are going to continue. And currently, they have been halted at that sub 50 point mark, which I'm not really sure is going to be extremely safe for them. But for Ignite Gaming, the problems are going to keep on mounting up because the circle shifts away from them. And they are currently being marked by the likes of Team Dragons.
At this point, I'm really liking Sarkar Gaming's position. And considering what all they have had to be getting through past in this game of Sanhok, this is going to be so nice to see them get a chicken dinner. But hold on, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they have a fight against Hyderabad Hydras, as Jonathan still driving by on his vehicle. As Crypto, he gets majority of the finishes over there, and Insidious getting all the confirmation. Jonathan clearly out of option. One of his tires also flattened out. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, just on the verge of getting extinct from the lobby.
And there you go. From the distance, it was Team TWOB who actually did the deed. And of course, now they are going to, of course, spot the likes of Hyderabad Hydras from the distance. Insidious was spotted. A lot of shots did connect, but I believe for Sarvit and the rest of the boys, the biggest mission is going to be finding that circle. Now, going inside the circle means to find that extreme climb down, and that is where they are going to be the most vulnerable from. Look at Anonymous. The spray is there, but not a single bullet connects.
This is where it clearly shows that Sarkar Gaming are not playing at the very best, but still KSR, he's being circled around by the players of TWOB as he somehow dodges this vehicle run over, but still Kanha OP getting the better out of Prince, and Sarkar responding back, and somehow he blows up his own teammate. What on earth is happening over here, Salty? As Sarkar Gaming are down to their last man Anonymous, let's see what can he pull off.
It's going to be a 1v1, Sarvit versus Anonymous, and look at the spam from the shotgun. It comes, it's going to be an S12K versus the DBS, switches onto the M4, and that is exactly the window which Anonymous uses to shut down Team TWOB. That was absolutely phenomenal. But now look at this. 3 players, in fact, 2 of them are going to be revived, and Sarkar Gaming are going to make that run back up top. But Aizen knows exactly what has happened, and he knows exactly where the rest of the players of Sarkar Gaming are. Now look at this. One single grenade in that little pocket of space, and Sarkar Gaming will be put to an end of their miseries.
There you go. One grenade to seal this off. Beautiful stuff coming in from Aizen as Ignite Gaming. They have been all over the place. For Sarkar Gaming, still a very good comeback. Get a lot of finishes to them. A top 3 finish. But now it is going to be a 3-on-3 situation against the likes of Hyderabad Hydras as Insidious. He gets that opener onto its Aurora. But where is the trade-off? Hulk still getting the better out of Crypto, and Hyderabad Hydras down to their final 2.
Jabs have been exchanged fixes, but it's all about finding that cross. It's all about finding that hook as well. The nades are being cooked. Insidious needs that help of Termi as well, but Ignite Gaming, they're trying to delay the onset of the inevitable so far. Hulk trying to go in for a mad dash towards on the right-hand side. Termi, in fact, has been taken down, so it all comes down to Insidious so far. There is that lovely little coordination between the 2 players, and of course, Team Ignite Gaming, they're going to finish things off in style. Brilliant bit of coordination between the last 2 players, and well played Ignite Gaming. 12 finishes and a chicken dinner. But Hyderabad Hydras, I believe, they did phenomenally well as well.
I think Hyderabad, Hydras, of course, Ignite Gaming, and same goes for Sarkar Gaming. 3 of these teams really outperformed, and considering all of them require this chicken dinner for Ignite Gaming to come out on top, I think that is something quite special. But what is really another thing that I wanted to mention is that there was a similar circle that we had witnessed in the past in round number 3, where Ignite Gaming got a chicken dinner. You remember Aizen and his heroics, he was all over the place. I think they got around 16 to 17 points.
Yeah.
So there is the thing, if you have a Western circle, do not rule Ignite Gaming out. But this game, I do not know to really be smiling or laughing about it, because we saw so many of those casual mistakes being made. First by the players of Godlike, and then Sarkar Gaming, they also followed suit.
They followed suit, and I didn't really make any sense out of the entire situation that happened. All right, I mean, KSR falling down, it was, like you said, it was his last resort. But for Godlike to actually go after a player like that, I mean, does that really make any sense? You are at the you have 47 points on the overall standings. You're trying to push yourself up. You have to focus on the bigger picture. Try and get yourself the chicken and try and get yourself more finishes on the board. Instead, no. They try and use their buggies. They try and use their vehicles. They come down flying as if nobody is going to absolutely third party them or shoot them down.
I think it came down to the fact that maybe they were not well versed with the topography of that area. But we'll talk about that. But let's take a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. It came down to the wire. For TWOB, there was pretty much nothing to lose. They had that free hand, and they were just a demolition squad this time around. But what happened later on was Ignite Gaming. They certainly had those numbers, and eventually Insidious, he gets that first pick. But then the next moment you could see those trades also coming in from IG, especially Aizen just playing around this rock, has that perfect cover for himself, and that is how he carved this chicken dinner, because Hyderabad Hydras were pretty much out of options. Now coming back to that entire fiasco that we witnessed. So what we see first is Sarkar. He is scared to death. He decides that I still have knowledge around these rocks. He takes a nice charm and he's still safe. Then Fury. I think hell had Fury. Something went inside him. He got possessed. He jumps and he falls down. He gets taken down. And then Venom, he decides to play a little smart. This time he comes with a buggy. Drops down on where Sarkar was, but eventually gives his life away, and also the buggy for Sarkar, which eventually became his escape route.
Exactly right. I mean, for Godlike, it's not just those two mistakes. The entire fiasco also led the other two players, Phantom as well as Altu, to kind of go their separate ways, and even they dispersed to individual teams. So, didn't really make sense. I believe that was... I don't really believe that was the call from Venom. It must have been one mistake leading up to another mistake and leading up to another mistake being stacked up on top of each other. But enough of Godlike. I believe that they know themselves that this game was not exactly that they want to remember for long. But even for Hero Xtreme Godlike as well, once again, the same thing is happening. They were being the Coast Guards, but they have been shut down quite comfortably.
Yeah, this time by the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But for Ignite Gaming, 22 points secured already. And I think they should grant them that golden ticket almost, very close. Once the overall standing comes in, we are going to have our doubts cleared. But for Sarkar Gaming, these 15 points feels like the entire universe being handed on off to them. But for MOGO Esports and Carpediem, look at this, Salty. Just a big fat 0.
Yeah.
Such a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really blame MOGO, because they were already a part of a different level of prediction altogether. You remember somebody made a prediction so far before the start of the tournament, the top 3. The other 2, they have been eliminated already. MOGO Esports is still there. We talk about pundits, and it seems like the pundits have definitely come down on MOGO Esports and Carpediem together. But match summary, if you have a look at that, 7 grenade eliminations and 252 meters off the longest finish coming in from Avi as well. WindGod themselves have been performing brilliantly, Fixes. Extremely consistent in those fights and extremely well coordinated. It seems like Avi has done a lot of work behind the scenes, and those work is being... he's reaping rewards from those works.
I think for WindGod, there's a lot of depth inside this roster, because when you talk about them, what I felt is that even if they're not getting those chicken dinner, they're getting those good positions, and not just good positions only. they're getting a lot of those good finishes also.
Yeah.
So I think even in this fight, engaging against the likes of MOGO Esports, now this is a squad that is really scary if you talk about pen and paper things, because you suddenly have Delta, Justin, and all of them charging at you. You also got S-Power still to hold on to yourself, but it still came down to the wire, because when MOGO Esports had lost out on 3 of their players, it was Delta who pretty much did manage to get those trades, but Avi, being the IGL himself, comes back in, gets that final finish, and WindGod still come out having a really good affair.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't really... Credits to Delta for actually doing that once again, but for MOGO Esports to get completely dispersed in that fight, I'm not really sure. I'm not taking that, and I believe for MOGO Esports, they will have to go back to the drawing board, figure out once again how to actually take these 4v4 fights. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Stock up his snacks.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And this time around, with a small change on the panel, we are prepared for the 5th match once again. Johnny, welcome back on the desk. How was that game of Sana for you?
That game was fun. Why are you calling me a small change? I'm older than you, buddy.
Yeah, but you're small overall, right?
Wow.
I'm not going over your build, but I love your outfit, Johnny. I love the color coordination, and I love some baggy fits on you.
Oh, thank you so much. But that was a baggy performance from the players of Hyderabad Hydras, to be honest. I wanted to say Ignite Gaming, but yeah, not a lot of finishes until the very end of the match. Although it was an exciting performance coming in from Ignite Gaming, something that was desperately needed considering I have been talking about this team since day 1 itself.
Yeah.
An amazing start to their journey in the semi-finals. Day number 2 was a little bit of a slowdown. Day number 3, the start was again filled with a few struggles. But now, after this particular match 4 coming to an end, they have made sure that all of those struggles are going to disappear and they find stability inside of the top 16.
I believe majority of the teams who have crossed on over the 60-point mark are going to be stable from now on. If you're above that 70-point mark, you're almost 1 foot inside of the Grand Finals already. But of course, you cannot be safe. We've seen history has been an evident for all of us that you can slip up at any moment in time. But ladies and gentlemen, if you do not want to slip up in your esports careers and your esports journey, you need something very powerful to be your companion. And who better than the iQOO 12 5G? Of course, such a flagship device, but it is also being utilized by our 16 teams who actually traveled to Kochi as well. So the biggest tournament we played on this device is a testament to the fact that this can actually deal with anything that is thrown at it.
Exactly. The best of the best are going to use this to compete against each other for massive, massive prize pool in that LAN finale. And of course, it is going to be an epic LAN finale, but again, who are the top 16 teams that actually make it through? And right now, as we were talking about that previous game, What is going on with God's Rain? Those plays coming down from that hill. What just happened?
Honestly speaking, me and Fixes had no idea as well. It just seems like you can only call them silly mistakes at this point, because even as professional athletes, they understand that was a massive mishap. Now, there's a lot we need to actually talk about, Johnny. Multiple things to discuss from that map. But as of now, we'll talk about the overall standings. TWOB, the first team to actually cross that 100-point mark, and rightfully so, because they've been so consistent. 108 points from them. Reckoning and Newman following suit with 87 points apiece. You've got Ignite Gaming on 84. Team Limra has also been consistent at 80. But then look at this. The comeback coming in from WindGod and Medal Esports. That makes me so happy, Johnny.
Yeah, not just you, me as well. I'm also impressed with the players of Medal Esports today. They have been quite phenomenal. That game of Wrangle that we witnessed a few moments ago, that was impressive. And of course, I want to see if Medal can hold on to that momentum. But one of the biggest falls today, Salty, has been from the side of Team Xpark, because they started their day in a very comfortable position inside of the top 5. And at the end of the day, not even end of the day, I mean, we still have 2 more matches left, but look at where the players of Xpark are right now, on that 9th position, which is 75 points. Although the momentum is still holding strong for Xpark. I mean, that performance on Wrangle from Joker does keep them in the fight for the top spot. But as we move to the last page, things get interesting, because Hyderabad Hydras, 46-point, MOGO Esports on that 18th position, again outside of the top 16 qualification bracket.
That is still fine, because the points difference, Johnny, till the top 16, it's not really that high. MOGO Esports know that even on the last day, they can do something to magically make a comeback. But did you see that massive change? Sarkar Gaming and Carpediem have switched places. And the surprising fact was Carpediem was beaten down to a pulp by Sarkar Gaming in that particular fight. Now, who are we comparing? Carpediem supposedly be the most aggressive team in the country right now versus Sarkar Gaming, who have struggled throughout the semi-finals. What just happened and what is going on with Carpediem?
I have no idea. Things are just not working out for them. Even in this particular game, just getting eliminated right off the bat. Couldn't even do anything inside of that fight as well. Carpediem, I think this is time when we start calling it, right? I mean, not even 30 points on the board, getting surpassed by Sarkar Gaming. Sarkar Gaming started the day with 8 points on the board. By the end of the matches yesterday, at the start of the day today, their average points per match was 1 point per game.
Yeah.
And now they sit at 30 points overall. So Sarkar Gaming, I want to believe in this team. They are just 15 or 16 points away from getting into that fighting position. They can make that comeback in a few matches, and I hope they actually pull it off. This is going to be the most epic qualification we have ever seen if Sarkar Gaming make it to the finals.
Absolutely, man. And honestly speaking, Sarkar Gaming deserve that little bit of a leeway as well, because a team that has been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for such a long time. Johnny, imagine this. KSR, Sarkar have stuck together almost throughout since BGMI has been in existence so far. And every single time, initially they used to be known as UP50. They used to come in, they used to get eliminated in those rounds. But now it seems like finally they've actually rung the horns in the temple once again. They are back in their senses, and hopefully they'll continue the run of form.
Hopefully, man, because right now the shift in the play style, it does not make sense to me, because as you mentioned, I mean, this team has history of being in the competitive circuit for a long time. These players aren't inexperienced. They have that experience of taking on the best again and again and again. Although fate hasn't allowed them to show up in those big tournaments, especially in the finals, they do survive the league stages, make it quite deep inside of their journey, but never really have been inside of the finals for a long time. Although this time it feels a little different. They've adjusted themselves quite nicely, and I think in that previous game we did see them just bring that aggression again, try to go for those fights, at least try to find those openings. Although, let's be honest, they got lucky in a few of those moments, especially with that God's Rain fiasco, KSR hiding in the corner. That was all luck, and God's Rain just messing up an opportunity that was just handed to them on a silver platter. But Sarkar Gaming, I think if they just keep moving forward, just stay focused on the matches up ahead, they can stand a chance for qualification. I would love to see this team move forward as well. They have a lot of potential in them, and it would be amazing to see them succeed.
Absolutely. But of course, having said that, there certainly have been things which are not really going well. Even we were talking about MOGO Esports and Carpediem. MOGO Esports, they haven't really been doing well themselves, right? Getting completely taken down in that fight against WindGod. Look at that. The comparison in semi-final performance now. for sure, they've got that improvement coming in from day 1 to day 2, 8 finishes to 17 finishes, but it's still not going to be enough because MOGO Esports is still languishing. Johnny, what is going wrong for this team?
I mean, the aggression is there, right? We see those 17 finishes they secured yesterday, and I think the total tally of points they secured on day 2 was around 26. But still, survival points not really there. They started the day with single-digit placement points on the overall leaderboard. And MOGO Esports was a team that was renowned for its consistency, right? You were there with me in Mumbai when this exact lineup lifted a trophy without securing a single chicken dinner throughout the entire Grand Finals of PGIS 2023. That is such a rare feat for anyone to accomplish. They did it. And now, struggling for placement points, it is not MOGO Esports. Something is definitely off. And you can't even blame the new addition in the team because that man is getting those frags. He's doing the job that he was brought in for.
Exactly, right. Basically, you're saying that BGIS 2023 champions and BMPS 2023 MVP have come together and now they are all of a sudden failing massively, to be honest. And coming back to that statistic, right, you saw that improvement from 8 to 17 finishes. It suddenly struck to my mind because on that day, I believe it was that one game where they actually accumulated 12 finishes. Delta found himself 6, and the rest of the 3 games, they could only find themselves 5 finishes.
Exactly. It was just that one big performance because of which that total tally of 26 came on day 2. Day 1, they had like 11 points on the board. But still, I mean, MOGO Esports, it's all about that one big game. One big conversion, you will be inside of the top 16. And once you are in there, you make sure you get those 4-5 points per match. Some way or the other, just get that average to maintain that position inside of the top 16. 4-5 points per game. Once you are in the top 16, it is going to be enough. But let's see how the next game turns out.
The next match, it's going to be Erangel once again, and we start our journey afresh for all of these teams who are in the groups A and C. Now, we did talk about the map of Erangel, but let's just talk about the flight path as of now. It starts on from Georgopol, moves in towards military base, and that just goes to show that majority of these teams will be focusing on the western part of the map once again, completely contrary to what we witnessed in the first map of Erangel of the day. Now, the only difference is, I believe that once again the teams will be forced to take those isolated vehicle spawns, and that just means more and more drop clash, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of early conflict in this game as we see the players of even Xpark take an exit towards that Georgopol position. That, again, just like Yasnaya, is going to form a big clutter in those particular areas. Xpark, they're not alone. The players of 8-Bit landing quite close, but we know 8-Bit is just going to go for those vehicles along the western highway and move, or at least try to move towards Ferry Pier and close to the military bridge. This flight path, we were just talking about them, MOGO Esports, this flight path gives them a lot of priority over their main drop spot, the military base. But can they convert this matchup? That is going to be a big question. Yesterday as well, we had those zones forming towards the military base. Did not work out for MOGO Esports. Fixes comes along. He's like, all right, they do not do well when the circle is favoring them. They do well when the circle is away from them. The next game of Erangel, the circle is away from them. And yet, MOGO Esports, even with the flight path giving them priority, still fail to convert.
Honestly, I kind of completely agree with you. So far, MOGO Esports, it seems like nothing at all is working in for them, but we'll still have hopes. At least what they've managed to do with that one big performance is that keep themselves afloat in the competition already. They're not in the dire situation where Carpediem currently are, but it seems like in the Primorsk region, there's 3 teams in the mix.
Yeah, Primorsk has 3 teams. There's Silly Esports, there's Team Limra and Newman. But Salty, our expectations have not come true, to be honest. I expected 8-Bit to also move towards that Primorsk Ferry Pier area, but they're sticking towards that Georgopol city, and this can lead to a lot of interesting developments considering even Orangutan have decided to go for that hospital drop, and there's already 2 teams clashing against each other in northern Georgopol. Here we have it, Team Dragon up against Blind Esports. I feel so bad for Blind Esports. The last time we saw them, they got eliminated by Xpark. Now we see them again on Erangel, and they have to deal with Team Dragons.
And of course, I mean, if it is going to be that repeat telecast of that first Erangel that we witnessed, I mean, not to mention, but the game that was rehosted, Team Dragons really beat down Team Blind down to a pulp. So We have seen this fight happen initially, but at least this time around, both the teams, they have their individual compounds and their individual territories to work with. For Team Dragons, I believe they know as a matter of fact that there is going to be company, and Evil wants to open things up with the nade itself. It's not going to connect, but at least the war horns has been rung, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, it's, as you mentioned, the war horns have been rung, but still waiting to find that opening. If they commit too much utility into this fight without having any conversions, then that is going to be a big detrimental factor for the players of Blind Esports. They would not have anything left to check the corner rooms, to check any position inside of the building up front where the players of Team Dragons are hiding, but sort of in the backlines. Now, this is actually brilliant. They've sent one man back to try and go for a wider rotation, see if he can get a flank, or even just play for some information. But Team Dragons, they're one step ahead. Night King already blocking the way for Saurav before he even moves in.
Honestly speaking, Saurav, with the kind of form he's in, I would not trust him on the flank, especially up against Night King. Night King has been included in that iQOO MVP contenders list. This man is going bonkers, and he recently, I believe, just reached his 50th finish himself. So it is going to be interesting to find out if Blind Esports do manage to converge. And now they are doing so, Johnny. They definitely are taking up the aggression up by a notch. But do they still try to barge into the compound, or do they send in utility flying? That is definitely going to be a question.
It's going to be a big question, of course. But what's the answer? Molotov lobbed out. No damage dished out. The players of Team Dragon definitely avoid taking any damage from that piece of util, but it does give some control of this ground floor to the players of Blind Esports, and they have access to the indoor area. Looking to move up onto the first floor. It's not going to be easy. That stairwell block, that stairwell camp, they know it's waiting for them. But hey, Team Dragons, with how they're positioned right now, I don't think they intend to fight the players of Blind head on. They want to lay them, or at least force them into a trap. And as you were talking about Night King, I have to say this, I believe he's the one big reason that Team Dragons have made it this far into this tournament. If he wasn't there, I think they would have been eliminated a long time ago.
Absolutely. Night King has been phenomenal. Even Drogon today has also found himself a little bit of success left, right and center. But now look at this. Night King does have the UMP and the DBS to work with, but to his contrary, he does not have the helmet as of yet. Not really the best position to take those early fights, and that is one of the reasons why he's playing in from the back lines. And Team Blind Esports finally have found the invasion so far, but they are yet to find the first connection. Shots are being fired, Johnny, as of now, but no connection as of yet.
I mean, no connections found, but as you mentioned, Blind Esports charging towards that first floor might have just been a bait from the players of Team Dragons, because now look at the switch of position. They still have Frost OP on the top floor. Rana is there in the backlines, and Night King and Drogon are going to try and clear up the floors one by one. Starting from the bottom, they find Saurav, and Blind Esports have already lost one player, and Nova21 takes a leap of faith. He's going to find Night King as Drogon, a little bit of miscommunication, and he hits the floor. Team Dragons, blunder after blunder, and Blind Esports, they do not leave these unpunished. An easy squad wipe comes in. Blind Esports walk away with 4 points, no players lost.
Absolutely. Nova21 and Ocean69. They're going to give each other a fist bump after this fight once again. Beautiful partnership. Nova21 finally finds Night King initially and then slaps around and finds that 180 on the other player as well. Team Dragons, I believe the approach was right. The way they actually waited down for that fight was also brilliant. It is just because of Nova21 and his brilliances in this fight that got them the better, of course, but the way they found the opening, Blind Esports still need a lot more. 39 points currently, Johnny, is where they sit at, and I believe that Blind Esports, a lot of confidence will be bolstered back in this squad once again. But you speak of confidence, and I always come up with Team Limra, with the way especially Dragon OP has been playing so far in this tournament. This man is currently sitting at the top of the charts, iQOO MVP contenders list, and I believe that he's one of the silver lining for Team Limra to actually show them that yes, we can actually mount a comeback, and here they are marching on towards the finals.
I agree with that. I mean, I'm so excited to meet them on that LAN stage. So many questions. Why do you move Hesperos to a backing survival role? Like, he was the best player for your team last season. And of course, I hope they are very confident this time of I mean, we can clearly see they have built up that confidence throughout this tournament. 80 points on the overall leaderboard right now. And Team Limra, they haven't really slowed down, especially during the semi-finals. The start was on a slower note, but since then, they've just been picking up the pace game after game. And even now, they find themselves quite close to the players of TWOB. What is going to happen? Sarwith, will he be stopped in the midst of his rotation? There has been a little bit of damage dished out upon him by the players of Team Limra. But they realized that Sarwith might have been leading them into a bait, because the players of TWOB were waiting for them inside of these compounds on the other side, and Team Limra instantly readjust, move to a different position. They get themselves a high ground just north of Ferry Pier.
Love this micro adjustment coming in from Team Limra, honestly. Instantly realized that they had no fighting stance in that situation. But look at this, God's Reign just rotating right underneath Team X-Pac and their nose. Sarang is going to find Phantom. Connection has been found, depleting him to about 10% HP so far. But yet, the knock is not there. Godsrin just barely trying to survive in this. But why are there just two players rotating? Fury is so far away from his rest of his teammates. And even Alto, as a matter of fact, they're all disintegrated, Johnny. And it does not make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, Gods, I think their reign is coming to an end. As far as this iQOO BMPS is considered, not really in a good position as well. Alto and Phantom trying to get out of trouble, and X-Pac. You know what's the most confusing thing about this engagement? X-Pac were in Georgopol, not the northern Georgopol city. They were in Georgopol city and the containers. So they just leapfrogged Blind Esports and Team Dragons and just instantly went for a team that was playing in Zarki. This team is definitely out and taking out the biggest threats before the final even begins.
Absolutely. And what do you expect from a team like X-Pac? They have like, what, 15 position points overall out of the 60
Yeah.
what they have accumulated. So they don't really care about those positionings. But now look at this. What happens because of this northern rotation is that the circle takes a drastic shift up south. And it seems like Team X-Pac once again least interested. They're hot on the tails of God's Reign so far. And God's Reign themselves have been pushed so far towards the periphery of the map. But focusing ourselves on towards the play zone a little bit, we have majority of the teams, even Orangutan, right at the smack center of the circle. Now, it's going to be interesting, but I'm also finally happy that Team Bliss is back in action. Once again, another blockbuster, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, their angles today have been phenomenal, right? Do they maintain that 100% win record on this map? Now, that's the question. Like, a lot of responsibility. It's going to be an angle hat-trick, by the way.
Can potentially be. I mean, every single player has been that star fragger just shining bright, right? It's not just Sam, it's not just Turbo, it's not just Eggy. It's all of them together combined that found that compound benefits of them. But as of now, Team Orangutan, they find themselves a lovely little ridge. On the other side, it seems like Team TWOB. And now, we have to flip back the years once again, because this does seem like a military warfare.
Yeah, it is, and I feel bad for TWOB. It seems like every time they try to move around, it's some team or the other that tries to take them out. So they are being put under pressure again and again. But we have the iQOO MVP of the previous map. It is going to be Aizen from the side of Ignite Gaming. And Ignite Gaming, again, phenomenal performance in that previous matchup. 8 finishes secured by a single player. I think 12 was the total tally of the team over there. And towards the end, that lost 2v2 fight against Hyderabad Hydras, that was intense. A quick bait and switch by the players of Ignite Gaming, helping them secure the winner-winner chicken dinner on that previous game of Sanhok. But can they do it again? Ignite Gaming, I think what they're looking for right now in the overall leaderboard is a safety cushion to work with.
Yeah.
Which, as of now, would be somewhere about 60-65 points. It sets you up for success tomorrow, but you still have to convert at least 1 or 2 games tomorrow in order to guarantee a qualification within the top 16.
And talking about the safety cushion, if I had to build myself a safety cushion inside of my esports journey, I would only take nothing but the best. And of course, the flagship device iQOO 12, our official smartphone partner, offers you absolutely nothing but the best in terms of performance, in terms of battery life, in terms of charging abilities as well. But coming back to the conversation once again, apart from Ignite Gaming, we also saw 2 players from TWOB on that MVP contenders list, right, from the last game. And TWOB, I don't know how, but surprisingly, they've actually found the consistency in no matter which map they play, they always find themselves in the center of the circles. And we know, as a matter of fact, the center of the circle will come with its own heated engagements. But TWOB, they always come out on the right end of it.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they always come out the right end. They always come out the victors of even the most difficult situation that has developed for them in any of these matches so far in the semi-finals. And again, we can't really praise this team enough, right? The only team to cross that 100-point marker in the overall leaderboard right now. No one is even close. The closest is like, what, 87 points? Yeah, Newman forever. So TWOB stand uncontested on that first position, but hey, a little bit of a conflict, or at least an attempt to take down one of the players from the side of Inferno squad. Metal Esports looking to find that opening. And while they've dropped Owen extremely low, he does manage to escape and evade the threat from the players of Metal Esports. Paradox does gain a little bit of information. Oh no, ammunition running low on that M4.
Yeah. But even for Team Inferno squad, I believe that it's not really the ideal position to actually take a fight from. Had to travel roughly about 200 meters back inside the circle. And that is exactly what they're doing. The rotation paths actually coincide. So I believe that Metal Esports, they're still going to meet Team Inferno squad a little while later. But right now, currently, we have another fight brewing up in front of our screens. Team Numenix Forever, they have currently been marked by the likes of Team Limra. And I like this fight, Johnny. It is going to be the battle between the table toppers. It's like the toppers of a class, they are going to be duking it out over a quiz. And you never really know who comes out on top. It's going to be jabs after jabs and good shots after good shots left and right in that center.
Man, what sort of a school did you go to, Salty? Oh, yeah.
Mine was a convent school, not really well established, but it had decent friends at least.
I mean, I also went to a convent school, but we weren't.
It was a co-ed school, but so
yeah,
I had my fair share of fun.
No, not mine. I went to an all-boys school.
Oh,
that's why I turned out to be a gamer, and that's why I'm better at gaming.
Are you really sure, Johnny?
Yeah,
really sure.
Yeah.
Fine, I'm going to give you that leeway, but talking about better at gaming, Team Limra, they're certainly better than you. So I'm going to give these boys that benefit of doubt as well. And talking about their position, finding that shoreline is actually pretty important for them.
Can I mention something fun? I'm glad the map popped out at the right time, because look at what has happened to God's Reign because of that early hunt by the players of Xpark. They are forced into Yasnaya Poliana and they just stay there. Also, by the way, Xpark chased them all the way to Yasnaya and then just instantly decided to try and block their way, because they expected God's Reign to keep on moving towards the circle. So they first waited for them at school, then waited for them at the compounds just a little bit east of Pachinki, outside of the open fields. And now Xpark realized, like, alright, it's a little too late inside the game, so we might as well go into the circle and then wait for God's Reign. Did God's Reign do something to Xpark?
This is systematic destruction. This is how you isolate and exterminate, right? Team Xpark have done a very good job, researched on their rotation path, but now look at this, Team TWOB. What a fantastic spray that was! But it actually came in from the likes of Carpediem that connected on top of Aru. Confirmation has been found. Carpediem, they're going up against Team Orangutan right now, and this might actually be a very important fight. But have to be wary of TWOB and their third-party presence.
Yes.
Can be the biggest threat.
I mean, it's important for Orangutan. That's all I'm going to say. They can't really afford to lose players anymore. They need those points stuck at 61. In fact, stuck at the 60-point marker for a long time. But hey, Newman Forever, they find out the players of 8-Bit. Mac, he is in a world of pain as the shots from Mafia connect. And it's going to be an instant knock and a finish. 8-Bit not really in a position to fight back as well, because look at the radar. The players were a little too far away from their teammate.
Yeah, they certainly were. Newman Gaming, I mean, not really the best of positions. Just one compound is what they have underneath their control. But we'll come back to them once again. But it seems like there's going to be a build-up right now. Pretty big one, in fact. Extremely crucial for Carpediem to actually come out on the right end of things. And I desperately want Pokar to step up and his game as well. But look at this. Their job is actually being made so much easier by the presence of Inferno Squad from the backlines. Time and time again, Orangutan, they come out of the fire and they end up in the frying pan.
Yeah, again and again, as you mentioned, it just keeps on happening. Quite unfortunate, but AKOP also, before he went, did find an opening for his team. Fierce! You rarely see him make those sort of mistakes. This time, luckily for him, he does manage to dodge out the damage of the nade. But it could have been much, much worse over there. OG on the other side, 2 players lost. 2 remaining, WindGod and Atanki. Looking to see if they can secure a few extra frags against the players of Carpediem, as here comes the push, and WindGod kicks things off in a brilliant manner. The opening knock is going to be secured. Now it's down to Atanki, who's playing from that basement. One nade connection is all he needs, and a little bit of assistance provided by the third party as well. As Carpediem, they lose those players. But hey, OG, while they might still be surviving after this conflict, the finish points is what they have missed out on. And now, since Atanki is the last player left standing, it is going to be very easy for the players of Inferno Squad to show up, finish him off, and secure that point for themselves.
You never really know. Atanki does have the DBS as well. And in the basement, he can certainly make that clutch happen. I mean, I have been an optimistic guy for a while right now, but seriously, I want Team Inferno Squad to try and do something different. But if Atanki comes out on top, this will be the clutch of the game as well. But coming back to that fight against Carpediem, I don't understand what made them so blinded. They knew their players of Orangutan are being chip damaged by the presence of Inferno Squad. But once again, it seems like Carpediem, in fact Orangutan, pardon me for that, are still holding on as of now. The basement is still safe, at least for Atanki.
Yeah, and I have to say, I 100% agree with you. There was no incentive for Carpediem to actually make that push. They could have just waited. This position is inside the circle as well, and Atanki, he finds his opposing player completely lacking over there. Not focused on those sound cues, I guess. And Atanki just peeks around the corner, catches him off guard, unarmed as well. An easy knock and a finish. Second point on the board for Orangutan. The wall of smokes denies information, and he lays out on the floor. That could have been a 200 IQ moment, but it did turn out to be. He ran outside of the room. The play he was trying to make was he wanted to hide in the smoke, lie down on the floor so that the players of Inferno Squad, they would just be focused inside of the room and he would not be there. So he wanted to create that confusion, but hey, we know what happens now. The pre-fire with the shotgun, and he just gets caught off guard.
He definitely did get caught off guard. Team Orangutan, even they get eliminated on that 69-point mark. Like we said, 70 could have actually been safe for them, but again, we'll have to try their luck in the next game that they play. But so far around, there's going to be another fight. A pretty important one. In fact, New Minix forever. We know, as a matter of fact, they've done enough. 88 points on board for them. Mafia already has had one finish. But for Silly Esports, I believe, this fight is an extremely crucial one. And Ash barely surviving by the skin of his teeth there, Johnny.
Yeah, that was close, man. Just like 5 or 10 HP remaining on Ash. But Mafia from the backlines in a brilliant position, actually, to provide a lot of cover fire to his IGL. And Silly Esports, they need to be careful as well. Silly Esports have done quite well for themselves as far as the overall leaderboard is considered, 56 points. And if they do well in this game, they can cross that 60-point marker, get that safety cushion in. And all the heavy lifting from the side of Silly Esports was done in the first few days. Today, not really going their way. 6 points have been secured in the matches that they played so far. So this game needs to be a big one if they want to maintain their average. In a position to win this team fight as well. As Newman, they are going to struggle because of numbers not really being there in their favor. Hydra with that nade, if he finds that opening, it is going to be the end of Newman forever, because Mafia, then he can't really do much against the entirety of Silly Esports. But before we talk about that fight, because Hydra does find the opening over there, TWOB, they show up and they try to take a collision against the players of Team Limra. One player down, Cyrex legit also hits the floor, and it seems like finally TWOB have found their contenders. But as I say that, Prince OG, not afraid of anything, actually forces the players of Team Limra to deny or disengage from that revive and forces them into a conflict. Denying those revives, it is going to be a big deal actually. And look at this, just runs in looking for those finishes. This man is not afraid of anyone.
Exactly right. I mean, this does not even feel like BGMI. It feels like chess right now because Prince is playing such a mental game. At this point, Hesperos from the backlines has also been pretty brilliant. But now it comes down to a 1v1, if I'm not mistaken. Prince versus Hesperos. The DBS, I'm not really sure. Hesperos does not know the position exactly where Prince is because Prince has been so mobile. And now look at that. What a beautiful connection. Team TWOB, they're really so good, Johnny.
It's been a while since this Tiger made people afraid of him. And now he is back and out for blood, man. As you mentioned, that was a game of chess between those two individuals. And Prince coming out with a checkmate. Yeah, I thought that was going to find a connection, but Sahil, he's extremely lucky over there. Eggy still fighting for his life. does find a knock, runs inside of the smoke looking for survival, but hey, Metal Esports, they had 2 players left, so the spam from those 2 individuals does find that final frag on towards Team Bliss. Team Bliss headed to an early exit in this match, so not really the 100% win record we were hoping for, but hey, who cares? They have a lot of points in the matches they played today.
Absolutely, right? Not the hat-trick, too much to ask for. But
yeah,
one thing which you can ask for is a very comfortable city ride, and that can be provided to you by Hero Xtreme 125R. They're our official mobility partner, but talking about mobility, once again, it seems the Team X-Spark, they will have to be mobile because Team TWOB, they're not stopping right now. Shots were exchanged. Shadow 7 still looking to pounce on top of Prince OG, but from the sidelines it seems like he's been hit, and it is Silly Esports. Ranveer is going to find that opening, but he's been traded out. Silly Esports still in the backlines. Look at this, Akshu quite low on the HP. The nade does sail in. Joker has been found. Akshu is possibly the only one who is still holding his ground from Silly Esports.
Yeah, and he has done a phenomenal job till now, but hey, the third party from the players of TWOB, and it is again Prince OG leading the charge. The finishes do get picked up by the players of Silly Esports. 1 stolen by Blind over there, but now, TWOB, how do they react? They have the information of the teams that were there around that slope, and they are going to try and hunt down the players of Silly Esports as well. Hydra is the last man left standing, lobs out those smokes around the shack to try and deny any visual confirmation of where he exactly is, but doesn't really work out. I think you do that in front of TWOB, and they're going to run towards you, knocking on your door.
That is exactly the wrath that TWOB has set up, right? You do not want to be a solo survivor in that southern frontier. But on towards the north, we have another fight. MOGO Esports are taking down the likes of Phoenix Esports. But thankfully for MOGO Esports, once again, they found at least 4 players inside of the final circle. Phoenix Esports, they will be in the back foot, especially with Honey being taken down. Venturing too much out in the open towards enemy lines. Delta with this need will be confirming the frag, but now look at this. They cannot mess things up from here on out because MOGO Esports, the advantage that they have right now, it's extremely crucial for their success.
Exactly, we were talking about this. They need 1 big game to secure a comfortable position inside of the top 16, and this, I have a feeling, Salty, might actually be it. All 4 players still left standing. Their front line's absolutely clear. If they do manage to take out the players of Phoenix Esports, then this is their chicken dinner. This will be their game to lose.
Absolutely. Talking about games to lose, TWOB now once again the onus is going to be on the main man, the IGL. You called him the Indian Tiger. His name is Prince so far, and his job is to exterminate the likes from Metal Esports. Now, Top Dog and Sahil, they're completely blinded by the fact that Prince is right next to them, but he lobs on that nade, possibly giving out his position as of now. Prince, with his position given away, does he have any other form of defense? Or otherwise, he will be forced to take this fight. But no, wait, from the back lines, it's Saurabh, the man, the myth, the legend, who actually confirms it. Blind Esports, they're still suffering, they're still surviving. 9 eliminations on board, and it is also possibly the comeback that Blind Esports needed.
Yeah, it's a comeback from, and it's a massive, massive comeback from the players of MOGO Esports as well. The 2 teams that can ruin the day for either of these sides are going to be Metal and the players of Phoenix Esports. But as we were talking about that conflict, right, I wanted to see it go on, the fight between Metal and TWOB, Prince OG. Because both the sides were completely blind. They were just lobbing out nade without any information. Metal had no idea where Prince exactly was. Prince had no idea where the players of Metal were running towards, and they were just playing off of sound cues. But Saurabh and Blind Esports in particular have been quite opportunistic today, and they've done quite well for themselves because of that. And here comes the push. Saurabh is going to be the first man to go down, but the trade comes in, and God's Rain, they are taking the fight quite comfortably against the players of Blind Esports. One more man hits the floor as Osho gets taken out, but it is time for Altu and Fury to be on the move. With Phantom knocked out, they can't really do much but fight for a few extra points before the game comes to an end. But what just happened to MOGO Esports? Again, a big blunder. Delta PG looking to go for a revive onto S-Power, and he might find it as well. But from here on out, survival, it's going to be extremely difficult, and they only have 4 finishes to show for it.
Exactly right. Metal Esports will be exterminated, but MOGO Esports 6 eliminations right now for them, but only 2 players surviving. They desperately need the chicken dinner, but now comes Phoenix Esports exactly at the time when MOGO Esports sprayed them not to come to. Delta PG trying to lob in the nade, but Shine beautifully dodges it. S-Power has been overpowered by Goku once again, and Phoenix Esports in a 1v2 situation has to make sure that this man Delta will not be allowed any leeway to clutch out the situation.
Ooh.
Barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, but this time around, is he here for a miracle, or is he going to bite the dust yet again?
Oh, that was a miracle, in fact, because the nade overshot Delta and somehow he's still alive. But it's down to this one last play, and 3 players from the side of Phoenix Esports standing in front. Even his backline is compromised, because look at the radar. There are a few individuals that can take him out. In particular, it's going to be 1 man remaining from the side of Blind Esports that might have a line of fire to try and pick off Delta. God's Reign, they're down to their last 2 individuals. Fury is also alive. Altu did gain access to the edge of the circle, to the northern edge of the circle, and he did clear that pathway for his team. But hey, there we have it. Evil with his evil plans does succeed. 11 finishes on the board for Blind Esports, and down to the top 3 we go. Blind Esports, 1 man remaining. God's Reign, 2 players remaining. Phoenix Esports with 3 players, but the control of the circle. It is going to be difficult for them to gain. They do find that frag onto Evil from Blind Esports, and now it's down to 2v3. God's Reign up against Phoenix Esports. The numbers advantage can play a big favor for the players of Phoenix Esports. They have so much map control to work with. Fury, he's going for a heal battle, or will he try to support Altu in the front line? There's a slight edge that can be utilized to move forward, but with Altu falling, I think the match can be already called. God's Reign, it is going to be difficult to secure a winner chicken dinner. Fury finds the opening. Shayan also extremely low. Nate can do the job. The Molotov goes out, and even if the Molly connects, it can be a brilliant conversion for Fury. All he needs to do is just survive long enough to put on that first hit and pick off Shayan one way or the other. But Goku has also compromised the backlines. Not a lot of room for this man to work with, and he is still taking the fight. Take down one more, down to a 1v1. Goku versus Fury. The man from Phoenix Esports needs to go Super Saiyan if he wants to win this one. The Molotov fails to connect with a nade. Will he end it? No, the nade fails, and it's on the wrong side. Goku finds the frag, and Phoenix Esports, an impressive conversion, another big win.
Absolutely, what a beautiful fight that was. I mean, Fury has to be given credits for standing his ground in that situation, right? Man came in from the blue, still found 2 or 3 knocks over there, 2 knocks in fact, but still could not actually get the 3rd one. But Phoenix Esports, I believe, for a brief period of time, they really were sweating bullets because there was absolutely nothing that they could do. Beautiful connection on that 2nd play, in fact.
Yeah, Shayan was already extremely low. I'm surprised the Molotovs did not take him out, actually.
Yeah.
Because there was just 1 tree for cover, and Shayan somehow brilliantly just managed to evade and buy himself enough time. First, he just spammed shots, made sure Fury was in cover, and just moved out into the open to just try and make sure the Molly runs out. As soon as it ran out and Fury lobbed the 2nd one, he ran back to the other side. And again, as soon as Shayan hit the floor, it was down to a 1v1. That is when I got extremely concerned, because, you know, it's a shotgun meta, right? At point blank range, anything can happen, but 1 moment of panic, and Fury, he missed out on that big win.
Yeah.
And that moment of panic, it was clearly visible. The nade connected on the rock. It bounced off towards his left. And he just, in order to avoid the damage, he was forced to run towards the right. And he just walked into the line of fire of Goku's shotgun.
You know, the best part is I feel like Phoenix Esports, their movements are extremely good. I'll give you one more example, Johnny. But for now, let's have a look at the chicken dinner moment once again and relive that piece of action. Because look at this, MOGO Esports, they were kind of brought down to their knees by the likes of Mental Esports. And of course, with Phoenix Esports coming in for the 3rd party, there was absolutely no chance that this team was going to survive. But TWOB and Prince OG specifically has to be given so much credit, but so much that they did right. So many teams did fall just because of Prince OG and his own brilliance.
You know, I want to see the same performance from this team in the finals, TWOB. That is what I want. It should not be a one-hit wonder. It should not be just the semi-finals converted and then you just completely miss out on the finals. Because TWOB is just phenomenal, man. I mean, they're just very impressive. But in that final moment, again, Phoenix Esports, they have been kind of consistent. They have been playing quite well in the semi-finals. So this was bound to happen. I mean, their wins are going to come. And I think even in the finals, unless the pressure of that LAN finale stage gets to them, I think this team has a lot of potential in them. It's quite surprising, though, to see God's Reign sort of struggling to find those points. And yeah, in this game, I understand they were being chased by Xpar for like the first 10 minutes of the match. But then again, they had a lot of freedom during the mid-game stage and they gained access to that northern edge of the circle quite early.
I'm not even sure what's going wrong for God's Reign, honestly, because it does not seem like they are suffering in those 4v4s, which is again a big issue. But apart from that, it seems like even the IGL Venom seems to be extremely lost in which direction to head for this team, because you look at the way they are playing. Even on the map of Sanhok, there was that massive debacle. Even on the map of Erangel, it seems like they could never really find the footing, especially inside of the circle. Just like you mentioned, they had space, but they had no clue on how to move around. Now for them, this match definitely is going to be their best bet. Hopefully they find a little bit of their form. But we know God's Reign, how good they are. And all of a sudden, this massive fall does make me question on what exactly is happening.
Exactly, because ideally, in a situation like this, you would expect God's Reign to be the top contender for the win. They had so much map area to work with. And yet, when that push from Blind Esports came, it felt like that was the first moment of panic for the entire team as soon as they lost one player. And then it was all about readjustments. Luckily, iQOO and Fury made it out alive. And then iQOO just goes ahead and gets himself knocked out behind that rock, over-aggressive over there. But hey, let's have a look at the point standing for this game. Phoenix Esports 18 points secured. Blind Esports walks away with 16. MOGO Esports alright, double digits, 10 points secured from this game. So I believe this match does get MOGO Esports into a comparatively safer position inside of that overall leaderboard, at least to end their day. But God's Reign, this is what we were talking about. It's just 3 eliminations from that entire struggle in Erangel.
They need to find the fights to find their groove of things as well, but I'm not even going to talk about the second page because it seems like something massively is going wrong for Carpediem, something massively is going wrong for Team Dragons as well. The way Team Dragons got taken down in that fight against Team Blind, that was something which I did not expect, especially after Night King gave them the opening. Even as a matter of fact, Team 8-Bit, the first map was something which we know 8-Bit always does good, but after that they could just never really find their footing.
Yeah, it's actually quite surprising, to be honest, seeing 8-Bit struggle like this. But let's have a look at the match summary right now. 61 eliminations secured, so majority of the players did get picked up, or in fact all of the conversions did come through, apart from the players of Phoenix Esports, because there were only 3 of them left by the end of the match. So quite efficient play. No points in terms of finishes were wasted by any of the team, and no points denied. In fact, 12 native finishes. I expect these numbers to be pumped up, man. I mean, with the amount of utility everyone is using, I want to see that 20 bomb being dropped in terms of nade finishes. We got close to 17 today.
Yeah. I mean, it's still better than the average of 8 to 9 eliminations with the nades that we were seeing yesterday. So at least we are kind of going up there in terms of the mark. Even the number of smokes that was used was close to 250. But the conversation which I actually want to say is that Phoenix Esports and their movements, right? They're so nice, especially in that map against, I believe, Newman as well. Yesterday on the map of Sanhok, you saw how beautifully Snowjawed dodged the bullets coming in from Oasis as well. So it seems like this team knows how to actually move about in the Battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the Battlegrounds, the competition for the Grand Finals, it's heating up. We're going to be coming back for the last game after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Every load they go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
As promised, after a very short break, the brothers are back on the screen yet again. We started the day off and we're going to end the day as well. But Fixes, it seems like a lot has changed in the past 5 games that were played so far. The hopes and dreams of a few teams have come crashing down. We are going to talk about them. But for now, it seems like even God's reign, they certainly are struggling in this match. They did get the second position, but are you satisfied with that performance?
Not really, especially considering that final member surviving over there. He could have really pulled off that clutch. I think this went down to him starting to overthink in that situation and yeah, messing up those 1v1s. That surely is going to go down, haunting him later on if they do not make it.
Absolutely. But talking about something that is going to be haunting is going to be your performance. That is going to be haunting your enemies as well if you do take up the iQOO 12 so far. Of course, there's going to be a lovely giveaway that has been set up for all our viewers. 4 iQOO 12s are being given away by our lovely official smartphone partner. All you've got to do is just go down to Google and search iQOO 12 and you might get a chance to win one of these big daddies for yourself. And of course, majority, in fact, all of our athletes inside of Kochi, they're going to be playing the biggest esports tournament in the best device that's possible.
I've been playing on this device for quite some time and every single thing has been top notch. No complaints so far. I can vouch for it. Have my name signatured, but
talking about complaints, Fixer, sorry to cut you off there. Right. I have a lot of complaints with Carpediem right now. We're gonna have a look. We are gonna have a look at the overall standings once again and find out. But I want to know your thoughts because it seems like today was the worst day at office for them.
I don't think even day 1 or day 2 has been better. And this just keeps on carrying on, and I think we've come at a point where we might have to give up on Carpediem. But good things for TWOB have already crossed over that 100 mark. They are soaring high. You've got the likes of Newman, Reckoning, everybody kind of quite comfortable at their position, even for the likes of Medal. So all these teams that have broken past that 80 barrier, let's assume that we've handed them the golden ticket for the Grand Finals. Versatile, Phoenix Esports, especially after their chicken dinner, almost on the brinks of it.
Absolutely, and I would love to see Phoenix Esports on the LAN as well because they have been performing oh so beautifully throughout the tournament and making waves as they make their way across. But look at this, the second page. Of course, brilliances from the likes of WindGod Esports, a massive comeback coming in from them. Orangutan keeping their hopes alive, 63 points. Should not really be a problem until and unless we see a massive crash. Bliss will be the talk of the town today. The last game was not exactly what they imagined would be, but with that being said, the last page, and this is where I do not want to see where Carpediem are at right now.
I think we can put Carpediem out of the discussion for a while because now the competition is about the top 16. We saw Hero Godlike at that 16th position. Just above them were the likes of MOGO Esports. Now, let's not forget the fact that MOGO Esports has completed all their games for the evening. So, a beautiful chance for the teams like Blind to really chime in over here and get a good game and topple them apart because now for MOGO Esports, they are literally playing with fire. No second thoughts about it. And even for God's Reign, they've also completed all their matches for the evening, and now I think floodgates have opened for a few of the other teams that are really inching in close. But barring all of these teams, I think we need to talk about Orangutan a little while because today's day hasn't really been that great.
Hasn't really been that flashy, but I believe that they're still going to keep themselves alive. I mean, we saw them on the overall standing, 63 points. It's not really that bad considering that the difference between them and the teams on the last page of the overall standings, it's still considerable. So the maximum they are going to drop is still going to be in that 16th position, and they're going to be comfortable. I still believe in the boys, honestly, especially with the way Aru and others have been able to pull off last day comebacks. Should not really be a difficult job to secure that qualification for the LAN win. But if it does not happen, well, we can all say that the history repeats itself.
Yeah, that line is already prepared in our minds. But we want them to not give us those heart attacks in those final days. And orangutans surely do not have that cushion anymore. But talking about this matchup, we have Group B taking on Group C right now. Group A's matches are done and dusted. So Ignite Gaming, they had a really nice comeback story for them. Hero Xtreme Godlike eyes will be on this team. Are they going to push themselves a little more? Because today's day hasn't really been a great day so far.
Today's day hasn't really been that great of a day for Inferno Squad as well. They definitely are trying to make that comeback, but I believe they can actually do much more considering that we see lovely fighting spirit from them, especially in terms of the third parties. They have been brilliant, but sometimes or the other it seems like in those third parties they also do tend to lose a couple of their own players as well, and that has been their problem specifically. Another team I want to discuss, Fixes, has to be Sarkar Gaming and their performance in the last two games. They have definitely made their crawl back up, and I still believe that this team can actually make it. I'm going to be extremely positive. I want to know your thoughts.
For Sarkar Gaming, they have to get a chicken dinner. And this is where we're talking about the game of Irrangle.
Yes, sir.
We've had a lot of Irrangles today. And if you talk about Group B and C, you do also have Team Bliss into the mix. And this is something that I want to ask our viewers about. Do you think a hat-trick is incoming from Team Bliss to get back-to-back chicken dinners in Irrangle? Let us know in the chat section, because we will be quite excited. And I'm pretty sure I am rooting for Team Bliss, because the comeback that they have scripted today is phenomenal.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, with the way that they started the day off, nobody imagined that this team is going to come back, right? Blockbuster performances. And like I said, the players have to believe themselves first that the comeback is possible. Because if in their minds they are double thinking, if I should do this or if I should do that, whether if it is possible or no, I believe there's not going to be any chance. The players in their heart will have to believe that we're going to make it. And that is only when you actually make the go call. Now, majority of the teams who have done their hard work, the job is done. But from Group B, I believe there are going to be some contenders in the form of some big names right now. Hero Xtreme Godlike. We have talked about them. They have been performing brilliantly, but today it seems like they've been really unlucky. In fact, majority of the semi-finals Fixes, they have been unlucky. Either the circle is not on them or they are getting third-partied. Even if they finish off fights on a good note, it seems like someone or the other will try and target them down and hunt them down. What exactly is going wrong?
The pacing of the lobby. One thing you've noticed, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the viewers will also agree with what I'm going to say, is that a lot of these teams are actually delaying so many of those fights, right? And towards the very end, it is all a mad dash inside the circle. And that is where we see in majority of those fights breaking out. That has been the problem for Godlike, for the likes of MOGO Esports. But one team that hasn't been having a lot of those problems is going to be Reckoning. They did majority of that dirty work in those initial 2 days and now are soaring high. When you take a look at their day 1 and day 2 performance, quite similar. In fact, the survival time has really increased. 21 to 24, that's a big leap.
That certainly is a big leap. In terms of the damage numbers as well, I don't really see a significant decline. In fact, just 500 points of damage is what they are away trailing, in fact, from their day 1 performance. But for Reckoning Esports, I feel like their job, like we discussed, it's already done and dusted already. And teams will have to specifically study this particular case, Reckoning Esports, if they do want to make a massive comeback tomorrow. I know it's still very late in the tournament, it's still very late in the semi-finals as well, so not really a lot of opportunities. But even today, if you go back to the drawing board and try and understand, Reckoning Esports fixed all of their issues, but the first thing which was there was their hero stepping up, Viper. Then, of course, it was Hunters chiming in. And as soon as you get those couple of good performances, couple of good fights, everything becomes good in the hood and it's all green on the other side of it.
I think for Reckoning Esports, they're on the similar warp at their team X-Park were during the BGIS. And we all know how it ended. So for Reckoning Esports, fingers crossed that maybe this time the curse is broken. Maybe this time they lift the trophy. They were really shying away from a couple of points had it been the case otherwise. But it is finally time, Salty, that we venture into the final game. That is going to be in Irrangle.
Well, the last game of the day on the third day of the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Group B and C duking it out on the map of Irrangle as a big bird once again sails up in the skies. And this time around, we are going to be flying in from in between Severny and Stauber to military base, a completely vertical flight path, which we can say that does divide the map into two almost equal halves. It's just that Georgepol, Hospital, Ruins, Gatka, these regions, they are going to be a little difficult to actually attain. But I don't really think majority of the teams are going to struggle. They are going to keep themselves close towards the center of the map. Yes, Georgepol has been that hotspot. Both Blind, Team X-Park, a couple of times they have been preferring that Georgepol drop. But this time around, they're going to move back to their secondary drop location or possibly their primary towards Yasnaya.
Look at this once again. You've got Blind heading towards Yasnaya, and along with that, I'm pretty sure you've got X-Park joining the fray as well. So some early bloodshed is something that we do anticipate happening in that big town. But I'm also looking forward to the circle this time around, because eyes again will be on the likes of Team Blaze, who are scripting their comeback story. But this time, Team Blind decide to change things around. It is going to be Osho, and he takes down Sarang. And now Team X-Park, seem like they're in a situation over here.
They definitely are in a situation, because right now, look at this. Joker only has that pump action shotgun to work with, and he currently is being overloaded by the two players, Saurav as well as Evil. Now, Team X-Park, they can't really provide him any sort of cover fire. In fact, I'm even in a split thought of why exactly did Team X-Park decide to drop in exactly where Blind Esports want to, because I believe Yasnaya as a city is big enough to house two teams comfortably. You can go for your primary loot and then take the fight. What has to be that what has gone wrong for Team X-Park or Team Blind to actually make desperate measures like these?
And majority of those fights we have seen between X-Park and Blind, it is usually around these compounds. Previously also we saw Team X-Park were the ones who got away, emerging as the victors in that fight. But Joker, definitely one of those players, you cannot rule him out any given time, and this is exactly why. Does not care if he has a weapon or not. Around a pump action shotgun, he knows how to create magic over here. Still a lot of pressure being applied by the other players of Team Blind. There you have it, Nova getting a knock onto it, Spray God, but two players. This time too much. Overwhelming Joker in that situation as Blind Esports get an upper edge in this fight.
On the other side, in fact, Spraygod has been taken down, so you're right. Shadow will be the only one from Team X-Park who is still surviving. But now look at that, the connection on top of Nova was absolutely brilliant. Too much to ask for from Shadow 7. Team X-Park, they didn't really care, of course. We know, as a matter of fact, this team is blood hungry. They have done majority of the heavy lifting, 77 points already. They know they're safe and secure, so why not take that fight? Team X-Park, they are going to bow out. But for Blind, I believe these 4 elimination points are going to be oh so crucial. They certainly have done majority of their hard work. 55 points is where they sit currently. But on the other side, one team who is not comfortable is going to be Team Hero Xtreme, Godlike. And their main man, Admino, has been taken down. He has been struck down by a knife.
And to add salt to the injury over here, Salty, the fact that Reckoning never really dropped at Severny shows clear intent that they're out on a hunt. Especially when you're sitting at 88 points, you know the golden ticket has been handed over to you. Might as well take down a couple of your competitors. And why not go after Hero Xtreme Godlike, considering this team has been on the rise. And given the moment is right, they can surely strike. But for now, Human Forever going after the players of Silly. It's really exciting to see what happens next.
Well, talking about exciting, Hydra's position is definitely exciting over there, but seems like he has been completely struck up from both the ends. From the front, there were 2 frontliners, and from the back lines, of course, there was Mafia. And there was nothing absolutely that he could potentially do. Team Silly Esports have been kind of split up and dispersed in multiple locations, and they were forced to do so by the likes of Newman Forever. But at least for them, there's going to be a good start. Once again, Omega just proving his worth. 2 early eliminations from a supposedly, quote-unquote, passive team.
And they have surprised everybody. I feel like to the point, even they are surprised with how aggressive they're playing.
Yeah.
For Newman Forever. And at the right time, they've woken up. Because throughout in those previous rounds, Newman Forever, they were touted to be as one of those teams that always focuses on those position points. And finally have answered their critiques back in the semi-finals. A place where even the mightiest have fallen. Look at the list that is at the very bottom. Look at those big names who were quite well known for their aggression. Where are they? And then we have Newman Forever shining ever so high.
You talked about the big names, and of course, some major names have actually left us from this journey in the round 3. In fact, could not really keep up with the aggression, could not keep up with the consistency. And it seems like we've got the best 24 in the country who are duking it out in the semi-finals. Certainly with the level of gameplay that we have seen so far. But at least for now, there's going to be a couple of teams who still need to prove their worth. Silly Esports started their round 1 journey with an absolute banger of a performance. Really got everyone's headlines. Now currently are struggling. Even Hyderabad Hydras are struggling. And talk about struggles. Blind Esports did not struggle against Team X-Park, but will they struggle against Ignite Gaming? That's going to be the question, Fixes.
Seems like they can't celebrate too early. Especially with Ignite Gaming this time deciding to charge in on them. Oh, so he's got a perfect angle. And this smoke, I do not know by whom it was really deployed. Was it by IG? Did they want to cut off some angles? Because at this point, so difficult to process what's really going on as Osho. He definitely takes a couple of shots, does land it, and Aurora. This is a disaster. Burning down his own teammate. This is where Osho, he finds that opportunity to escape.
It's still good in the hood, at least for Team Ignite Gaming. They're still going to be recovering from that position. Nades being cooked. Osho still trying to find that initial contact. In Blind Esports, it can actually be a blessing in disguise for them if they do manage to land these 4 finish points for themselves. I believe majority of the job will be done by Blind Esports already. Ignite Gaming on the other side, they are trying to use the topography to their advantage. Aizen from the ground floor still lining up those nades, not really finding the connection, but it seems like with that smoke path that has been created, Team Blind Esports, they're looking to charge in.
Look at Aizen. Still alive though, has that pump shot gone to work around things. And there you have Saurav picking off Aurora from elsewhere. It is pandemonium for Ignite Gaming at this very given moment as Aizen really low on his health and no options for him as Evil with that grenade as Team Blind. They are recreating something that they've already done previously as Sarkar, the final man, surviving barely with a sliver of HP.
Barely with a sliver of HP, but look at this. Nova, even he has been brought down quite low. Aizen will be confirmed over there from the backlines. And now how many players from Team Ignite Gaming are still surviving? It's going to be 3. But Hulk, I don't really believe he's going to be extremely comfortable. Look at the airstrike that is coming from every single direction. Blind has been pressuring them from multiple sides, but I really want to see that one invasion coming in from them. Sarkar still wants to use the topographies to his advantage. Why not go to the rooftop? Exactly why not? Because Nova is going to hit them with the mark with the nade.
It feels like Team Blind at this point, they are possessed. The way they are playing, the aggression they're showing. And for Ignite Gaming, it's all about buying enough time to somehow trigger that revive. And that responsibility lies on towards Aurora. Sarkar finally back up on his feet. And there is a beautiful trade. Evil goes down, but Nova, another shot over there. And suddenly Blind Esports annihilate Team Ignite Gaming. Already out of the server. Team Blind soaring high with 8 finishes secured already.
What is up with this team, Fixes? Every single time in the last ditch moment, they just come up with flying colors and they get a whole lot of finishes. I mean, who can forget that round 3 comeback, right? This team once again doing a similar job. Certainly, they were in troubled waters inside of the semi-finals, but now look at where they stand. 59 points secured already. They still have all of their 4 players still standing. And as of now, what it seems like, they potentially can go in for a chicken and solidify their slot for the Grand Finals. We'll look up if they can actually make it happen. But on the other side, WindGod Esports, we have to talk about this team as well, Fixes, because, oh, they look so good, especially with the 4 players sticking together for such a long time. I really wanted this team to perform, and now they are actually making it work.
I think Rex has been the hero of all of this. Because if you talk about WindGod, how they started the day off, they were somewhere around that mid-pack. But Rex, getting those MVPs and being so reliant and getting those deliveries right now at 77 points. They've got a beautiful cushion building up for themselves, ever so close to get their golden ticket inside of the Grand Finals. It's been a long time we saw RV gracing the LAN, and seems like finally his dreams are going to come true. But for Team Blind, man, how do they do it every single time? It is those final 2 days and they somehow stage a comeback out of nowhere. And this time they have gone up against the big dogs, taking down Team X-Park after being brutally thrashed multiple times. When you take a look at the replay, it is the similar formation once again. And every single time it's a drop fight, it really comes down to the RNG. And this time, I think the stars were aligned for Team Blind, and hence they showed some courage. This time you could see the players were working cohesively together, and hence the results were there. But that is where we were not surprised, because Salty taking down another squad without any casualty, that is something special.
That certainly is, right? And look at the disadvantage from where Blind come from. Not only they traverse the distance which separates between the hospital building and the other side of the road with a beautiful smoke path, they also utilize utility to knock down players from the terrace itself. And of course, we did get to see the trade game, and that gang war was also pretty cool. And to be honest, Blind Esports, credit has to be given to them for always being strong mentally and coming out on top in situations like these. But I'm also very surprised, Fixes, with the amount of machetes and daggers being used in this game so far. It seems like both Blind Esports as well as Reckoning Esports, they're looking to make a statement right now.
Yeah, it's all about BM. There's no second ways about it. I'm pretty sure, unless and until it's those initial stages of the games where you do not find a weapon to work with, sure, melee weapons do come in handy. But what Reckoning did to Godlike, that was clearly a message, and a message that was well received. Because when you look at Hero Xtreme Godlike, this is the third time they've changed the drop. We saw them dropping down at school. This time, in the previous game, we saw them going down south towards the military base. This time, they decided to head over towards Siverni. And for Reckoning, to be out on the hunt, for them to realize that Godlike is going to drop there and somehow cut off their rotation. Because the other three players were around that Georgie area whilst Admino was picked off. He was left to fend for himself, and did manage to get that knock, but wasn't enough for him to pull off something miraculous. Even this team, Salty, they have also been so good.
They certainly have been. And I'm very proud of Encore and Paradox, honestly. I mean, of course, Top Dog has definitely been one of their top fraggers. He's always been extremely aggressive and always been very successful in any team he's been with. But Encore and Paradox, for them to come out of their shackles to answer their critics who kind of pointed at the experience time and time again, it does feel good. But now look at this. If you do also want to kind of make your teammates proud and successful inside of your games, you've got to utilize and get yourself something extremely powerful. And that can only be our official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12 5G. You can definitely consider it, because all our athletes, all our pros in the Grand Finals of the iQOO BMPS 2024 are going to be using this device to compete at the highest level in the country itself.
Yes, and you can expect the best performance coming out from all these lads. But, you know, taking the conversation back towards Medal Esports, truth be told, everybody, in fact, majority of the people from the community were of the opinion that Team Medal Esports, they are washed off.
Yeah.
And there was no chance that they're going to get a comeback. And maybe this potentially could have been their last chance as a team. And for the owners to bestow faith on Paradox and Encore, who haven't been having quite a great time so far, that was a big decision to make. And finally, for these boys to somehow repay that favor in kind, to show that they've still got what it takes to be playing BGMI at the highest level, goes on to speak in volumes about how much or how difficult it was for Medal Esports to fight their own demons and to come into this stage. Because round number 3, that final game of Weekendy, had they not gotten a chicken dinner, they could have never qualified. But for Reckoning Esports, look at this, quite close to the players of RTGxIND. And this could be quite close. Viper already being surrounded and instantly gets that first opener, and then he gets another.
I'm not even surprised at this point. This man is absolute mad lado so far. Dionysus on the other side, just being absolutely beaten down to a pulp. RTGxIND from the distance is actually going to get engulfed. Dionysus is really going to be kicking himself, but you see the difference at the level of gameplay. Viper so comfortably without even sweating a single bullet. Drops down, lands 2 knocks quite easily. RTGxIND did not even understand what struck them, but it seems like majority of their hopes and dreams are going to be coming crashing down. They still took an exit at 35 points. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll find out. But as of now, 2 teams we were talking about, WindGod and Medal Esports, they are going to be locking horns in this warehouse, Fixes.
And this is going to be exciting. 2 of those teams that have staged their comeback now up against each other. This is going to be a fight worth telling. At this point, Top Dog, being the spearhead of the attack, has taken quite some damage from that grenade. Needs to patch himself up quick because from the backline, Salty, even Versatile, they also might charge into this fight.
As of now, I feel like Versatile, yes, they can certainly hear all the commotion, all the explosions that is happening, but Medal Esports and WindGod, they certainly are isolated. And WindGod, they are actually making the ambush. Top Dog all by himself, trying to hold his ground. Will certainly be difficult, especially with Dreams landing a nade extremely close to him, but he still survives. In fact, Dreams himself gets taken down, and now Team WindGod, they certainly are on the back foot. Trades are being exchanged, and at the end of it, it's just Avatar from Team WindGod who is still surviving. WindGod, for them, they will be looking to escape, but this man can certainly be the Mister of Mischief, looking to find a connection, but from the back lanes will get instantly cleaned up. Medal Esports, they will survive yet another collision, but WindGod, yeah, it was a tad too aggressive for them.
Yeah, a little too early they got gassed out in that situation, because for Medal Esport, what I really loved was Top Dog and how he repositioned himself. Bought enough time for the rest of the pack to make an entry inside those fights and those grenades, and the trades were perfect. Seemed like WindGod had no answer, and their wins were taken off their sails. But for Versatile, we also anticipated that they could come in third party this fight, but they decided to take a fight elsewhere. Now engaging against the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. Look at this cluster. It's barely so difficult for us to kind of figure out where the players are, barring the fact that the ones in the edges, yeah, they're clearly legible. But look at that center. You've got Versatile, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, and then you've got quite a few many. I think could be the players of Medal Esports also. At this point, Hyderabad Hydras and the recent addition of Termi, I think is what made the difference for them to have such a deep run inside of the iQOO BMPS.
And for sure, Termi has definitely been performing out of his minds. Did have the opportunity at the start of today to try and get his team a chicken dinner, but could not really keep himself alive. Even Insidious fell over there, and that's one of the reasons why Hyderabad Hydras had to be satisfied with that second position. It was Ignite Gaming who actually got the victory, but once again, look at this, Versatile. Beautiful positioning from them, a high ground advantage from which they can certainly capitalize. But all that they can do against Hyderabad Hydras is going to be try and trouble them as much as you possibly can. Bleed through their resources, try and deplete their armor and helmets as well. And I believe that is going to weaken down Hyderabad Hydras and their defensive fortress. And now look at this, even Numinix Forever from the back lines has spotted this engagement. They know they have a soft target in front of them.
For Numin Forever, they've got quite a good spread to work around with. Especially all their 4 players split up from each other. And this was another fight that we witnessed while WindGod and Medal Esports were duking it out against each other. As, yeah, of course, Inferno Squad still surviving that onslaught. They're literally dead smack at the center. Right beside them are the players of Team Blind as well. But all these teams are starting to look quite mobile, like our official mobility partners, the Hero Xtreme 160 yarn. And this is going to be awarded to the MVP of the finals. But you might get your hands on this. Definitely do check out this sexy bike.
I mean, I want to get my hands on a sexy bike. Why not a sexy man on a sexy bike going on a sexy ride, you know, Pixis? That is what Kochi is going to like as well.
No wonder you're a red flag, Salty.
What? Who says I'm a red flag? You know who's a red flag? It's Team Blind Esports. Because in spite of doing so much inside of Yesnaya, they're still at the dead center of the circle.
Could we have some -100 in the chat for Salty? Just
why?
Overacting over here. And yeah, I think it's a generational difference. I'm sorry, Salty. I think I'm the one to be blamed over here. Because you are overcharged and now teams are saving up all that potential energy. Because in a little while, we will see the floodgates opening. Now, this is what I have been talking about. This has been the lobby's timings where all these teams eventually will meet against each other, and you'll see a lot of those third parties breaking out. And I'm one of those advocates that is against such an idea. Because if I were MOGO, if I were Hero Xtreme Godlike, and I know that I can take those early fights, I might as well engage in them. Because towards the end, you're seeing them suffer. And more often than not, they've been on the receiving end of things. Because this is one of those circles, Salty. Also, you can see it's quite simple, yet so complicated. Out in the open.
Yeah.
But this is where you're going to be truly tested. Are you well versed with all those dips? Are you well versed with all those ridges? Which compounds are going to be there? And most importantly, are your vehicles healthy?
I think outside of Query, this is going to be the circle where the topography is having the most amount of variations in terms of dips and tides, right? And this is one of the reasons why you said majority of the teams are going to struggle. Look at this, Team Orangutan. They almost were struggling in their rotation. Team Inferno squad hot on their tails. The sprays are connecting but barely surviving over there. Team Orangutan did have to force a pit stop. But in this fight, it seems like Team Inferno squad, they have such a massive hand. 3 players from Team Orangutan. A little too much to handle, it seems like. For Inferno squad, should not really be a problem. They've got the high ground advantage. But from the back lines, oh my goodness, Blind Esports can come in for the third party at any given point in time. Orangutan, they have signaled their presence with that smoke being established on every single choke point inside of this compound. But it seems like nobody is actually willing to go in and push up against Orangutan without them finding the first contact.
Orangutan never wanted to be here. It was all about the players of Inferno squad, just laden them down with bullets, and in order to find any means of survival, that is where they're stuck at, because that's the worst compound to be. Especially you can be surrounded from multiple angles, and yes, those smokes really saving them, especially considering the fact that those grenades might sail in any given moment. And this is where Owen, he gets that striking blow, already taking Atanki down and still building up that pressure on OG.
Talking about building up the pressure, it seems like all these nades that come sailing in is going to mount that pressure once again. Majority of these nades aren't really going to connect. In fact, Yatin OG takes so much damage himself, but it still seems like Orangutan, they have not been given any breathing room whatsoever. Inferno squad, yes, the aggression was there, but instant disengagement once again. And I love this from Inferno squad, right? I love the discipline because they know, as a matter of fact, yes, Team Orangutan are closer to the center of the circle, but at least they've got themselves a pocket of space, lovely little compounds. Let's not try and push up so early that there are going to be multiple third parties appearing on top of us.
One thing for sure, that PMWIJL, for a moment, he had almost jumped the gun, but still realized when to hold on to his horses. As now a lot of these teams are trying to get an influx inside of the circle. You've got Reckoning Esports and Hero Xtreme Godlike right next to each other. And look at Sim. He decides to find some cover, but in turn gets picked off from somewhere else. It's going to be Atanki who takes him down. And this is again where Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've lost their ways and now are quite clueless on what to do next.
It seems like Godlike get back to their usual problems once again. Just like you mentioned, a mad dash inside the circle at the fag end of this series. And it seems like when the stage 5 ends, what is this commotion happening? Jonathan knew exactly that that was not the space for him. Of course, he had to give up on his vehicle, but the explosion just took down Punk, the only player from Team Hero Xtreme Godlike who is still surviving but has been spotted down by WindGod itself. But Orangutan, they certainly are safe and sound, at least for now. Punk will be taking in shots once again, but I believe he has been capable of holding his ground forever. The buggy has kind of exploded, providing him that little bit of a soft cover that was important. But Orangutan, they always have to worry about those two titans coming in from the backlines, Inferno squad and Team Blind.
For Hero Xtreme Godlike, their worst nightmares have finally come true once again. This time sitting at 53 points, and this could be one of those cases where it could be so close yet so far. But moving on ahead, we've got Metal Esports and Versatile in quite close contention to each other. As Versatile, they want to breach in, they want to get inside the circle, and Metal Esports have only one thing to say: no ID, no entry.
But talking about no entry so far, it seems like Team Versatile, they're going to force their entry because Paradox is going to fall with the Molotov. Look at this, once again, couple of nades do come in sailing. Versatile, they want to breach past the defenses of Metal Esports so far, and they have done a fabulous job in doing so. It's a man advantage for them, but nobody has closed on up as of yet. Aquinox has been in the firing lines, but look at that. From the back lines, it seems like Infinity and Aquinox, both of them have been taken down, and it's credits to Hyderabad Hydras and, of course, the young lad Termi.
It's fights happening again all over the place. Absolute pandemonium. Bodies are falling down like flies. At this point, Versatile Esports, let's look at their options. They've got Raiden and Somraj to work things around. It is against a medal that is high on confidence. At this given moment, Inferno Squad still have the center of the circle to themselves. As Versatile and Medal both quite unsafe, they have to somehow manage a way to disengage from this fight as Sarkar Gaming absolutely bombarding the departments and the likes of Reckoning Esports.
Well, look at those missiles once again. Sarkar Gaming landing majority of those utilities right. Reckoning Esports has been pocketed, especially from the backlines as well. Numinix forever are going to charge in. And I believe this sandwich situation is not really going to fare well for them. From the backlines, of course, Kana is going to go down to the play zone. So even Sarkar Gaming, they are going to bite the dust eventually. But now look at this, Reckoning Esports. The ones who were pocketed, Numinix forever, it should not really be that difficult job for them to try and eliminate this squad. It's just down to Hunters right now. He has that one finish on him, but I believe with the shotgun he can get a lot more. Numinix forever at this point, they're possibly taking it for granted, trying to run their vehicles all around them, but this seems like this is a different Numin altogether. This is not the Ash who was passive. This man knows how to use his guns and to connect his bullets.
And now the fights aren't seeming to stop at anything at all. Look at Hyderabad, Hydras charging in inside the compounds of Metal Esports, a team that was looking ever so strong and suddenly have been reduced down to their final player, Sahil OP. At this given point, it is a fight, a 1v1 situation, and Sahil OP too much on his plate as Versatile Esports come back from the back lines and take him out as Hyderabad Hydras. Little time to recuperate, but Termi, how many first aid does he have? Just 2.
Not much fixes. Termi from Hyderabad Hydras, for him to buy that space inside the circle, it will be extremely difficult. But look at Versatile, right? They only have 5 eliminations on board, but they're still trying to force their way through. The circle is extremely out in the open. Nobody is safe. And of course, from the backlines, Raiden will try and seek his revenge for his fallen IGL, taking down the likes of Numinix forever. It's still Omega in the open. But now look at this. Orangutan, the apes who actually found themselves the accidental compound, is in the midst of the action, and they're still safe and sound fixes.
A blessing in disguise for Orangutan at this given moment. Still holding on to 3 of their players and could be one of the strongest contenders in getting this chicken dinner. But for Sarkar Gaming, Sarkar, he has been pulling off some heavy lifting over here. Because right now, 4 finishes for him. And somehow needs to find a way to get inside the circle. With Inferno Squad, always that threat looming over OG's head. This is where I think Jatin, he's had enough.
Absolutely. Look at this. Jatin closing on up. Aru cooking a nade. Jatin throwing it in. Aru barely surviving over there. It's going to be a proper 3v3. But I like what Owen is doing from the backlines, providing cover fire. But it's not going to be required because IGL is going to find the first knock. WindGod out in the open. Team Orangutan, they really have hopes from this game itself. But they are being systematically destroyed. PMWI IGL trying to put up that overload. But Sarkar Gaming from the backlines, they provide Team Ignite in Inferno Squad a massive debacle.
What on earth just went wrong over here? Sarkar Gaming, he spoiled the dreams of so many teams, especially Inferno Squad and OG. And now WindGod, the final member surviving, and he needs to strike. Because if he does not, then Inferno Squad, they are going to get those bodies back, and that is going to be a huge cause of concern. And now still into a 1v1, it is going to be Owen, the young lad, against WindGod. He's been doing a lot for this team. And can he see the end of things? Can he get that final clutch? That is the big question, Salty.
That certainly is, WindGod. Does he have that shotgun, the big S12K that we have been talking about? And of course, he knows exactly where the position is going to be. The spam comes through the window. And it seems like Inferno Squad, they're still holding through. The floor has been made lava. So many shots have been missing. WindGod still trying to force it through with the circle. It seems like will force Inferno Squad out of this compound. They have 10 eliminations on board. Their hopes and dreams, they're still not qualified for the Grand Finals, going in for the big chicken. But it's going to be up against one who is still contending for that iQOO MVP. WindGod is so low in terms of HP so far, trying to heal himself. Not really a lot of time, but he still manages to find that first hit kit. Inferno Squad, for them, it's been a lot of jabs that has been exchanged so far. They're sizing each other up. But it seems like WindGod will need to fall back by himself some time, and now slowly and steadily fixes. If Owen does not exit this compound, I believe the blue zone is going to get better of him.
But let's talk about something more important. Right now, Owen has that one first hit to work around with, and WindGod does not, but still, he requires none. As this young lad delivers that final blow, and the apes are roaring once again. Ruling the forest, ruling Erangel. This is the way, this is the OG way. And this pretty much might have put a ring on Orangutan's qualification into the Grand Finals.
Absolutely, and what a blessing for this guys that was. I mean, they were forced by Inferno Squad to enter that compound, right? They were stopped dead in their tracks. Orangutan had a different destination, but look at them, right? The fortunes favors the brave. They did make that pit stop, and apparently that pit stop was their checkered flag as well.
Everything just aligned for Orangutan in this particular situation. They never wanted to be there, like you said, and they were running away the moment one of their players gets taken down. They have no other options but to find some safe cover.
Yeah.
And Inferno Squad was such a looming threat. Every single time poking them, utilizing so much of those grenades, those molotovs, did everything. But what Orangutan did to survive was just deploy as many smokes as possible to try and prevent those incoming grenades, at least not find its mark. But now, let's take a look at that winner-winner chicken dinner moment, because this really came down to the wire.
Yeah.
And it could have gone really wrong for Orangutan on multiple proportions, because initially, you could see WindGod whiffing a lot of those shots. That is where you could see the pressure really creeping over, but he did not give up. One thing for sure that I wanted to point out was that Owen still had that one first aid. If push came to shove, if these players would have engaged in for a healing battle, then Inferno Squad might have had it in the back. But Sarkar Gaming, he was the one who changed the tides.
Exactly right. Sarkar from Sarkar Gaming, he knew exactly the mark where he had to hit, and that just became the assistance that Orangutan needed, right? Because at one point, PMWI IGL, him surviving, trying to create that overload on WindGod, a 1v2 situation that was creeping up on him. I believe that that should have been the go call for Inferno Squad had Sarkar Gaming not stopped them from the back lines. But you can't really do anything about that. You can't try and protect yourself from a man who is so way out in the blue and just taking it out from the distance as well. But kind of unfortunate for Inferno Squad, but I would say that a valiant effort from them as well, because they had 10 eliminations on board before going out, and they also get themselves a second position. Yes, Inferno Squad but were not that stable on the overall standings, but this game once again puts them back in competition. And now this makes me think, with Hero Xtreme Godlike crashing out early, with MOGO finding inconsistencies, and now even Inferno Squad and Team Blaze finding their comeback, it seems like there's going to be a lot of changes on the overall standings. Fixes. I am excited for tomorrow.
There surely will. And in fact, we'll get a look at the overall standings later on. But for now, look at this. Inferno Squad and them having won those initial couple of fights, 16 points is what they have accrued from this game. But Orangutan, these 15 points are so valuable. I think now they might have crossed over that 75 points marker. I think would feel quite settled. Sarkar Gaming feels like a breath of fresh air for this team, considering today has been a nice recovery. 10 points out of this game, more of this tomorrow, and who knows, they might have a fighting chance. But for Team Blaze, I think they got gassed out maybe, because first two Wrangle games they got a chicken dinner, and suddenly getting nothing out of this one. Yeah, I really want to see where they are at.
Talking about WindGod, even for Team X Spark Ignite Gaming, I don't really think there's going to be much to worry about. But for Silly Esports, I am not really sure. For Hero Xtreme Godlike as well, because these teams are starting to creep up in that dangerous territory of the overall standings, where you exactly not want to be, in between the 13th to the 16th position. We will talk about them when the overall standings come on our screens. But as of now, 9 grenade finishes, 189 smokes used. I expected the number of grenade finishes to be a little higher, considering we saw so much bombardment around the circle. But majority of them were the knocks, not the finishes. But then 2 vehicle finishes also makes me pretty happy.
I think 2 vehicle finishes, we've seen better days.
We've seen better
I think
days.
In the previous game or something, we had around 8 to 9.
Yeah.
So in Wrangle also, we had 250 plus more grenades in that previous Wrangle. So this time things were notched down a little bit, but the action was still so high. And the same old problem. So many of those teams delaying the inevitable, not really engaging in those fights. And that has been a huge cause of mishap for so many of those bigger names. We have discussed about it, and now we are at a certain junction where a lot of these teams, I think if you look at the likes of Newman Forever, Reckoning Esports, feels like they are unleashed. All the shackles have been let loose. They are just all over the place. We've also seen TWOB also doing that, and in turn, a lot of those teams that are actually fighting for qualification, they are struggling.
It's not just that. I believe that these top teams, they're unleashing themselves because their preparation for the grand finals have already begun, Fixes. But the only drawback is going to be there's going to be a massive break in between the semi-finals and the grand finals, and hopefully these teams at the top, they don't really lose their footing once again. Look at this, TWOB 117 points, still the only team to have crossed on that triple-digit marker. Newman Gaming extremely close, 98. Medal Esports have actually bounced back quite a lot, 90 points. In fact, beyond versatile, Ignite Gaming, Team Limra, they've done phenomenally well, even Reckoning Esports as a matter of fact. But as we flip pages, this is where the problems do lie. Now, Blind Esports with those two squad vibes, they did exceedingly well in this match, putting themselves in the 14th spot. So their comeback has been phenomenal, but now Gods didn't find themselves in that dangerous territory.
Exactly what I wanted to talk about, because Godstrain, that chicken dinner, them missing out on that is going to cost them heavy. Because at this point, 11 teams might have just confirmed their berth for the grand finals, which means that there's still 5 more slots up for grabs. And Team Bliss establishing such a huge comeback, still sort of failing over here. That is going to be a huge cause of concern. But as we move on ahead, look at these names: Hyderabad, Hydras, Godlike, MOGO, 8-Bit, and Carpediem. I do not know what to say. Such big names, and we might get to see another set of huge upsets tomorrow.
Honestly, I believe Carpediem, the job is cut out tomorrow to try and push themselves, do everything in their power to try and keep themselves alive in this tournament, because a team with such promise at the start of the tournament crashing out in the semi-finals, it's going to be a massive heartbreak, especially if they crash out in this fashion. But look at that. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, MOGO Esports and 8-Bit struggling is the only way you can explain them is the fact that they haven't found consistency in the semi-finals at all. MOGO Esports, a couple of good performances are keeping them alive, but I don't think they certainly are comfortable in a position like this. But moving on, we talk about the iQOO MVP contenders, and now look at this. Legit from TWOB has found himself that #1 spot, snatching it away from Dragon OP, 71 eliminations. Dragon with 70 eliminations once again. Admino find himself with 70 eliminations. SprayGod with 67 and Hydro with 64. Fixes, Dragon OP for the MVP. What do you think are the odds?
Dragon OP, I think for Team Limra, they did not have the best day so far. And look at Legit. He's finally taken him over. And it's just that one finisher that really separates them. And for Admino, somehow he's been holding on to his spot. But for SprayGod still being there in the mix, and Hydro makes a comeback once again. For the ones wondering, where is Jonathan? He is at the 7th position. And all it comes down to the fact that Hero Xtreme Godlike still did not have a great day in the office. And with just 4 more matches to go, they have to go all out tomorrow.
Well, I believe for all of these teams, they will have to learn something from Undertaker to actually come back from the dead tomorrow. But talking about caster predictions, not going right for us brothers. For both of us, Fixes and me, we went ahead with the Hero Xtreme Godlike. So did Spiro and Ocean. Not the greatest of performances. Johnny went with Carpediem. Again, a debacle. But Anki bot going ahead with Sarkar Gaming. They did make a comeback, but possibly for the first time, Mazy and Necro, they have actually hit the mark. Bliss, what a performance it was today.
I think both of them have been getting a lot of their predictions right, and I'm just relying on my hunch. As if there's anything up for grabs, it's just about those bragging rights, for which I'm okay with. You know, I want to show my support. I really wanted Hero Xtreme Godlike to stage their comeback today. I wanted MOGO to stage a comeback yesterday, and none of that really happened. And with just 4 matches to go, with so many of those big teams and their dreams and their qualifications on the line, the final day is going to be oh so exciting. You cannot miss that out.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 more matches to go for all of these teams. And to be honest, there is so much up for grabs. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, 1 more day before we move on to Kochi for that grand finals. Of course, we do have to give a lot of credits to our sponsors as well, because of which this show has been made possible. Special thanks to our official smartphone partner, iQOO, who has graciously provided us the iQOO 12. And of course, our special official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme. But with that being said, I believe that the storylines has been set up. Fixes. Some big names are about to be crashing out tomorrow, but if they make a grand comeback, I believe the grand finals are going to be even more grander. But we'll see you tomorrow soon. Same place, same time. For night, it's going to be good night.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. They're fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. Xsuits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।